Let me share the link with everybody in the chat. Please click the link and join. I will let you in 10 seconds. So click the link. If anybody else, channel Q, maybe share the link a few more times. I'll let people in a second. Boom!
Kaboom.
Let's squeeze some more morons in.
Kaboom. This is the kaboom.
I'm sure we could get
Kaboom.
some more derping coming. Derp alert.
Kaboom. Boom. Kaboom. Boom. Boom.
That's how I want to wake up in the
Boom.
morning.
If you and
Slick is here.
Boom.
Slick is here.
It'd make
Boom, boom.
amazing programs.
Kaboom.
You're all great brains in your own right.
Kaboom.
No one else
Could
ever
I
denied
have a sandwich, please? Lunch
Brenda
lady,
has
could
an
I have a
excellent
sandwich?
brain.
Yeah, we've
Could I have a
got
sandwich, please, lunch lady?
You have a brain. You have something to say
I could make you a
intelligently.
I wanted to
Might
share
have some
something.
thoughts.
Listen, guys, I wanted to share something, and I wanted to have Lemon explain his science to me and explain what is going on here with the conversions of the I.
Science is relative. I mean, it all depends
Lemon
on what
still
you're
here?
smoking.
Lemon, would you take a look at this video for me? And then can you just, while we're watching this video, explain to me what's going on in the distance according to you? Maybe I'll be able to understand better. Okay?
Okay.
This is not a gotcha or a trick. This is a serious attempt to get you to explain something to me.
Okay.
Okay?
Alrighty.
Here's the video. This is an airplane descending, okay? So
Yes.
it's at a certain altitude and it's going to be going down. And as you can see in the distance, we've got some stuff going on. And I'd like you to explain to me this conversion of the eye line. And then when it does land, I want you to explain to me what happened to the distance, what happened with the ground, okay?
Nice,
All right.
Nice question. For all of us, nice question.
I can see some distortion from the lens. All lenses distort.
We've all been in a plane, so we can all ride along. Right?
Toward the edges, like you have a slight amount of real distortion. They're noticeable at small distances, much more noticeable with greater distance and greater altitude.
Not all lenses distort, RA. Not
They
all
all do.
lenses distort.
Can
No,
you
they
just
don't.
let Lemon
they do
explain
not.
this to me without interruption, please? Thank you, Dodo and Sean. Let's start from the beginning, Lemon, and let's give you a fair go.
How long is it? How long is it?
It's only 5 minutes, but I have it on super fast, so it's going to be like less than 59 seconds.
Stuff tends to converge at eye line. The camera that is taking this image would be looking through a thicker, denser layer of atmosphere as it goes up higher, because you can see further higher, and so you're going to be seeing through a thicker layer of air. That's going to change the focus of the camera, and you're going to get refractive effects over a flat plane. So what was the horizon before may be a little off when you get to a higher elevation in a different air column. But in general, it still rises to eye level. Let's see what else.
Okay, this plane is descending, right? You can see that, right?
What's your beef,
yeah,
Q? Q, you never make a point. What's your point?
She's asking me to
I'm asking
talk about perspective.
Lemon to make the point. I'm asking Lemon to explain to me what's going on over
leave
here
the
in this
video
distance.
Come on.
So far we have curving, distorting lenses of all types, different atmospherics and refraction, changing the focus of the camera, because on the ground, it will be focusing on the horizon, but as you get higher up, the refractive index is going to change, and where the horizon needed to, where you needed to focus before to hit the horizon is going to change by that alone. So lenses,
You know
different focus
nothing
due to
about
different refraction.
photography and the lenses. Lemon Bird,
Okay, have you noticed a difference in the way that the
lenses,
horizon
or
looks
optics?
now, Lemon, as we've descended
Yes.
further? You noticing
Yes,
the change?
and that's yes. Since you're going up into a less dense layer, the pressurized cabin that you're in will tend to push out on the window, and you're going to go up into an evacuated layer with a more pressurized cabin. So there's going to be weird refractive differences from being in a pressurized cabin alone, with your pressurized cabin pushing
What's
out
going on with
more
this
and more.
now? See,
Lemon,
this plane is
at that point, the
descending,
cabin
right?
is not pressurized.
Yeah.
At that point, the cabin
Do you
is
see
not
what's happening to the
pressurized, Lemon.
ground?
Is that
The
curvature?
ground appears to be flat and level. You're looking through a much smaller air layer. Still looks like it's rising in general toward eye level. Am I missing something, Hugh? That's all I see.
Level and relative to what?
Level relative to your eyes and the way that they normally see. That appears to be the standard by which you judge optics.
So if you rotate your head sideways, the ground's no longer level then?
Well, you can take a grid line and it will look flat and level, but depending on how you pivot the grid line, it will appear to ramp up or down toward eye level, depending on how you pivot the grid line. If you pivot the grid line from the left, it will appear to go up toward that point. If you pivot the grid at the right, it will appear to ramp down. So this stuff can be very, very complicated.
Did you figure that out all on your own?
Wow.
You can do that when your brain is working off of logical principles of truth. You can build a mind in a strong house where you can figure this out on your own without somebody having to tell you. So build your mind off of true principles, and anybody can do it. This is logical.
At any point there, Q.
I'm with my phone right now in the Hangout.
Could we let Blue make his
Slow down.
point?
One at a time.
We let Blue make his point because he's actually done this. He's actually been in the
Can I just say something and then I'll jump out for a minute?
I'd rather hear Blue.
After you get done with Lemon Bird, I want Dan the Waterman to tell me about.
That's fine, Sean, but could you just let Blue make his point?
Right, but this is never going to stop. Lemon Bird will keep talking, and I wanted to get this in.
You're the one who's doing all the talking.
Okay, Blue, go on.
All right, Q, I can tell you from experience that at no point was that aircraft higher than maybe 3,000 feet AGL. And at that point, that cabin is not pressurized. That crap Lemon is talking about with the damn cabin pressure bowing the frigging windows is just nonsense.
Well, I would agree. I would agree.
I have a question with Lemon when you say pivot.
My question was more with how when the plane is descending, the horizon is changing.
Yeah, it is.
How about my
closer to you, isn't it?
Focus of your camera is going to change because of the refractive index of the air. How about that point?
How about that point makes no sense at all. How does the focus of
the air didn't change? It's the same air.
Air gets thinner as you go up, but you're looking through a thicker layer of atmosphere. The temperature is changing, the density is changing, things are changing, which is going to change the focus of your camera. In general, the eye line rises to the horizon rises to eye level. Horizon drop immediately. You're dealing with a globe that's 6 feet under your feet.
It has absolutely nothing to do with the focus of the camera, Lemon. You can just keep talking if you want to, but I'm going to keep telling you, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. The camera does not change its focus because the density of the air changes.
And you know why it's the eye level blue? Because you have 6 feet below your eye line. That's how rises up to eye level, going from 6 feet to 5 feet to 4 feet to 3 feet to 2 feet to 1 foot to 0 feet at your eye line. That's a logical.
I'll be happy to. It is nonsense, Lemon. Everything you're saying is bullshit.
So you're saying everything I say is nonsense, and then I try to counter back the logical point that something 6 feet below your feet is ramping up to 0 at eye level. Respond to my dialectic with rhetoric. You say it's just nonsense, but you don't say why it's nonsense. I give you dialectic.
Shut up,
rhetoric. This is when I get triggered. Because you're not interested in information, you're interested in horseshit. That is when I get really frustrated.
And that's all you get. You don't have any fact to back up on, not a single one.
Okay, Blue, give them your counter argument.
I am a trained professional photographer, and everything that Lemon Bird has said about cameras is bullshit.
Who says the big blue? Who says the horizon is a real thing anyway? In the definition, it's a vision.
And Lemon Bird is full of shit. I can guarantee that.
Should we always believe what appears to be the case, or should we question it deeper?
This is dialectic versus rhetoric. I'm only going to have a dialectic discussion. I need information, not rhetoric, slander, not smear, not emotion. If you guys get dialectic, get back to me.
The camera focus isn't changing because of the air density.
Lemon, you said that you were looking through
And did you see at any point in time the focus change in any of that video? It looked perfectly focused to me.
What would it look like
Of
over a
course
flat
it
Earth,
does. Every
Big Blue? What would
when
it look like over a flat Earth horizon?
I have
With a
no
barrier
idea.
on top. So the division
I
between the
have no
barrier.
idea what it would look like, Pete. I've never seen
But how do
a
you know that
horizon
that's the
over a
case
flat Earth.
then?
I suspect that
Come on,
the
you must
Earth
have gone there. You must have imagined it.
I don't
What
believe
stopped you
that I
from
would see a
imagining these
horizon.
things?
I don't know why
Horizon.
I would see a horizon, Pete, over
What's
a flat
stopping you
Earth.
from
I have no
imagining these things?
idea
Surely the
why I would
questioning
see one.
process.
It should just
What do
fade
you mean?
off
So
into nothingness.
in a flat Earth, you just see land everywhere.
It should just go on forever and just fade off into the distance. That's what I would think.
Where would the
But
division,
nobody's
where would the
ever
real
seen
horizon
that,
line
Pete.
be?
There is no horizon
Where would it
line on
be
a
in
flat
your
Earth.
vision of flat Earth?
On a
right?
flat Earth, there
This
is
what
no
going on in our
horizon.
mind.
How do you have a horizon on a flat Earth?
Because there's a sky also, and there's a division which separates us, right, which creates Earth from what's ever beyond waters. But it's all a construct, and you know it.
If you could,
Blue. We're not material.
where is the end of the flat Earth? Tell me how far away the end of the flat
Right.
Earth
Well,
is.
very close to the southern, very close to the borders, the ice wall.
Okay.
The barrier is permeable, and there's it's a visible divide. This is why we have the layers of ice, because the water seeps through. It's a permeable, energized barrier. This is how we get clouds.
Do you have any proof of the ice wall, Pete?
So
Everything,
from the North
it doesn't
Pole, it
matter.
would be 12,000
Small
miles
on our
away. Is that
brain.
what we're saying?
That's not true.
From the North
Lemonberg
Pole,
does
the
right
nearest
to-
horizon would be 12,000 miles, right? So from where I live,
my best.
from where I live, the nearest
Yeah.
horizon would have to be due south of me. So it always has to be south of you, right? The horizon. Well, you know what I'm saying.
No,
The
no, the
closest
visible
distance-
horizon, you mean?
The closest distance to the horizon
Listen,
would always have to
Big
be to
Blue-
your south, right?
Laurie mentioned, hang on, Blue. Laurie mentioned that was an excellent question, Ryan, and I knew it was an excellent question for and all the flatter, and all the flatters.
Can you turn off your camera, Pete? Because you're making my computer freaking have a spaz.
Let me get the question out again.
It might just be you, but either way, could you?
Okay. Let me get the question out again.
After hey Pete,
Let me get the question out again.
Pete,
Yeah.
after you're done, I'd like Dan the Waterman to explain these top secret cameras he's talking about that no one can see.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Over right? Does the horizon always rise to eye level? And if it does, as we're looking out over the ocean, how does the apparent horizon seem to dip then? Etherband Man comes in here and says it's all in the air, but if it's not, well, then it has to be something else, right? Water. Anyway.
Pete,
How does that
the
have to do with the ice
horizon
wall?
never rises to eye level, and we can prove
Right.
it. It never
Right,
does.
and that's why
It
for
never
Flatter
does.
Data and the Waterman and Lemonbird.
It never does. It
Parallel
never
line.
rises to earth high level.
Parallel lines cannot intersect, Pete.
But if you put yourself, obviously you rejected flat, you're intellect Big Blue, and you have hands-on experience as well. If you rejected flat Earth, it's after due consideration, right? And all I asked you was, where would you expect to see the horizon line on a flat Earth?
I would not expect, unless I'm awfully close to the ice wall, I wouldn't expect to see any horizon.
Nothing in the
Ever.
distance would blend
No.
and sort of.
That's what I think it would do. It would just blend. It would, the ground and the sky would just sort of fuzz together. You would
Right,
never see
like the water would.
No. You would never, ever see a crisp, pristine, clear horizon line on a flat Earth.
Right.
Looking over the
Unless you're over water, Big Blue, and
That's
you
what I'm
understand that the horizon rises to eye level, and you're looking all the way along water, and the mirroring of a target object like the sun points out where the real horizon is.
Let me say it again. The horizon never rises to eye level over the water. If you were 6 feet above the water and the earth were flat, your line of sight would be 6 feet above the water forever. Those lines would never cross. The horizon will never rise to eye level. It cannot.
I'll tell you what Pete
Physical
Chase talking
impossibility.
about here
Lunchtime
is
yet?
groundbreaking stuff, and it was so back in 2016. The context was wrong. Big Blue, you can't see beyond the ball of a given geometry. You won't see, and that's why Lemonbird should realize Big Blue knows the Earth is flat before you do.
I showed a whole video where the horizon never rose to your eye level, Pete.
The only thing in Q's video that you see is the horizon coming toward you as you go lower and lower and lower. You can tell the horizon gets closer
Clue is
to you.
Clue is a great
as you
person at heart,
descend
I
from-
hold, right? And she's full of clues as well. That video with the eclipse Q, that's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. Not that I'm bothered anymore. But how do you
You wanna
explain that
watch it
from
again,
a
Pete?
border to be more specific? I can explain it.
Can you explain
Can
it?
we
You
have
didn't even know what
Can we have
happened.
Sean and like Dan the Waterman to go at it a little bit?
Yeah, do it.
Sure. Sure. But these are all excellent questions, right? Groundbreaking stuff, considering the paradigm. That's been broken.
It's not
as well.
really. I'm sorry.
Guys,
it's not really.
guys, the horizon is like
go,
a
I'll
rainbow,
go.
right? It's different for everyone's where they are on Earth, just like up is different for everyone, right? So the
Optical
horizon.
No.
Wrong.
A rainbow. That's no. You can't do that, man.
That's an optical horizon. These people think there's a physical horizon.
There is a sky. No
Well,
one
you
has
said
a sky.
physical horizon about a dozen times today.
We
There's a
call the
divide, right?
horizon apparent.
Come on, there's a
We
divide.
have a geometric horizon.
When we're looking
and
out
an
over the
apparent
ocean,
horizon.
when we're looking out over the ocean, we call that an apparent horizon.
I want to hear about these top secret cameras like Sean does too.
Yeah.
I want to hear about that blood he's smoking.
Apparently, you guys don't know what you're talking about more than half the time.
Who's your man?
And your little drama queens for trying to make it into a secret when I gave you an exact explanation. It doesn't believe me.
I
It was
think
another
now,
person.
Dan. You can
Another
now,
person.
can we get on with
Another
it?
person. It's two other people.
Come on.
I told you that was just what I had on my phone. What's wrong with that?
It's lunchtime. Where's the lunch lady?
Let's have a reasoned discussion like we were all here in person. Come on, it makes for a better
You guys
You better
sit in
watch it,
denial.
asshole.
You think you're clever because you can deny, and the only sane people are people like Slick. Slick comes on here and don't give a fuck what you're talking about. He just tries to keep you people level.
Dan, are you going to make a point about these top secret cameras that Sean is talking about, please?
Because there are no top secret cameras, dumb fuck.
You talked about him a few times, Dan. You said
No.
we did
Sean,
it. We
Sean,
filmed him with these
Sean,
top secret cameras, and we can't show them to you.
Sean, we know what you're doing. You're trying
We
to come up with something.
We just saw
you're
you say
reaching.
this in the
You're
other
reaching.
session, man.
What's wrong with my explanation, Sean?
Several
What's wrong with it?
Several times you
drama-
mentioned that
your drama requires
that thing with the laser. Are you going to let me talk or not?
Did I
Are
say
you going to let me talk or
camera?
not?
No, we just want to
Letting
I'm
people
sorry,
talk
was I
isn't his
interrupting?
strong
You're
suit.
right. I'm sorry.
My half of your conversation? Thank you. Now, you've mentioned several times that laser experiment that it's been a year in the works was taken with was shot with these top secret cameras that you can't show anybody or else, I don't know, the feds will bust down your door or something. So please explain them.
Okay, so stop making stuff up. That was from January of this year. It's a new observation at a new distance. See, that's the thing is we do different temperatures, different mediums, different distances, different locations. We've now moved off the water, so you can't talk about water, and we've moved to dry land. And it's just a certain reality when on a sphere, a physical horizon should obstruct your vision.
And you mentioned that you can't show the cameras because they're secret. You'll get in trouble or something. You mentioned this several times. I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about the one this one a year ago.
You're sad.
So explain it.
You're sad. You're sad, right?
No, you're a liar. You make stuff up, Dan.
All right. Then you're substantiated by everyone here, and I'm just ridiculous.
Hey, Dan, I think he's talking about that. He asked for like the other video that you said you have that you cannot show. I think that's why he's asking, why can't you not show that?
I've been releasing what I showed you now because they've kind of shelved the project because of everything going on. So the shit may never come out as a real film. So this is only.
Hey, Dan, can I ask you a question, please, bro, for some clarity?
It's low res from my phone. I just want you to look at the stills if you can go back into the chat because there's a daytime and there's a nighttime. And if you see the two tripods next to each other with lasers and how it looks to converge in the middle, you'll see how everything in every image of anything at any distance converges in the middle. Period.
Damn, the Dove Earth was debunked years ago, man. Why do we did all this in 2016? Don't be saying that like, oh,
you haven't produced the slightest shred of evidence, Pete.
Well, you know who got me? Dan, come on. What's this about?
You haven't produced the slightest shred of evidence, Pete.
Stop talking.
Zero evidence.
Here's the sad part is that it's not about evidence, it's about presentation. If it's not like on Netflix
No.
or in the film.
No,
or
it
on
has
TV.
nothing to do with that. No,
Society isn't going to suck it up.
no, it's
No,
not that.
if it's not
Why are you spending all
evidence,
these
it's
hours
not
doing
proof.
this? These are many, many hours of your precious time. Why are you doing all of this?
Now, if your goal is to be famous and rather than put out
No,
truth,
no,
then yeah, you worry about that.
I go as manpower and support, and it's pretty
Oh,
damn
look,
exciting.
it's the lunch lady.
It's pretty exciting.
But that stuff was settled years ago. That stuff was honestly settled years ago. Most people
Yeah,
here know
I
you're
want a salami sandwich with
us sort of people, I'm sure.
with pepper jack,
You know.
and
Hey,
and
Pete?
red sauce, please.
Hey, Pete,
Go ahead.
you know
And the
what- you know what else-
observation on the
Hey, this ain't no full service. It's a buffet.
You know what else-
Keep it up. Keep it up with it. But when I go off on your illegal ass and your fat wildebeest looking ass, don't say nothing.
Hey, Pete, hey, Pete, you know what else was firmly established years ago, like 2,500 years ago?
Polaris
Shape of the Earth.
Right?
Round.
Yeah.
So if you want to quote
Samus.
No.
Let's go back to the
2,500
root.
years ago.
God damn it,
Chill.
Pete! You didn't ever wash
Funny,
that
isn't
mustache.
it?
Hey Dan, the observation on the salt flats. What distance was that, bro? And what was the height of the lasers, if you don't mind?
Standing with it in hand. We didn't even have tripods. We were hand to hand. It's either 37.5 or 35.7 miles. I don't remember.
Which way did you point, Dan? Which way? That's what I wanted to get at.
He just waved it around. He just waved. He handheld some lasers,
Can you
waved
guys
them
just
around.
hold
and
on
he
for a
did-
second? You're like sharks in water.
Look, baby, this ain't La La Land, okay?
All right, you guys want to hear the story once so you can pick it apart, which you can.
Yeah, which way did you point is my question, Dan. Which way did you point the laser?
We were on railroad tracks where a midpoint had a light, a red light, which before the fog rolled in, you could see. And some days you could see it and some days you couldn't. But we both pointed lasers at the midway point until we got it to light up with each other. But we had a target midway point that was very convenient.
Okay, excellent.
So the whole idea was to work the midway point, and at some point it was going to be interesting to see what the height of the laser would be at the midway point. But
right.
It
So
does
you were pointing a laser.
Hang on,
You're
Sean.
pointing a
Let me
laser
just
at a
ask
red
you a
light
question
16
because-
miles away. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, please, let me bear with this because it was from the main show. I was dying to ask this question. So therefore, Dan, if you said it was off the horizontal, which is natural for me to assume, right? I'm pointing at my friend going all the way 10 miles. I'm never going to go like this. If you said you were pointing up like you were pointing uphill, he must have been doing the same as well. So how could you possibly have been pointing at a target at a center point along a flat plane or a convex or a bowler, a circle?
I'm just telling you what it appeared like and how it felt. It wasn't
They
true.
were making fudge.
So what were your
I love
conclusions then?
fudge.
What were your conclusions?
It reminded me of the Picard guy claiming that it was upturned at the edges because no matter how far he could see, it appeared uphill. It looked like there was a lip.
Oh, Jesus, stop fucking misquoting Picard
So
because
where is the
someone
horizon then?
was
Hang
giving
on
you
now,
a
okay?
quote out of a magazine which wasn't even
Yeah,
a
but hang
quote
on,
by
hang on. That's a
Picard.
valid quote. That's a valid quote. That's a man's
It's not a
observation.
quote by
It's actually
Picard.
not.
Yeah, but how could you come up with a conclusion like that, bro? Doesn't make sense.
I'm just telling you, if you were standing with me, you'd understand. There's no argument in it. Okay?
No, you're saying. Oh, hold on. You're
No,
saying
there's no
that it appeared.
If you were standing with me, something in the distance, for instance, when you're driving on a big, long road and there's a car coming in the distance, headlight to headlight, 8 miles away, it looks like it's above you. I was convinced we were approaching mountains mile after mile.
Don't trust your senses, buddy.
Exactly.
No, I hear you, Dan. But what conclusions do you come up with that? What's
Well,
your
this
conclusion?
video, this is in a valley, right? This is in a valley.
That's why Picard was still. No, it's not in a valley.
But hang on, please. Here's another problem, Dan. Because if you had a target in between that both of you are pointing at, again, if you reverse the situation that your friend is walking away from you towards the target and you keep the laser or your finger pointed at him, at what point do you start pointing upwards?
It's never pointed upward. It's never pointed upward. Never.
You said it felt
It's
like you were pointing
obvious.
uphill.
Exactly. It looks like and it feels like. End of story.
But you were holding it in your
Well,
hand.
feel
You
there's a
can't
J4.
possibly know it was
It's
level.
rolling up. I'm losing it.
Basically, Dan is telling a story because we can't verify anything he's saying.
Dan,
Yeah,
did
just
you
like
do
we had
a
to be there.
point-to-point
These are
observation?
handheld
holding a laser.
pointers.
Dan is holding a laser in his hand, trying to say that it feels like he's pointing uphill, but he knows that he's holding it level, and he knows this because he used a bubble level on something in his hand. Like, what the hell
That
kind of
means
story is
nothing.
this?
Sorry, Dan.
Gibberish.
What you did means nothing, bro. Did you
That's
do
why-
point-to-point observation? Yes or no?
Can I tell
That's
you?
why
that I have
he's
a-
a strong contender for the lemon cake word salad.
Can I tell you what I have a hard
But hang on, do we all agree that soul
Guys,
flats are
guys,
perfectly
please.
horizontal? Brenda,
Unreal.
soul
Can I
flats,
say something?
level, flat, or
Later, guys.
horizontal?
Later, Jose. Thanks.
Yeah. Good job, Sean.
Excellent, excellent
Sean.
question, Brenda.
Yeah, Sean.
Are the soul flats? You don't
Very
deny the
doubtful.
soul
Yeah.
flats. Are they level, flat, or horizontal, Brenda? Excellent.
Can I tell you guys something crazy though? The fact that you can shoot lasers by hand must prove that the diverging beam is wider than we think.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but Dan, that means nothing, bro. Did you do point-to-point observation? Yes or no at the salt flats?
35 plus miles, yes.
That's a convergent. That means nothing. Point-to-point.
All he
bro.
did, all he did is he and
I
his
could see
buddies
someone
waved
on the
some
other
laser
side.
pointers around in the dark. He and his
You didn't have
buddies
to
agree
waved
with you on
laser
that one,
pointers
Brenda.
around
I mean,
in the dark.
seriously.
Hang on, Brenda.
You're as qualified as a lunch
Maybe we
lady
were
to
just
be able to point lasers.
dancing in the dark.
I'm telling you, I can see my friends and they could see me. Laser to laser.
You have no way of determining that.
Handheld.
Okay, that's
There's no way
different
of
now.
proving it
That statement is
except-
different. What he just
except
said.
doubt. Hang on. I mean, I could talk to you, Montreal, but let whoever else has got a comment, got to understand that this is just a reality. I can see my friends standing on a level railroad track on a salt flat 35 miles away. I tried to go
Dude.
back and talk about 10
Did you
miles.
see
Why
the
would
real
you
you
believe
feel-
35? Why would you
What
Let
believe
him finish,
feel-
guys.
Yeah,
Why
let him
would you
finish. Let
believe
him finish.
35 if you don't believe 10? So you're right. Pete's right. It's very exacerbating. Why are we trying? Well, in this
But hang
stupid
on.
case, in this
Hang
stupid
on,
case,
another
it was
issue-
for a documentary. Pete, please. I'm
Okay.
praising you already. You know,
No,
in
okay, you got your
this-
answer across. That's
in-
why I came in, because there's another issue now. If you say that it appears like Picard said, that you're looking at a
Picard doesn't
edges.
say
You're
that.
roboting. You're
or a
roboting.
flat surface with upturned
Hey,
edges.
Pete, turn
Yeah, hang
your-
on,
you're
yeah,
roboting,
how
Pete.
would you-
Breaking
Stop
up, man.
Hang on, let me
quoting
finish it.
Picard.
Okay,
Can I
forget
talk
about
to
that. A quick
Montreal,
point.
man? Can I
Yeah,
talk to
quick
Montreal?
point. Then it must have appeared the same way to your friends, so you must be a concave earther. How
Great.
does the horizon
Pete,
rise
give me
to eye
5
level?
minutes with
Yeah,
Dan,
yeah,
please.
Pete, yeah, Pete. Well, go figure
My
out
question, please answer it.
what it rhymes with and come back, Pete.
Please answer that question, man, because this is your direct evidence. I'm on mute.
Concave rhymes with Pete Shea.
Okay, let's move on.
Montreal, I'd love to hear from you. I never talked to you.
I love you too, bro. Just I want some clarity. Please, guys, give us just 2 minutes, man. Dan, are you claiming that you were on one side of the flats and your friend was at 35 miles away and you could see his laser beam light? Yes or no?
Yes, very briefly, because it's hard to hold still. The thing that's crazy to me is how could we ever hold it still enough? So it must be wider than, the size of a pen at that point of a sharp.
That's what I was going to say, yeah. Because at a distance, the laser beam expands, correct?
We really don't know how wide it is, but we do know that at our height, you could still only tell when it's pointed at you. So
How
our
high-
height, standing.
How high is the average cloud layer? That's my question. I'm done then. How high is the average cloud layer in relation to 35 miles?
So the point is, when the clouds moved in, we could no longer see even the center point. So this point of refraction in different conditions definitely exists. We're definitely aware of that. What you guys talk about is, at what point can I not see a man standing? And this happens before 10 miles. This is when your model breaks down entirely and reality proves that on a clear day, you can see line of sight at a great distance.
You don't have that at all. You don't understand our model.
Last question, please, Brenda. Last question, Dan. Do you have this on tape, the 35-mile laser, even for a moment that you saw it?
Yeah, it's just not edited. As a matter of fact, mine's from another phone, just not edited together.
No, it's on super secret. It's on super secret camera film, and he can't release it.
You're a meathead.
It's super secret.
Come on, Brenda, man.
Well, that's what he said.
Meathead.
He said another camera.
This has been Dan's. Montreal, something you need to learn that this has been Dan's MO for a long time to say,
I don't own it.
That. I can't release it. Oh, I'll get you the data. Oh, I've got that data. Let me go ahead and get that back to you.
Okay, look, I'll say this.
He hasn't given us
If Dan produces this video, he has something. If he doesn't produce it, he has nothing. That's it.
He's been saying he's going to produce it for years. He won't ever. It's a troll. He's a troll.
He keeps fucking changing his mind about refraction and what's possible with that. You mention it when it suits him and then pretend like it's no existing when it's going to fuck up his observation. He's so full of shit.
So,
well, look, this is a case of put up or you know what, right? So give him a chance. If he has recent video to produce, then we'll have to look at it seriously.
Hang on. We've been waiting on this stuff for over a year. Wait a minute. I was already challenged in this call to bring up the 27 miles. I brought it up. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay?
You didn't bring up anything. You showed pictures of a laser show at a concert.
I'm sorry.
Bring up the show and then we'll all have work.
Fucking lasers pointing at a triangle. That means nothing.
Yeah, but let's try to code it out, Kay.
Guess what?
You know those picture puzzles? You know those picture puzzles that are presented to us, and we have to see them in a certain way before we can see it. Let's look at because remember, it's over a span of 35 miles. So let's try to code it. Bring it up again, please.
Fucking Dan the Waterhead in here. Fucking Shea the Dodo backing him up.
Listen, this is about the truth, right? This is about truth. If yours is concave, I want to know about it. I don't think it is.
Really?
I think Pete has a valuable point. Have him bring it up and let Pete look at it.
You can't accept evidence. You can't.
Let's try to decode it, Brenda.
Did you see the
angry man.
It's amongst us. Where's the honest party amongst us? To try to figure out. Let's take the man at his word. We'll never meet. So he's saying that this is a situation. Let's analyze his image and see what our intellect brings to the table.
Hey, Pete, your video is messing with your screen there. You can't hear
Dan,
you.
they're proofless, man.
Well, that and Carlos is open
if
mic.
What Dan has is true.
Hold on,
guys.
Carlos,
If what Dan has is true,
keep going.
Sorry, Sean. Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, SE, the image that he has, you'll be able to talk with him about it. Because
show
SE exercise for all of us. Bring it up, Dan, please, if you don't mind.
Pete, did you see the image when he shared it earlier? Yes or no?
Yes, but only very briefly. I'd like to get your thoughts on it, LK. I'd like to get everyone's thoughts on it. Why not?
Well,
try to decode it.
It's basically dark with two lasers pointing into a triangle. You've got no information from that. You can't see the height.
Right.
You can't see how far the lasers are pointing, what they're pointing at. There's nothing you can get from that one image.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. This is where Dan's testimony comes into things, right?
No, it really does, and it's not only my testimony.
Dan's testimony is worth fuck all because Dan is a
but you take it
liar.
for granted. You're never going to meet him, so we take it for granted for the sake of analyzing the image. And let's see what we come up with.
This isn't the only time that we've done this work, and I referred to the 10 miles again and again during this call to try and get you people to understand footage I didn't take and to look at it and to see a physical parking lot above the water, 15 feet, people at 10 miles parked in their car.
The real flat earther bear is echoing.
How do you know that
you could see people at 10 miles when you told us that you couldn't see people after, what was it, 3 miles?
This is what I'm trying to tell you. The impossible needs an explanation. I've done it with
you have to have evidence.
Dan, are you talking about looking close to water over the Salton Sea?
We've moved away from water. I've moved away from every argument you have. We moved away from water. You don't believe that. So what's next?
What?
Dan,
what
I don't believe
just brought up the
you.
core part
Dan,
that
you
is
just-
you
you're
shooting over the
saying
salton
yours is
sea.
saying something else.
Well, how
Listen.
about the refraction, the divergence?
Can you see a
and the
big fat lunch
angle
lady at
that you're
20
pointing your
miles?
lasers?
I have an hang on, please. I have an excellent explanation for you, Dan. If no one else has been able to offer you an explanation, I can offer one.
I'm not looking for any explanations.
You just said
Well,
there.
You
No one
haven't
else has been
shown
able to
us
offer you an
anything.
explanation. How do you point upwards then, Dan? Why does it appear that you point upwards? Have you come to a conclusion that it's a concave Earth?
Wow,
What's
the
going on
crazy
here?
laughs at the crazy.
That feeling,
That's funny.
What's going on
that,
here?
that feeling when Pete Shea is smarter than you are.
That's not smarter. That's a reasonable question. I can explain what Dan experienced, taking it at face value. That's why I asked how high are the cloud layer. Right? A cloud layer in relation to
Just let it be. Let it,
it's a very short distance. It's in thousands of feet. Right? You were reflecting it off a layer, but clouds are not what you think, right, Dan?
I'm not talking about whatever you're talking about. I'm just telling you
Clouds
about
are not what we think.
different
Clouds
distances,
settle in a layer is for
different
reasons.
conditions. You can still see past 10 miles. Something's wrong.
I know that.
At eye
I know
level.
that.
Now, we could argue about
It's called
Mount
refraction,
Houston for
Dan.
that.
The
When are
Earth
you
is
going
flat,
to
man. The Earth is
actually
flat. You
allow
say
for
it's concave, Dan. The Earth is flat.
No.
You say it's concave.
You guys are great at
Surface of the Earth is flat, I should say, and
Dan.
stationary.
Dan, you
Where-
haven't
When are you
presented
going to
anything,
address
man.
the
You haven't
fact that
done anything.
refraction occurs in the atmosphere? When is
Yeah.
that going to happen?
Oh, it happens all the time. That's why we watch it and we measure it. We do it different times of the day when it
So
changes.
did you measure it,
That's
Dan?
what.
God,
It's
it's going
the
back
physical.
7 years. 7 years. It's 5 minutes to talk openly. I could talk about more interesting topics than
Hold on.
fucking in
So
a
your
month of Sundays that's been covered
so your
here.
10-mile observation can't be repeated the same every day, can it?
Yeah, it can not every day, but many different times. Not every day.
When
Guess
the
what?
refraction allows.
Guess what? The physical horizon doesn't exist. Done.
Do you have evidence of that?
Yes, I can see.
Neil
past-
deGrasse tight ass says you cannot see the horizon with your own two eyes.
That's wonderful.
Okay.
Okay. So
So
what are you looking at then?
I don't
could-
think he said that.
I doubt that as well.
By the way,
Alright,
if
so
we are
I do
talking
love
about
the
things like
fact that
the
flat earthers always go to Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know, basically somebody I've never fucking heard in my life until I had to listen to these people.
Me too.
Why do they have such a hard on for NDT?
because we don't
Because
have
he's on TV.
Because
He's
there's
part of the
apps to
system.
watch TV and follow everything that they claim everybody else does.
Yeah, could it be because he's smart and they're not?
Because they're cherry picking clowns who hear what they want to hear and take quotes out of context.
Yeah, because Neil also said there's gravity, so they don't believe in that.
Yeah.
All right,
Like
so does anyone else want to take
99.9%
this
of Neil
apart
deGrasse stuff
one-on-one?
will totally
Okay,
defy
somebody let me
everything they
know.
I love the way you guys throw your heroes under the bus, you double
Listen.
speaking.
If
Hey,
any
Esty,
of you
he's
guys,
not my hero,
That's the
man.
point.
Quit
He's
if
not
any
my
of you,
hero.
He's not a
hello,
hero.
can I not be heard? If any of
Sorry,
you guys
Kate.
can, if any of you guys hear about the Pope being a hologram, let me know.
I saw it. It's,
Okay.
What?
there's some
COVID-19, is that what you said, Channel Q? COVID-19.
No. I said Pope.
he disappears
Pope
when he turns
Is a
around.
hologram. Yeah.
Before he walks away, he just sort of blips out. It's weird.
That's the conspiracy theory going. It's the
It's
Pope is a
actually,
hologram.
It couldn't be
Channel
just
Q,
a video
a
thing.
raven is a corvid, right? A member of the corvid.
Well, that sounds
the raven,
rational.
the psychopomp. Excellent.
Pete
Jesus.
Pete should be removed. He's
Fucking
straying
man.
into forbidden territory.
Blah 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 blah.
Pete, play nice. Play with your friends nice.
Well, that's the rules of the house.
I'll
The
go on mute
owner-
for a while.
Prince.
Come on,
The
keep it
owner of
interesting.
the
Keep-
house has rules, Pete.
Come
You
on,
observe
Brenda.
them.
Okay, keep it interesting. So, Brenda, while I take a break for a while, I'll be back.
Yeah, the owner of the house has some rules laid down, and you can't cross those rules.
Nap time, Peter. Take time out, Pete. All right, so it's not concave. It's not a secret. There's just real geometry that sort of fails when you go to really measure the Earth without looking up, without looking down, without measuring the sun or going underwater.
But
You haven't measured the Earth.
Completely disagree
Yeah.
with you.
Well, there's nothing to disagree with except doubt. What you have is doubt. You have reasonable doubt. You're skeptical. You're accurate.
No.
You're accurate
No.
in your concept of skepticism, but your denial, where you think I have to be lying to prove something to you.
No, you're just
Oh, you
wrong,
just have
man.
to prove something, some evidence. You've got
Well, I
nothing.
do all the time. I do all the
You've got
time.
nothing. No, you don't.
Fuck up. Why?
You
What
have
do
You have your
zero
perception
evidence.
of evidence.
Fuck you
That's all
do.
you have.
The fuck you do?
You
Where
have
are
zero
you?
evidence. Where is it?
What goofy town are you in that we could come and do an
Where
experiment?
is your evidence?
What goofy state are you in?
That's not the answer. Where
we
is
can
your
come and
evidence?
show
I
you.
kind of agree
What
with
the
Brenda.
hell?
Or
Where is
Brenda doesn't
your
believe
evidence?
you. We have to go show
Listen to
it.
let Dan act and let Johnny
No.
Big Bollocks saying he's going to
you
meet
just-
Brenda. When Tim Osmond invited him to fucking do observations with him hundreds of times, and every time he's refused and made up every excuse possible about not being able to travel that far. Boo-hoo.
Oh.
But Tim Osmond can travel to the Great Salt Lakes, can't he?
He lives there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can, can't you, Dan?
And I did.
And
No,
then
I
why
can't
why
right
couldn't
now,
you
Brenda.
meet up with
I
Tim
can't do
Osmond?
anything
Because
because we're
of the
trapped in our homes.
Because time is
Because of the
intangible.
secret cameras.
What secret cameras,
cameras?
dude?
The secret cameras.
It had
Real
all
flat
to do with
earther
the
has a
secret
point.
cameras.
I thought you said there was no secret cameras. You just told Sean that.
They were just. It was just.
You just
part of
said
the
there's secret cameras. What
I
the
just
hell?
wasn't the one filming the shit. Don't you get it?
No, I don't get it because you're talking out of your ass.
You guys are coming unglued.
You're stupid, man. You really are stupid.
So, ladies and
Uh-huh.
gentlemen, theoretically, if he does produce evidence of 35 miles,
I already did.
what would you guys say then?
We'll look
I
at it
would-
and then give our judgment. That's what we would do.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you
if
don't
they're-
accept 10, you don't accept 27. Now you think you're going to accept 35? No.
It was answering Essie's question, dumbass.
Well, I'm just saying, why don't you guys deal with the 10? Let's go back to 10.
Where's
You
that
don't
evidence?
have that. You don't have evidence for 10.
Yeah, I do.
That's just
It's
your
on the
claim.
natural- it's on
No,
the-
you don't. You just
all
say
day
you
long.
do.
We have it with you right now.
all day long. All
Do you
day
have
long.
it with you right now?
It's Nat Geo, sure. I mean, what's the
Nat
deal?
Geo, Jesus fuck, is that all you've got? You going on and on about all these observations you've done, and
That's
all
not
you
your
ever
evidence,
actually
man.
talk about is fucking
No.
Nat Geo.
Well, because I want you to accept
It's the only
at
thing that's
10
ever happened
miles-
to him in his life.
10 miles. That's something that has
fine.
nothing to do with my footage. Ain't my fucking footage. It ain't my
So
fucking
where
footage.
is your
His
footage?
greatest
So the
experience to date.
The claims made by National Geographic are falsified by the very images they're showing. Do you
Don't
care?
care.
Just say you
Don't
don't
care.
I
care.
don't care. That's
Yeah,
not
we
Geo.
don't care about Nat
Geo's not
Geo,
here,
Dan.
man.
All right.
What we want
So why
is
am
for
I here?
you to back your claims about an
Montreal.
observation you have done. You run
Montreal.
your big fucking mouth quite a lot, Dan, but you don't have anything to back it up, and you keep
You know,
going back to fucking Nat Geo.
I-
Nobody cares if Nat Geo lied through their ass.
Right.
We want to see the proof to
Okay.
back what you're claiming.
You do have some idea that I've done this at 9.6 miles, 17.2 miles, 27.5
I don't think you've
miles,
done a
and
damn
now over
thing.
35 miles.
So
That-
You pulled it all out of your
that we
ass.
just done?
You
Where's
haven't done
this
a damn
I don't
thing.
actually think we have that evidence. So
okay, but it's really true. Sorry.
Hey, Dan, have you
That's great,
seen?
except you'll never hear about Nat
really
Geo.
true.
Hey,
See the
Dan,
problem,
have you
Dan?
seen any of the pictures we have of Earth from space?
Yes.
That might resolve all this
It might,
argument.
except we're talking about what we can measure in front of us. So, in
No,
fact,
you're talking about Nat Geo. So let's move to what you said.
okay, I can see 10 miles. Why?
You can't.
Can
You've
you?
never proved that you can.
Well, you shot yourself in the foot. So get your nails done.
Dan,
'Cause we're all going to be
Dan.
looking at your bloody foot.
What the hell does that even mean,
Let's say-
dude?
what the
It
fuck?
doesn't
Like,
even
let's say
mean
that it's-
anything.
Oh.
Let's say you could see 10 miles, right? Let's just take your word that you're at a 6-foot observation height and you can see 10 miles. What do you think that means?
That there's no physical horizon in my way. Thanks for asking. That was cool.
So there's something optical happening,
Obviously.
Is that the same to say there were no mountains
right?
in your
And
way?
it's not the same optical thing every day,
It changes hour to hour.
right? So what would cause that, Dan?
Temperature.
Uh,
Huh.
What would the temperature
Amazing.
do? What would the temperature actually do to make this change happen?
It changes the moisture content in the air.
That's interesting.
And when you have temperature differentials, it creates an inversion layer as well.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. I'm seriously,
Why are you guys,
seriously
why
in
are
love.
you guys,
I'm in
why are
love
you guys
right now.
surprised by this? Oohs and
I'm in
ahs.
love.
I haven't heard of this.
Oohs and
Because they're
ahs.
fucking with you, man. They're doing oohs and ahs for
It's
you.
not fucking. It's not fucking.
Can I just say one thing honestly? I got a lot of answers, and you guys should really
have a lot of answers. Oh my god.
Should have some respect for that shit.
Yeah. To be fair, Dan makes a credible point. Like, if we can see refraction, like the globe model is debunked because every globe earther ever always has said that we don't have an atmosphere.
Yep,
Like that has
obviously.
been our model for the last 2,000 years. We don't have an atmosphere. We don't
Who
have
said we
any
had an
gases.
atmosphere?
We don't breathe. And now we have evidence that shows we have an atmosphere and we breathe, so the globe model is dead.
I'm pretty sure our model says that light has feelings and it does what it wants to also.
Temperature lapse rate doesn't automatically mean you've got a temperature inversion. In fact, it usually doesn't mean that. Have you ever actually tried to measure the circumference of the damn thing, Dan?
I am seriously impressed with Alk's line of questioning. That was wonderful. That was a thing to behold.
Yes, it was.
You can actually measure the circumference of the Earth pretty easily. And if you get another guy to do it, you can prove to yourself that the damn thing cannot be flat.
You should do that sometime, Big Blue.
Yeah.
You should do that.
Brenda's losing her mind.
Oh, wait, I could get
I
out
could
this
be.
old video
Could
of
be.
mine, dust it
It's
off, and play it again, couldn't I?
It's the quinquinine stuff.
It's quinitosis.
Quinitosis?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Where'd that ship on the right go? Is that
I don't
thing
know.
sinking?
It's sinking.
I think it got a hole in it. Must have a hole in it.
That's bad. That's not
Cross cool the vodka.
Well, it's a well-known fact that ships, when they're fully loaded, sail below the water line, below the level of the water. Yeah.
Oh, no, hang on.
Oh,
You're
fully
confusing
loaded, like
submarines.
Fully loaded, yes.
Like when they get both cup coasters.
You see this, Dan?
That
Fine.
is the picture
Absolutely.
that cannot exist on a flat Earth. The
Can you
horizon cannot be in
pan
front
to-
of that ship.
Pan to the left in front of the first ship and look at the shoreline. Just look at it.
Just look
You
at
can't
it.
see the shoreline, Dan.
Pan to the
Just
left
look at it.
again.
To the left. He thinks you're
Okay.
looking at live
You see
feed.
the buildings and such. Now go back to the right, and
Those
none of that,
buildings are not at the shoreline, Dan.
none of that is
You
visible.
can't see the shoreline.
There is nothing visible over here.
Dude, do you know how videos work?
I don't think he does.
Whatever, you guys. I don't know what distance this is. It looks to be between 4 and 6 miles. I need it to be further than the height for this to prove anything. to anyone.
Only 4 to 6 miles.
So you can't really explain
It's
why
all
that,
wrong,
half
Al.
that
This
ship
is all
gone,
wrong.
right?
Yeah,
You
I
really
can.
explain it? What is
It has to do with all kinds of different things that what's his name calls ether band.
Oh, well, what kind
Well,
of thing
ether
makes
band
the
is
boat
just
look
a
like it's
man-made
sinking, but nobody
error.
panics?
What are those all kinds of different things?
Yeah. How come nobody on
Moisture,
this boat is
Oxygen,
freaking out?
nitrogen. Don't fuck with me. You know the difference. I'm gonna fuck off if you're gonna do that. You know
Then
exactly
fuck
what I'm
off.
gonna fucking
Oh,
say.
yeah.
You're not
Oh, you
saying
weren't
that.
already
You're
fucking
a
off?
smart man, Blue. You're a smart man. You know exactly what's in that shit we call atmosphere. You know exactly how thick it is at that level. You know exactly why it's in the way.
Yeah.
It's called
Dan the
Earthburn.
Waterman, does the globe model have actually atmosphere?
That's awesome.
So the distance from shore to shore,
Blue,
Dan,
I agree with
it's
Dan. You are a
14
smart
miles.
man.
Yeah, it's bullshit. I can't get in a real conversation if you're gonna play those games.
No. You're
you're playing fucking
misunderstanding.
No,
That's the
you're-
same thing Travis says.
It's fucking thick, whatever the fuck it is. It's atmospheric. Even though I said sphere, it's atmospheric. And then it's moisture, which has nothing to do with weather. There can be physical moisture, and you're talking about any obstruction. Look at the grayness of any mountain compared to mountains in the foreground. Color disappears, clarity disappears. It's not a fucking shock. It's
So
not.
refraction is selective. It doesn't select to actually mess with that ship. It's doing the water in front of it. You understand what you're saying?
I'm seeing there's an invisible water line that appears to be blocking the ship.
Invisible water line.
How can something invisible block them?
Invisible. It's invisible, but it's
Guys,
blocked.
what is the science still out on?
You guys
right?
don't see that.
We don't know
haze?
how gravity works. We don't know how a bicycle
know how
works.
gravity works.
And we don't know how light works, bro. Science is still out.
Do you guys see this
So
refractive
you
haze?
can't really explain and
Hey, come
actually
on,
give.
Victory Boy.
No.
I've been out here and done this
Hey,
shit.
shut
Do
the fuck up and let me finish my
you
sentence.
see this refractive haze? If you wait
That
all
is
day,
not refraction. That's haze.
Refractive haze? What the hell is
it
refractive haze?
causes the refraction you're seeing. If you
Haze
wait all
causes
day,
refraction. Haze
there's
causes
two-
refraction.
there's 2 times a day when it most likely won't be there, morning and evening. And this is when the water temperature stabilizes with the air. This is reality. This is what happens when you don't choose.
No, this is your perception of reality. It's not reality.
I've just waited
You've
all
got
day.
like 5
I've
different
waited 8
concepts
hours
just
for it to clear
jumbled
up.
together into one fucking messy word salad piece of crap.
Word
It's
salad,
amazing.
right?
You
You
have
guys
no
have
idea
to
about any of this stuff.
You guys are lame.
You've just heard words and you're using them. but
Blue,
don't
you have good
know
arguments.
when and
Bring
where
up something
to use
new.
them.
Bring up something logical.
So would I be able to see the laser over this 14-mile stretch based
Why
on
don't
what
you
you said?
fucking go do it with me and shut the fuck up?
Well, if you want to come to Scotland,
Why don't you stop denying what I've already done? Because you can deny what I've done.
Dan,
Doesn't
can
make
you get to
brilliant.
Elsa Craig?
Because you can.
Dan, do you have something
Dan?
to show us that you done? Actually, that looks like
Dan,
this.
I need to remind you of the current global situation.
You're right.
We can't go fucking do it with you.
I'm sorry.
I leave my house every day. I'll go to the salt flat. I'll go to the salt flats. I don't care. This is
Okay, go to
bullshit. If
Elsa
you're
Craig.
trapped-
Go to Elsa
If you're
Craig.
trapped in your house right now,
Go to
you
Elsa
are a
Craig.
non-player character. That's
Oh,
it.
thank you. But try to go to
Exactly.
Elsa Craig right now.
Explain yourself, Q. You always think
He
it's
doesn't
cute.
even know where Elsa Craig is, right? That's the
Nobody
problem.
knows
That's why
what
I'm
you're
not going to
talking
answer.
about. You come in hard.
I guarantee you, there's plenty of people in here who know what I'm talking about.
You use intimidation instead of communication, and you're smarter than. So why don't you just say what you mean?
Are you
all the time?
intimidated by my communication, Dan?
I know. I think you're fucking cool. I just wish you'd tell me what the fuck you're talking about.
You told people to go places, and I'm telling you, people can't go places.
And you
And
mentioned
you certainly
something-
can't.
and you
You
mentioned
certainly can't
something
travel to
shit.
Elsa Craig, where LK is located near to.
House of Craig LK. Okay.
Elsa Craig is a place, and LK is a person in this hangout.
And we're supposed to go there because you.
Yes, because you said that he's asking you if he can see a laser across the water he's showing you in the video. And you said, well, come do it with me then. That was your response, right?
That was your response.
Okay, so the response is your doubt does not affect the results of what could be repeated.
But you haven't shown anything, dude.
Real
You have not
science.
shown anything.
Real science is measurable, observable, and repeatable. And the fact that I might haphazardly record something on my phone is not the point, because the point was it was for not only myself and the people that went there that wanted to see it for themselves, but there happened to be some cameras shooting a documentary. I'm sorry I don't have that shit. I don't. Oh well.
Just don't bring it up as evidence, okay?
Just
That's
telling
what
you, it's not about evidence. It's about matter of fact that you don't believe. I'm sorry you don't believe.
Yeah, we don't
Dan, you're
believe
living
because
in
we
the
don't have
past.
evidence.
You're living in the past in the ashes of a dead dream that you can't even prove to anybody. You need to move on.
Okay. Well, I gave the link to Nat Geo, and when you see them claiming that there is a horizon at 3.2 miles,
to be fair, Dan, the
you're
Nat Geo argument died ages
You're
ago.
going to see
Like,
the
you
shoreline.
have to move on at some point.
You're going to see the shoreline behind it. You're going to understand that that's 9.6 miles away, and
All
then
together, cool
and then
story,
when
bro.
I show you that I've shot lasers there, mirrors there, and infrared, and you could see people standing across the way at 10 miles where there should be 50 feet of obstruction, and there isn't. Whatever.
What would you guys say if that's true? What he just said right now.
We've heard this.
Well,
a
it
million
can't be
times.
50 feet of obstruction at that.
No,
at
what
that
would?
point.
But let's say it was true. Let's say, what would you say?
Well, it won't be true. You can't have 50 feet of obstruction at 9.6 miles.
I can answer your question. I can answer your question. If somebody could provide me with credible evidence that challenged the globe theory, then I would need to reconsider that theory in the light of the new evidence.
Let's say you only accepted your own eyes and you went and did an experiment for real, that you cared enough. Let's just say that, because that's how we got to be flat earthers.
No, that's not how science is done.
Yeah, science is
done the opposite.
And repeatable.
It's done the opposite. We don't trust our eyes. We trust our instruments.
Measurable, observable.
Right.
Repeatable.
We measure with instruments. We don't guess with our eyes.
And
we don't hold lasers up and wiggle them around thinking that it's going to be level and exact.
These are interesting observations. There's no question about that. But to try to use that to determine the shape or the size or the circumference or the radius of the Earth is very much akin to standing an inch away from your front door and trying to figure out what your house looks like.
Hey, Blue, can I tell you something interesting? While we were shooting that 27 at night with the laser, we knew of a light tower that's our normal target from actually my target position, the opposite side, but the 17.2 mile point, I was looking at from the 30 mile point, basically, and how we knew it was over 150 feet tall, the red light on top of the tower, but damned, it looked like it was right in the water. So I just want you to know, when you get out to 10 and 15 miles or even any point, there's quite a bit of compression that's natural, just without any conditions at all. So you need to be aware of the word compression, and it's dramatic.
That's not compression.
There's all kinds of stuff going on in the atmosphere, which is why I'm generally not too.
Well, no, this is not atmospheric. This is not atmospheric at all. This is your eyes. This is why you can't see a man at 3 miles, because you just can't. It shrinks down into your field of vision.
No, my point is that there is a lot of crap in the atmosphere, and you see different things on different days. I mean, this is proven time and time and time.
Right, but I'm talking about actual compression with no optical anything interrupting.
So when we move to a different sort of test, they take a couple of guys and put them 500 miles apart and measure the angle to the sun. Now, either you accept the idea that the sun's at 2 different altitudes at the same time, or you accept the idea that the Earth has to be a sphere. There can't be any. Those are the only 2 conclusions you can come to.
I'm confused. I'm looking at the image on the screen. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about I'm talking about measuring the circumference of the Earth using a method like Eratosthenes. If you only do it in one place, then you can still say, "Hey, that could still be on a flat Earth." But when you do it with 2 guys at two radically different latitudes, like I've done, you have to come to one of 2 conclusions. Either the sun is simultaneously at 2 different elevations, or the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,900 miles. I got within 20 miles of what they say it is.
Now, aren't you making the assumption that the sun is coming at 90-degree angles?
It's the only thing that makes any sense if you look at our latitudes.
But but it's diverging at all, it would mess with all your calculations. If you had a lower, closer sun with diverging rays, you'd get the same numbers. You know that, right?
No, it would not. The lower the sun, the worse it gets. The lower the sun is, the worse it would become. The further the further the divergence becomes.
Well, supposedly there's no diverging rays. Supposedly everything's coming in at a 90.
Well,
I think we're
well,
talking
actually, they diverge very slightly, but it's next to impossible to measure. But
that's why it looks that way in the clouds and shit, right?
because the sun does have a size. It does have a size. So there's a
close we can actually measure 3959.
Huh? So what, Montreal?
Lunch, lady. I said, how about we focus on the 3959 fact and the fact that we know a man at the beach at 6 foot high, the horizon should be at 3 miles. That's indisputable, correct?
Well, that's what I was
according
focusing on.
to your own geography. Yes or no?
I was focusing on that.
It's only like 2 feet missing at 3 miles. There should be 2 feet missing, and that geo shows about 6 inches, which is really the water rippling in front of it. So they show nothing.
So like that's indisputable. I mean, if you have an observation of the horizon further than that, guys, you have to admit the 3959 is at minimum larger. Yep. I mean, there's no way around that.
Montreal,
You're a fucking idiot.
Montreal, if your objective is to try to determine what the radius of the Earth is, and that is the method you have selected, that has got to be the absolute worst fucking idea you could ever have. That is no way to try to measure.
When did you hear me trying to say that?
Huh?
That is not what I said. I'm trying to defend our man over here. What he said about the height and the radius is indisputable.
What if you just use something else flat? I mean, what's your problem? I mean, you're in denial of the word flat or the line of sight. It just exists. You can really see shit in the distance.
Yeah, I know that.
Hawaiian Islands can see each other, right?
I know that.
It's been like 70, 80 miles. I'm not sure.
I realize every bit of that, and I'm telling you that every bit of that is done over very, very, very small distances compared to the size of the Earth. Any measurement you make is over a microscopic portion of the surface of the Earth.
Is the 8 inches per mile worth of fuck at any distance?
It's actually pretty close if you're talking about
so
drop. Whoa. But it's only drop distance. It doesn't tell you fuck all about what you can see and what you can't see. It's drop distance.
If I were to just flip it and say, prove to me
You can work with drop distance.
Prove to
No,
me,
you can't.
measure with that calculation the radius of the Earth. Come up with an experiment to show me where they came up with that.
Yeah, maybe someday Big Blue will do that. Come up with an experiment like that.
Well, not down low on the close to the surface. You won't do that.
And I just didn't really.
What you can do if you really want to try another method, which is not nearly as accurate because it too includes refraction problems, is the Alberuni method. You can do Alberuni and get pretty close, but invariably refraction is going to cause it to look like it's a larger radius than what it actually is.
You can certainly see why we've been excited here because we had certain areas that were presumed to be flat, like a salt flat or a salton sea, something that's longer distance spans that we could maybe work with. Maybe work with. Otherwise, you got to level a surface just to do an experiment.
Yeah. Well, I think
is water level.
I think we get fooled when we sometimes just with the words. I mean, they called it the Bonneville Salt Flats. Well, only because they didn't want to call it the Bonneville Almost Flats.
Well, what water is constantly doing is finding its level.
Of course, it's finding an equipotential gravitation point.
The science is out on gravity, light, and how the tides.
What science though?
Level.
What science are you talking about out on gravity? What science?
What science?
It most definitely is.
The fact that there
you
is.
said that a couple of times. Can you describe?
We agree.
The gravities, sir, with the sunglasses. You said that a few times. They're certain, like, yeah.
We agree. Gravity exists. Absolutely.
At 35 miles, there was a height variation on those railroad tracks. There was a height variation along the way several times.
What railroad track?
It varied in height. It wasn't exactly level on the railroad tracks that are at the salt flats. It was a slight. It was a slight incline over the 30 miles.
And the ground, and you know the ground is totally level.
No, I'm telling you it's not. I'm telling you the railroad
You already know
track.
that. We already know that.
I'm telling you that the railroad track showed over 35 miles to gain. I can't remember. I think it was like 35 feet over 35 miles. It was something.
Okay.
It was. It could have been less, but I can't remember. But it was noticeable when we went. Oh, look! You know, it's straight, but it may not be flat. It may be slanted in some way.
Yeah, we know that happens on ground.
I'm just pointing out that we're trying to use
I know. I'm just
real experiment.
I'm back. That's why I asked Brenda. Remember, I asked Brenda the question: are the salt flats level, flat, or horizontal? And I'd like to ask everybody that. I thought we all could
You
agree
think
on
it's
that.
concave? What difference does it make? Everything's
No, but
concave.
what do we assume the salt flats are? This is my
They're
question.
named the salt flats because they like the name salt flats. It doesn't mean
Come on, this is an experiment. What's wrong with you? If you can't agree on the basic premises, where are you going to go? What do you assume the salt flats are?
They have very little variation in vertical relief.
Yeah, and probably salty.
Right, does that mean that they're level then, LK, but not flat or horizontal?
Yes, level with the surface.
Right.
Level does not
No matter
mean
where you are, you
flat.
can consider
The
yourself
Earth,
at the top of that and looking
gravitational
down.
potential, or whatever you want to call it. The point being that level doesn't mean that something is flat and horizontal.
Right. Well, in one sense, that could
to the
prove
normal vector.
Dan's observations, right? Because at every point you can consider yourself at the top of it. So the midpoint that they choose could be considered to be the top of it, and both of them are pointing up to it.
There's a brand new point. Thank you.
Up and down don't have any meaning.
Okay, we're standing on top of the ball. Next.
Pete, look, nothing points up. Everything points down. There is no hump. Okay.
I just want to say,
then there's no down. Then there's no down, Blue.
No matter
then
which.
there's no down.
No.
And it's
Pete,
undefined.
Pete, tell me how. At any point on a sphere, tell me how you can rise up to get to another point on that sphere.
We don't live on a sphere, first of all, but you tell me
It was
down.
a hypothetical question, Pete. He's talking about hypothetical.
Well, if I was to imagine, but that would just be, yes, because it doesn't exist. But talk about a flat Earth. What should we see there?
Just humor an old man and play the game. Okay, nothing rises up on a sphere. If the Earth,
I know.
Make the assumption for a second that the Earth is a sphere. No matter where you stand on that sphere, the sphere is dropping away from you in all directions, every place you go. It never goes up.
In constant motion as well in various directions. But you're saying that there is no fixed definition for up outside of from the individual's perspective. So, i.e., the point where your head is pointing towards.
Pete, you didn't listen. Pete, you didn't listen.
I did listen.
What did Big Blue say? What did Big Blue say?
There's no evidence of. It was just theoretical.
When you choose the words down and up, right, then it's all relative to the observer, the independent individual. Their down would be different from your down. So the only thing you can say is away from your feet towards your head, or, well, when you talk about a spherical Earth, towards the center of the Earth, which we're perpendicular to, But that's fine to imagine it. Is it real, though? If it's not
how
real,
would you
then
find
you can
out?
imagine
How
anything you like.
Pete, how would you find out?
How would you find out? Well, tests like what Dan is talking about here. People like Wide Awake did all this. When a sphere is stipulated of given dimensions, when you can see beyond that and clearly see a direct line of sight, then the sphere is debunked immediately. Right?
It's an observation, Brenda.
Yeah. But there's many other things.
No, it's
I
not.
say it all
Dan
goes
doesn't
back to
have-
Earth's movement. If the Earth doesn't move, then the sphere or the ball doesn't enter the equation based on our universal experience of water at similar temperatures and pressures. That's flat when still. We would all agree on that, and so therefore we wouldn't vary beyond that.
No, we wouldn't all agree with what you said.
Of course we have to. Tell me when water is not flat when still, LK.
What do you mean when still?
Water's never
Not
flat.
moving, but the water can fall. Water can
when I'm
fall
moving
over.
500 miles an hour in the air
What?
in a plane.
Special occasions.
Water is never flat, Pete.
Yes, but
Never
you understand
ever
if the
flat.
Earth doesn't move, then that would have to be a necessary, path to follow. Because, well, we all agree. Well, now we don't agree that water isn't flat, but you won't show me an example of when water, when still, is flat. Or
It
is not
isn't flat.
I
It
won't-
is
I
not
won't
flat.
Never
remember.
flat.
I'll
You
It's
go
never
to
flat.
Home Depot and you buy a level. What's in it?
when it's
Isn't it
sitting
water
still.
inside there?
I'll show you a
Level?
picture of
Using
water.
the level when you go to Home
Hey,
Depot.
hold on.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
they use. I think they use.
Earth bubble.
They use methane, don't they?
A $2 spirit level made and calibrated in China killed the globe back because it works perfectly well
How does
here
it?
in
How does
Ireland.
it?
It killed it
How
way
does it
back.
kill it? How does it kill it?
Shout
Go on.
out to the dodo.
It's all so easy, right? Montreal. The mirrored water layer killed the globe as well back in
The water is
2016.
accelerating
The
towards the
horizon
surface
rises
of the
to
Earth,
eye level.
no matter what point in the Earth you're at. How does that go against a sphere with gravity? Explain.
Well, that's metaphor, right? But that's why I
There's
wanted
no
to get flat Earth
metaphor
data and
involved at
Lemonberg to
all
answer
in
that
what I just
question.
said. Maybe you should understand what your words mean before you use them, Pete. There was
No,
nothing
all right.
metaphorical in what I said.
Listen, the sphere, the spinning ball Earth is metaphor. It's not to be taken
No, it's
literally.
not.
It's a pointer towards something that
Your
is real.
inability to comprehend or believe in reality does not make it
No,
untrue
no,
or
it's my
false
refusal
or
to believe in
fantasy
your
or
reality.
metaphor, right? There is only one
Everything you
reality,
talk
Pete.
about, I have to believe. I have to imagine,
There's
Alfie.
only one
Everything.
reality, Pete. It's not
Refusing
our
to-
reality like we made it up. It's just reality.
Yeah,
reality
refusing
is
to believe in
bunking,
reality doesn't make your fantasy real, Pete.
There's no reality, Brenda. What percentage of eternity
There's no
is
reality?
our short lifespan? 70 years. What percentage of eternity?
Pete, you
So there's
haven't
nothing
answered the
before and
question I
after,
asked you.
Brenda. So
You've
what does it
managed to
matter?
deviate away from it. You brought
How
up
can you
this
say that that's
idea of the
real
spirit
when
level
eternity isn't?
debunking
Right?
the globe. Now, I asked you a question very specific to that. The fluid is accelerating towards the surface of the Earth, wherever you go to on the Earth. How does that debunk a sphere with gravity?
Yes, but you automatically assume a sphere and
No.
tell me this is what is
Nope.
happening. Right?
Nope.
This is
I'm
what would
asking
happen.
you, right? It's a logical
If you're going to propose
elimination
a sphere in the first place, you
situation,
have to say, well, this is why water will do this.
Explain the
And that will go
logic of
against
saying
all
it.
of our.
Pete,
Does this go
stop
against- okay.
giving
You
me
just
your
presupposed,
beliefs.
okay? He's right,
No,
100%.
it's nothing to do
You
with
presuppose
presupposition.
the sphere.
Nothing to do with beliefs. Listen very
And
carefully
water
to the
is
question.
level. So you have to explain that.
Montreal,
Not
shut
Pete,
up.
you, LK.
No, I don't. You bring
You don't like the
these
truth,
things up
bro.
and claim they're proofs.
Okay, take it
You
easy,
have claimed
SC Montreal.
why
Let's
it's a
keep it
proof.
simple then,
White
okay?
night.
Okay,
Let's keep
so
it
it's
simple, okay? Off you go again. Off you go
yes, so
again,
it's a
okay?
question. I'm only asking you about the logic of your
Okay.
conclusion.
Okay,
Right? You're
purely
making
logic.
a
Let's go.
conclusion based on what the spirit level does. I'm asking
Okay.
you to explain how you can validate that conclusion.
Okay.
Because there's, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure as far as most other people are concerned, that the result does not give you an answer either way.
Okay.
So I'm asking how you get a conclusion. So the
Okay,
fluid
perfect.
is accelerating towards the surface of the Earth.
Sure.
How does that fact rule out the possibility of a sphere with gravity?
What all inquiry goes back to what we as humankind can relate to, right? When we ask, so let me answer now. So don't interrupt me for a minute or two, right? Because SE Montreal, you like this as well, and I can't see how you're going to deny it. So what I said was a $2 spirit level, so a little mini spirit level, made and calibrated in China, which is roughly halfway across the globe, we're told, right, proves that we live in a flat and stationary because it works perfectly well here. The reason I say that is let's reduce the scale a little bit to a beach ball. We have the $2 spirit level at the top showing absolutely horizontal. As we rotate it around towards the sides, we will see a deviation and the bubble will move, right? So if we just increase the scale, if we increase the scale, let's bring it up, let's constantly bring it up, let's bring it up, bring it up, bring it up, all the way to the Millennium Dome to beyond.
Holy crap.
Let's bring it to, hang on please, okay, hang on please, okay. Let's bring it up to the Millennium Dome and beyond. We would still see that deviation from level.
No, because none of those things that you're talking about are the planet. They're not the surface
So
of the Earth.
after we do every other real experiment and thought experiment, what you're asking is, as we travel around the Earth, that $2 spirit level will remain horizontal all the time because we are clinging to the surface of a sphere, which goes against every one of our own intuitive understanding.
That was shocking.
Any child will understand that. Way to go, Pete.
I believe that
Very
children
simple.
would
The truth
follow
is simple,
that,
SC
Montreal.
Montreal.
I believe that you have a childlike mind, and that's why you think it made sense. I totally agree with that.
Like
I
children,
kinda
we must
agree with
become.
that.
We know everything as children.
Okay, a
Don't get
basketball is not
yourself.
the Earth. It is not the thing that is producing the gravity towards the Earth. I specifically says to you, how is it that the fluid accelerating towards the surface of the Earth rules out that being a sphere Earth with gravity, which is responsible for that acceleration?
Yeah, but hang on, you're after
basketball
bringing
is
in.
not the thing
Yeah,
responsible
but hang on, you're
for
after
the
bringing in the
acceleration.
surface of a
Let
sphere
me
Earth
finish,
with
Pete.
gravity.
And when you move the spirit level around the basketball, what does the fluid do when you reorient it? It still keeps accelerating towards the surface of the Earth.
I
Not
agree.
fucking
Listen,
basketball. The basketball is
listen,
irrelevant.
let me respond to
It's
that,
not
LK,
making.
with due
It's not
respect,
making.
right?
It's not responding to the
please.
basketball, Pete.
But let me hang on, Big Blue, because in a way I do agree with LK, right? But yeah, okay, let me respond to that. I agree with you. What we consider up is not up. But I'm thinking in a greater picture of what Earth might be coming to the flat surface that we live on, right? But yeah, there is a gravitational force. It's a pushing force from above. You say it's a pulling force from below, but does it negate curvature,
It's
a curved
not
surface that we live
really
on?
either.
Or does it prove a curved surface that we live on? No, it does not. You automatically bring it
does it rule it
into
out?
existence in the first place as an explanation for living on a curved surface and why water may stick to a curved surface, even though it's diametrically opposing
Pete.
in, say, Australia
Yeah, Pete,
and Scotland.
I actually
Exactly.
have to agree
If
with
actually
you, Pete.
go
Thank
with your version of gravity pushing in, then that
Yeah,
is the same
it
problem.
is, man.
That it can still be spherical, and that pushing force can be coming from every direction. So it doesn't tell you one way or the
I
other.
agree. I
That's
agree,
the point I'm
LK.
trying to make. I'm not saying a spirit level proves the Earth is a sphere. I'm saying it proves it's flat
Listen,
is false. It's bad
Right,
logic.
I agree. And there's
About
more
if
to it,
your
of course.
gravity is not a force,
Listen,
as
let
proven
me just say
by
this.
Montreal, just learn
Montreal.
by
something
another
before you get
scientist
involved,
that
please.
said the
Montreal.
curvature of space-time. Explain us that scientist, how
Parrot some
it would
more
work then.
phrases for us, Montreal, and let us know how
There's
you
no
don't.
Let them have it,
contradiction,
Pete.
Montreal.
Well, I was just going to say, listen, on the basis of probabilities alone, every single aspect of anything to do with a spinning ball or is problematic, and it can be ruled out on logic and, well, mathematics, the
No,
the
that's
true language,
none of
right,
it.
alone.
Then do it.
But
Then
then
do
we
it.
can see to the greater symbolism within it, right? What
Show
is
us
Earth?
the
I
math,
say
Why
most
Montreal.
flat
Earth
earthers
avoid
with their
math like
answers that Earth is not a spinning ball,
when it
they're
proves
no
the
closer to
Earth is
any
a
truth
sphere.
into figuring out what Earth
Please,
is, right?
please, Pete, then show us your math that proves that on a
Well,
flat
I
Earth.
could do that, Big Blue. I don't think there's any
Can
point to it because I would just put
no, I
together
think you
something that I
can.
know is already in existence.
I really don't believe
The
you
game of
can.
clues.
If you
Well,
would,
listen,
take
that's
some
where the dodo
time
comes
and do
into a
it.
Big Blue. That's where the dodo.
Yeah,
This is why there's a wondrous
I don't.
puzzle in
I don't
play.
want to talk about
I think that's a good
imaginary
idea.
dodo birds
I know
and
it
tree
never
stumps
existed, right?
and
But
tree stumps. I don't want to
the
talk about that
Gleason's
stuff.
map. Hang
Let's
on, please.
try to keep it real, okay?
Yeah, the Navy maps, right, of a flat Earth projection of a spherical Earth are remarkably like a dodo when you have Australia at the bottom. You know, the land down under. You know,
Those aren't
that's
Navy
all
maps,
coincidence,
Pete.
right? But also coincidence is what's called the
No, it's all
optimal chaos
pareidolia.
underneath the WTC in New York. But don't worry about that. I could
That,
certainly do that. I challenge
have
Dean.
you actually
Me and
looked at
Dean, hang on,
navigation
Big
charts
Blue.
before?
I said it to Dean, right? I said it to Dean. I said, give us a week or 2 weeks or something like that. And with your computer graphic experience and what I have in my brain, we'd be able to put an excellent fucking model together. Because everything has a singular source. All skylights have a singular source. All that counts is
There's
the
no
contour of the
nothing
reflecting
inside there.
barrier.
It's just
Well, I tried to ask
dust
you
and
earlier to
fat.
draw that out.
I know, but it seems a bit late now. Have you been looking around? I spoke to 3 cops tonight. I told them I was king of air. I had no right to do what they're doing. They went away.
Hey Pete, I like that with Professor Bell when he told you to call him sir, you told him I'll call you sir if you call me the King of Ireland.
Yeah. But I don't mean that in any haughty way. All of us are the highest authority on the land, SE Montreal. So we're all kings and queens in our own right. That's undoubtable. We're beyond that though as well.
I really didn't hear Professor Bell say that. If he did, I don't necessarily agree.
Oh, he did. I was threatened. Like I was kicked off today. You're threatened. Oh, please respect what the liars, the people who found out to be liars in the past who can't answer your questions.
He was in with Ranty's group, and they were absolutely. It was like a madhouse.
He was fine. Come on, Brenda. We know the arena. Tough skin, right?
Phil Bell. Phil Bell has done something about Montreal that you never did. Phil Bell played.
I'd love to know what you fucking know, though.
Phil Bell got an education, something you didn't do, Montreal.
That's schoolyard stuff. Don't worry about education. I would have had my son out of school when he was 12, Big Blue. Fuck
Take
the
it easy,
education.
Blue.
Miseducation it is. The only reason I'd send my son to college is the caliber of friends that you meet, because you're now outside a box, right? And anyone been to college, you know you do fuck all for most of it, and you cram in some serious.
I don't know about that, Val. I did a hell of a lot of work when I went to college.
Well,
a hell of a lot of work.
Yeah,
man. You went to the military, right? You think you were going for a free ride?
Friggin' thermodynamics wasn't reading 2 paragraphs out of Wikipedia.
When did you find out the Earth was flat, Big Blue? When did you find out the Earth was flat, Big Blue?
When did I find out the Earth is flat, Pete? The Earth is not flat. It's never been flat, and I don't care what you want. It's never going to be flat. I will agree with you on one point. Based on the stuff you're talking about, if you can figure out a way to make gravity act normal to the surface of your flat Earth, it would behave no differently than a sphere would.
Right.
That's why. That is exactly why those kinds of measurements are useless.
And let me just say this.
That's precisely why looking across short distances on a gigantic sphere tell you absolutely fucking nothing about the size of the thing. You've got to do a different sort of test.
Well, everything is relative as well, we're told, right, by the highest authority. So if we look at it from the other aspect, that the land is flat, what land is, that's a different matter, but the sky is spherical or contoured, Big Blue. How would we recognize, or if gravity was a pushing force from above as opposed to a pulling force from below, how would we be able to discern which was the truth? Was there any test we could do, because everything is relative, right, at its very core? Is there any test we could do to disprove one and prove the other?
Celestial poles for a start.
Well, now you have to start involving other skylights, right? And then that's a whole different.
Actually, everything isn't relative.
What I can't do is push the moon into an orbit. I don't know how to push the moon into orbit.
Well, it orbits because it's a reflection, and that image or that video that Channel Q put up earlier on is most interesting, Big Blue. I'd love to hear your intellectual thoughts on it, because how can the moon be a solid body as it appears to us in the sky and cover the sun almost completely in a lunar eclipse, but yet seem to be so small in relation to the sun from an altitude of maybe, 3 or 4 miles in relation to the distances given from Earth to the moon to the sun? That'd be my question.
It's roughly, not roughly, it's almost exactly the same angular size, Pete. I don't care whether you're in an airplane or standing on top of Mount Everest or swimming in the ocean. The sun and the moon, depending on the position.
Well, hang on. The problem is
almost exactly the same.
Yeah, but hang on.
All the time.
The problem
you have a misconception.
Well, hang on. The problem with that video was the sun looked.
No,
hang on, Alcade.
Let me.
The sun looked at normal size, and the moon looked tiny.
It's about the altitude, Pete. It's not about the altitude. It had nothing to do with the altitude. She just showed the video to show you that you were wrong about it being the same angular size, that we get annular eclipses. That is what the video was about. It was not because it was taken from a plane that it looked like that. That was just glare.
That's fair enough. There can't be that discrepancy, though. There can't be that level of discrepancy when we consider scale, okay? I'm not stupid. I was good at maths. I could have been the best at maths, actually. Actually, I am the best at maths, Big Blue. I figured out why 42 is the ultimate answer. The ultimate question is, what do you get if you divide 0 by 1? Ye deny the 0, because you say everything is 1, everything is the material. But once you come to flat Earth, you realize that we are immaterial, right, as well. So out of the 0 came the 1, right, via the singularity.
Where did you get the idea of 42, the ultimate answer? I just want to ask that.
It's not from Douglas Adams. There's a deeper significance to it. And also, if we look at 42, right, 6 times 7, 42 is 24 backwards. 24 is 888, the number of Jesus, 24-hour clock. All of these things count towards something. And let me tell you this, it goes back to you and who you are and how you relate to the external.
And Frankie and Benji Mouse.
Not material, so neither are you. So you are not material, or what was that phrasing?
Right.
Because if the moon is not material, just like me, that I'm not material, that means that the moon is physical like I am. If you think I am not physical, material, what the hell is going on? I'm confused now.
You're Jose, you're a reflection of reality. Just like I said earlier on your show before, Lowry so honorably kicked me, right? Because he paid some money to somebody. I said the moon is a reflection of solidity. Right? Aristarchus is real. It's the divided tree of life, Mount Meru, Yggdrasil, as it emanates from the north center. So that's what you're seeing in its reflected form throughout.
And where documented other sources I could find this source other than you?
Well, this is the whole point about all of this, right? And now we're at the time of equalization. No one is more haughtier than anyone else at this point, right? Especially during these times. It doesn't matter what money you have, you can't fucking spend it. So now it comes back to who we are. And well, it's not about someone else proving anything to you, man. Have you read the clues?
I think I mentioned it to you. I think it was yesterday, Pete, that I told you, like, can you just share any document, anything written in history, anything that kind of concede, that gives me the same ideas that you have, because it's like all in your mind, your own point of view, but there's nobody else that thinks like you.
Right, Jose, and this is what it makes it unique, I guess. There's no one else talking like Aristarchus or the dodo. The dodo came into being, right? The flat Earth map, the layout of the land, because Aristarchus was cut, was felled, was divided, and then you had a changing face of the land, which looks remarkably like the dodo bird, but the dodo bird never existed, right? So through the story, our story is told. So this is the point. It's not about anybody else proving anything to you. No matter who you are, you take information, you process it yourself, and if there's a greater meaning or a greater truth there, then you will awaken to it. That's all it is. So you have to paint your own picture, Jose. And I bet you, based on my words alone, you paint a fucking good picture because you've heard enough about it. Cheers.
So I have to go by your words of this dodo bird touch.
You don't have to do anything, bud. You don't have to do anything. But for yourself, you want to recognize that the earth you're standing on doesn't move, right? And then once you understand that, you understand that.
Let me finish. You didn't let me finish my point.
Okay. Sorry.
As an intellectual that's curious about knowledge, I would like to see like other sources to help me kind of come to like where you are coming at. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. If you're genuine of heart, absolutely. I have my own channel, Pete Shea channel. You see a picture of a dodo bird. I've talked about all of this and more at length. So if you're a genuine individual and you're out to find the truth, well, I mean, don't let any fucker tell you what to do. Consider all these things yourself.
That's kind of
what I will ask you as a basic starting point is, have you considered that my statement that if the earth doesn't move, the ball becomes impossible based on our universal experience of water at similar temperatures and pressures that is flat when still at atmospheric conditions? Have you considered that genuinely and deeply?
Yes, and I can take all that in and show it how it happens, but this dodo bird thing, that's where I'm more like the sporty.
But you have to consider the last thing first, though, you see. And once you understand then that, well, yes, the ground doesn't move beneath me, then you'll understand that the story of everything associated with the spinning ball is metaphor. It's like a Da Vinci painting. You know how wondrous of nature, right? That there isn't a greater puzzle, or there couldn't be a greater puzzle in play. Come on, we all know that people are in possession of greater secrets than the general masses, right? What are
you know
secrets?
What? So I think the confusion and the confusion is where the way you present your arguments and about everything is more of a psychological path that you're going through. Psychological, these all this stuff, philosophical and psychological, versus most of the people agree that there's a physicality, there's the science and all this stuff. You're going to a totally different path, and that's why people get just riled up and going crazy with you because a lot of people don't want to take that path with you. You know what I mean?
Well, Jose, let me respond to that and say, you know those images of over with the hotel and the palm trees in the background, and you have a sort of a side by side when the water is still and mirroring as opposed to when it's a bit more choppy. That's a flat Earth proof, and that's a mirrored water layer proof as well. The horizon rises to eye level, so when we're looking out over a vast expanse of water, even though the parent horizon seems to dip, it's not the real horizon where the sky meets the land, the furthest extent. So getting beyond that, all of these thoughts are sort of, that was back in 2016. As an individual listening to what I'm saying, I'm sure it sounds like gobbledygook. I try to be as concise as possible. You remember where you heard the name Aristarchus anyway, but yeah, you have to make a certain leaps. First of all, you have to get the flat Earth. Then you have to consider the flat Earth map, Gleason's map. Then you have to consider the dodo bird that might never have existed, and through it, like the story of Jesus, greater symbolic significance is represented. Simple as that. Then you move on to Aristarchus. Right?
Hey, Pete, hey, you realize the horizon never is actually eye level. It is even at 6 foot. It is just maybe a couple centimeters down, but never in the center of your view.
That's the apparent horizon, Mr. Victory. You're looking out, and you're seeing a apparent horizon. Beyond a certain point, as you're looking over an extended span, the water mirrors. And what it mirrors to your perspective is the sky in the background. If you think about the angle, the acuteness of viewing angle. Now, when an object of sufficient contrast comes into the view from the distance, then it will start to inferior mirage, what you call it. People like Etherband Man say that, no, this is the air. And Ranty says the same. This is the air that's doing it. The visible horizon is the real horizon. I say, no, this is the water that's doing the reflecting. And why wouldn't it be? A very basic concept that the children can get, right? Water reflects.
We've been through this so many times. I've shown you the
but that was for Mr. Victory. That was for
Mr.
Mr. Victory, who made a specific point.
What you said is wrong, though, Pete, and you know it because you've been shown it.
It's the astronomical horizon, Alkay. I know it's true. This is back in 2016 for me, as I said. I know it's true. Because the astronomical horizon is where the mirror water there ends, as the horizon rises to eye level, and the sky begins.
Conditions don't have mirroring. You just do not have mirroring all the time. I've literally shown some of those pictures again in this hangout. It's just
right,
not
but we're also
true.
dealing with artificiality.
What you're saying is a lie.
Listen to me, Alkay. If you show me a picture, right, in 2 dimensions, and it presents something, I would have to ask you, well, and you had a target in the distance, I would have to ask you how far the target was. Therefore, if you had other obstacles in the path, hang on, please, let me finish my point. If you had other obstacles in the path, I would have to view them in terms of your structure, yourself, your size, the camera, and the greater distance to the target and everything in between. So everything might appear as one certain way from a photograph, and then when I decode it, I will make sense of it, but I have to have the right context. You lose the right context when you say everything is disappearing over a geometric horizon.
No, there is either mirroring or there isn't. You claim that mirroring is the reason for these things happening, but mirroring isn't always present. It's a very simple thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Just like a puddle will not always reflect. There's many different conditions involved here, but the horizon itself always rises to eye level.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It's geometrically impossible for that to happen, and it has been shown hundreds of times.
Geometrically.
Yes, geometrically.
On paper. On paper.
No,
No,
not on paper.
You understand that you asked,
not on paper.
Pisha, you asked 10 flat earthers, and 9 of them agree, yeah, the horizon appears to drop, and you can measure it. And they are in agreement. Then there's the one that it just came in yesterday. They say, the horizon rises to eye level because of I'm a parrot and I don't understand. Until they understand, they say, yeah, you're right. Why do you insist that the horizon rises to eye level when it does not?
Well, because I'm sure of it, Jose. And you talk about, I just came in presenting this. No, man. I've been over this. 2016, the mirrored water layer over an extended flat plane killed the globe. I've moved on. Did I not mention Aristarchus before? That's where I've moved on from, right? That's the ultimate answer, Jose. And that's where but you haven't even jumped on that, right? You haven't even jumped on that, right, Alkay?
That is
the geometry says no.
That's
it's impossible in the geometry.
The geometry of perspective. Okay.
So you did a rumpus on it. You do a circle on a page, and you represent the geometry according to fixed stringent mathematical rules. What is number one? Why does 0 and infinity go undefined in terms of mathematics and how they use alk? Why is the symbol for infinity the twisted 0?
You know, what is it? Why are you trying to drag everybody down a rabbit hole of weird
That's not a rabbit hole.
bullshit?
That's the basis of your reasoning.
Instead
You
of
said the
dealing with
geometry
the
says
facts.
no. Hang on, what's
Yes.
geometry then? Have you worked out the geometry on a page, or has it just come to you in your brain?
Do you see that image? Is that 3D or 2D?
This is a good question. That's a good question. Who's that?
That's me. That's Mr. Victory.
It's a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional possibility.
Oh, 3D.
Oh, actually, because I'm looking at from my screen, I'm looking at my screen at your screen, showing what looks to be or could be interpreted as being a three-dimensional real capture, but it could all be computer generated.
Yes, but it is also 3D. It has depth to it, even if it is.
No.
Yes, it does.
Not necessarily.
Yes,
not
mathematically
necessarily.
it does.
This is where art enters.
Not at all.
This is where art enters. That could be a drawing on a two-dimensional page. But the page itself has to have thickness, right?
Yeah, you're confusing imagery with physicality. You shouldn't do that.
What is three dimensions? I asked Brenda earlier on what is three dimensions.
How is that different?
Well, what does three dimensions mean? That's a good question for everybody. What does three dimensions mean? What does that mean?
Is
what does it mean?
width, and height.
How would you measure a basketball?
So on a page, if I drew something similar that looked like this, right, very easy to do for an artist, give the impression it's three-dimensional, and if you didn't know, you could guess either way. Is that image three-dimensional or two-dimensional?
That image is two-dimensional, but this is a three-dimensional world.
No, you're incorrect. That image is three-dimensional. And I'll tell you why. Because the image will still take up a certain amount of pencil lead or whatever, you know, and there will be a thickness to it because it's a substance. Substance has material, right? And the material always begins with what? 1. You can't count 0. You can't count 0 because where do you begin? If you count 0, then you end at infinity. But infinity is less than 0 because without 0, infinity wouldn't exist, right?
Well, hold on.
Wow.
To take that example, there are no marks on that paper. Now, when I put the pencil down, there is a mark on that paper. 0 and 1.
Well, you've decided that that's paper.
You just said it was paper. Your representation, dude.
You decided it was a paper. You decided.
How do I know? How do I know that's paper you have there?
You decided it was a paper.
You could have a dildo in your hand and say it's paper.
You decided it was a paper.
Pete, he's going off of what you said. You said paper. You draw a sphere on a paper, which is easy to do.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so my answer is, so when you have, so the paper has a certain thickness, therefore it is three-dimensional, right? So when you put a layer, you draw this apple or a ball or whatever, you still put a layer of graphite on the paper, which if you zoomed in with your electron microscope, you would see it's pretty thick in relation to some maybe creatures that exist or whatever. You know, so there is a three-dimensionality to it because it is created from the material. The material is always countable. Let me just say one thing, right? Here's a big code, right? We're told with science that everything comes from nothing. Therefore, infinity comes from 0. Well, it does when you twist the 0, but through what? Through the singularity. What happens when you twist the 0 once? You get the infinity. What happens when you twist the 0 an infinite a number of times? What number do you get? You get the 1, right? You get the 1. You get the 1. This is the 0 and the 1. The 1 and the 0. Simple. You've denied the 0, though. All you've said, as ball earthers, heliocentrists, is there is only the 1. Only the material.
Pete, you denied 0. I gave you your example as 0 and 1. Where have I denied a 0?
Well, you say that I'm not saying you, but in general, we have the heliocentric Big Bang model where everything came from nothing. So all there is the material world, right? Science deals with the material. There's nothing beyond. So that's the one. The material is countable. The material is countable. The immaterial is uncountable. Tell me dimensions of your thought, right? Are you saying your thought is not real?
That would be a 0 and a 1.
All of this to
I
deny
understand
that the
that.
horizon doesn't
Yeah.
rise to eye level.
It's crazy, huh?
And all that is about, Pete, is parallel lines.
Well, you
Your
just can't-
so-called flat plane is one line. Your astronomical horizon is another line. They are parallel. They do not intersect. And when you go higher, you get further away from the surface, so it can't possibly intersect. It can't rise to eye level.
Yes, but when you look at any image, LK, right, automatically geometry is sort of pushing pistons in your brain saying, you can't see beyond this, you can't see beyond this, because the paper says so, right? Now, anything you see which seems, hang on, please, anything you see, anything you observe, which seems to sort of refute this, right, then you have to always come up with some sort of, some manner of excuse to adhere to your core spherical geometry. Simple as that.
But that's not the core part there, Pete, is that something isn't happening to refute what I'm saying with regards to the horizon. It does not rise to eye level.
My mirrored water layer killed the globe back in 2016, and it explains sunrises and sunsets perfectly, man.
No, it doesn't. And
No, it does not.
Wide Awake had plenty of black swans back in 2016. No one paid attention to him. Huey came out at 1/1/2020 with his black swan, and suddenly the world changed. Now they're trying to flatten the curve of Corona, right? Come on.
That's just in your head, man. It's nothing.
Don't worry about what's in my head, man.
You're trying to just dance around and confuse people and stop them from
Don't worry about what's in my head.
That is all in your head.
Listen, I could speak for 5 minutes on diverse topics that, you know, in a month of Sundays here, you wouldn't have covered. You just talk about the same things that are already settled, like Dan the Waterman there. What's the big secrecy about? Oh, I've secret technology. I don't know what that's about, or I can't release the. What's that about? What's going on? Stupid, isn't it? It's all fucking stupid.
Pete, if you can talk about all manner of diverse topics, why do you say the same thing every time you're in a hangout?
Well, but only because the arguments are always the same, right? But I move beyond that.
And you're responsible for that, aren't you?
No, come on.
Yeah.
Listen,
I mean,
okay.
Why are we
hang
talking
on.
about the horizon rising to eye level? That's the same old argument. It's an argument which has been debunked, which is the whole thing we're arguing about, but you're still insisting it's true. Why are you repeating that same thing, even though it's been falsified?
Well, which horizon do you, when you look at, which horizon do you pick?
You seem pretty sure there was a horizon. Now you're going to try and obfuscate about what the horizon is.
Yeah, but you decided when you look
Pete,
at when we look
really
at
quick,
the
I gotta
same
say this
setting-
because I got a hot mic. Just really quick, Pete. Some people say, and I believe myself sometimes, that you are a plant and your job is to avoid us and everybody to talk and progress with the topics. Like in these after shows hangout sometimes or on my shows, Pete's job is to go and obfuscate and talk about all these things for us to avoid the reality in which we live in. What do you think about that?
Oh, that's fair enough, man. That's fair enough. At every step of the way, Jose, I've sort of been beyond the curve, right? So flat earthers, I'm not a flat earther. Earth isn't flat nor stationary. There's a different story here, but I can understand why people would say that. Absolutely. We'll say this, right? If you met me in person and you said you'd have a drink with me in the space of half an hour, an hour, you'd realize this guy is serious enough. And, you know, even if I don't take what he says to be gospel, he still makes a sort of coherent case for it. But when you talk about when you talk about where we're at, well, where are we at, Jose? All these shows later, where is Nathan Oakley at? All these shows later, where do we want to be? Right?
Because there's people like you that do not allow us to progress in our discussion, Pete.
Come on. The question, when Channel Q presented that video of the moon today, I hope you'll have me and Channel Q on maybe in the next few days, Jose, just to talk about that video she showed with the moon in its tiny size in relation to the sun. I'll do a bit more thinking about it. And I can be, listen, when you're thrown into a coliseum, right, where there's lions all around, that's a coliseum, is it? Yeah. What are you going to do? You're going to fucking fight. You're going to be. Where's your more relaxed situation in an Amsterdam cafe, smoking a doobie or something, talking to a friend, and you have all night before you. Or well, in these days, you know, what does time matter anymore? Well, you're going to have a different conversation, right? Well, one thing for sure, I take everybody I meet very seriously. and I give the utmost respect to them.
Pretty
I
sure
only
the whole
call
point
the
of what
person I
Jose
met
was saying
on the
is
off chance a fellow royalty tonight. So come on.
stagnation is the point, Pete. You don't move forward. The arguments don't
No, I
change.
move
You don't
forward, okay.
accept
I
when
move
you're wrong
forward.
about something, change your argument, look at different
Well,
ideas. You just say the same thing. You repeat the same wrong things no matter how many times it's discussed.
I
It's
say
okay.
if he can give another discussion with Channel Q and something new, that'd be great.
Mr. Victory, if all things were above board, and I would have won about 5 Nobel Prizes at this stage, just for some of the
Don't
discoveries
do the
I made.
pissing contest, dude. You haven't
I'm
done
not
anything.
doing that, right? Hang
No,
on,
you are.
please. What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's a different game
I
in
actually
play.
gave you a compliment, and you turned it into it.
I know
yourself.
that.
Okay.
I'm deadly serious. My Milky Way on the moon find is extraordinary. It changes. It kills astrophysics. It kills Hang on, please. I stand by my words. It kills astrophysics, and well, that's only the beginning of the story. That leads somewhere else, right?
Well,
So don't be
Pete,
worrying about that. I know
well,
I'm not
Pete,
being
it's
flippant with
only gonna
anyone. I'm
take-
serious with everyone I talk to.
Yeah, and I'm serious with you. It'll only take you like about 2 years, and you'll get the Nobel Prize. If you have all the information, hold on. If you have all the information, if you have all the facts to back it up, it'll take you about 2 years to get all that information and set it out into a paper for peer review.
All right.
You get it
Listen.
approved, and you can get it.
I could have done that. I could write about 5 books in all of this, I reckon, right? The reason I haven't done that is because, let me just say this, hear me out on this. Al K, you've been around for a few years. A lot of people have been around for a few years. I predicted all of this for Easter 2019. And actually, it's pertinent to the conversation we're having right now. Why did I do that? That's a different matter. But Easter 2019, I started counting from 0, Jose. 2000. I knew 19 was significant, and that's a different matter. But I started counting from 0. When do you count from 0? No, we never count from 0. We count from 1. But then, what is the 0? And this is the whole point of all of this. What's happening now is unprecedented worldwide. Corona brings enlightenment. And, well, every man has his part to play, right? That's a different matter. The answer, finally, let me just say to when you ask the question, Mr. Victory, everything I've discovered, I know it's already known. Think I don't know the Navy don't know about the mirrored water layer. They do, of course, the astronomical horizon. All of this shit is known. Greater puzzle here, but I'm not in association with anybody. So anything I work out, I'm working out myself based on my own thoughts and information out there.
I totally understand that's where, again, that's your point of view of everything and your ideas and stuff like that. I get that.
It's not that simple, man.
It is really that simple.
Well, what's an idealist based versus a realist? Is it what is real? You're going to tell me that wherever you are now.
That's another. You're going to another hypothetical idea of what real and anything. This is just basic.
Listen,
I just like to hear some new stuff from you. That's all I said.
This is a basic. You don't understand it. This is a basic sort of introduction in terms of communication. If you don't speak the same language as I do, well, then we have a problem. Right now, I've often said this before. If you come along after all of the evidence presented and taken a serious mind and applied it to the issue and tell me that we still live on a spinning ball Earth of given dimensions and proportions and people at the other side of the Earth are upside down to you, I'm going to label you completely insane. Because if you accept that to be true, in spite of all the lack of evidence, well, then anything you say beyond that into the more in-depth intricacies of maybe who we are, human mind, human heart, well, I can't trust you at all.
Okay, do you know
Mr.
what
Victor, he
evidence?
just called you insane. That's
give me
funny.
a second, Sean. Give me a second, Sean. Do you understand why I asked you if there's other places I can get where you're coming from?
Sure.
That's how you get evidence. That's why I asked you if you have any other thing to present.
No one is talking about what I'm talking about, bud. That's why I said I have a YouTube channel. No one's talking about it, but I'm not selling anything. I'm not selling anything. If I was selling something, I could sell a whole hell of a lot. I told you there's a different game in play. That's what I'm saying to you. And look around us right now. The world is changing, right? It's the end of the world as we know it because it was all illusion in the first place. I feel fine. I'm not sure what part you're playing in all of this, but if you're of a genuine sort of inquiring mind, well, then you'll follow the clues yourself. You'll never find any evidence that the Earth beneath you moves. Never. Not to mind the astronomical, unrelatable speeds and directions that they tell us it does. So that stops it right there. Once you understand it stops right there, well, then you respect the great minds of the past and understand they were always dealing in metaphor, right? Symbolism.
Did you hear anything I said that
Yes,
I
I
can
do.
show one? Then why did you go off to something that didn't even address what I said?
Because your starting point is that you live on a spinning ball Earth, and that's where we depart, we divert.
Who
then,
cares?
right? You will understand
Everybody
nothing
has
I
the same
say.
starting point of living on a ball Earth. You had the same one too, didn't you? You started there,
Yes.
right? So
Yeah,
I'm
I did,
starting
of
there
course.
now, and I'm trying to follow the clues that you're trying to lead me, trying to get a second opinion, like most scientists do.
Okay. Yes, but you've been around. I've seen your name around for a good while. You've heard all the arguments. So,
And
yeah.
all the arguments is not leading me anywhere that
Well-
that is led to you. So I'm just asking if there is any
Right.
other thing that leads me to what you are
Right.
coming
So
from.
once again, I'm just repeating myself. If you go back to the very beginning of our conversation, I said one thing to you. Have you considered what I said about if the Earth doesn't move, then the ball becomes impossible based on our universal experience as humankind with water at similar
Yes,
temperatures and
yes,
pressures. Right.
I consider
So
that.
that's
go to the
stepping
point.
stone one, bud. You got to leave that. You got to understand that first of all, and then you can move on to understanding. You know, it's like going into secondary school or something or university and expecting to understand 4 years down
But
the
a
line
teacher doesn't
what
teach
what
like
you, what you just did at the start.
But a teacher does not teach like you do. You don't just tell a kid, "Oh, this is what it is. This is
Mind
what it
that.
isn't," and just leave them for themselves. That's like that's
Not
chaos.
teaching anyone. I'm not teaching anyone. If I'm teaching
You're
anyone,
you're teaching. Yeah, you are. You want to teach us how what you were thinking and what's real and what's
no,
not. Yeah, you are.
no.
That's
Have
what
you
you're
not a
doing here.
genuine question within your brain? What is real? Where do I live? Is there any validity to flat Earth? Have you not those genuine
Even if
questions?
my thoughts are different than yours, it's still
Well,
the
express
same.
yourself honestly, Mr. Victory. Stop pussyfooting around then.
Okay, then tell me about the pictures of the space. Is that real or not?
Can they be
And
faked?
why is that not real?
Can they be faked? If they can be faked, if there's a possibility
It
they
cannot
can
be
be faked,
faked in a
then hang on,
telescope. No.
please. You leave them out of the reckoning. You leave them out of the reckoning and move to different evidences that present the case.
So everything you see through a telescope on different planets is fake, right?
Right? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it is. But if it could be, you have to leave this out of the reckoning, right? Move to
If
more
it could
basic
be, what if
consideration.
is not evidence of anything?
But what you're saying is hardly scientific, is it? I'm saying anything is possible.
Nothing
You want to be
nothing you
Sherlock
say
Holmes,
is
hang on, man.
scientific.
This is your life, the life of your children, right? So you have to be Sherlock Holmes, right? Someone's out to possibly deceive you. Like Descartes. Do you know anything about Descartes and his reductionism, where he reduces everything down to a basic core, essential, I guess, thought? You know, I mean, let's take this as the arena we're in. So you as an individual, if there's some things like flat earthers, of course, will say that that's fake or it could be fake, right? So I can't believe you on that. There's no resolution there, right? So leave that
Sure.
behind. Look at the other more core issues. What is the ultimate question? What is the ultimate stipulation? I'll tell you again. I'm wasting my time here as usual because I'm just going back to what I said the very first sentence. The first initial stipulation when we look at reality around us is that the earth is fucking moving, right? It's always assumed. And then we get to the, well, who gave us that? Heliocentric outlook. Aristarchus' Samos, we're told, right?
Okay,
But anyway,
right there,
that's
you're
the
going again
stipulation
with
and
your
it's been
new
carried
age
through,
stuff.
never proven, never proven. So once we go back to that basic, right, ask yourself then those questions and see where you come out.
Okay, I asked this question. When they first started this, they saw one of the first astronomer, I can't remember his name, but saw the orbit of moons around Jupiter. Where does that lead you?
Well, you said they, right? Where does that leave me? Where does that leave you, man?
It leads me to thinking that we have planets and moons and orbits and a sun.
Only
So I'm
because
asking
someone
you, why
suggested
is that
planets,
different?
moons, and orbits and suns to you and gave that material bias, right? These are all material objects in the far distance. Now, again, where's the Sherlock Holmes? Fucking John Watson said he was my nemesis. He should be embarrassed. He didn't challenge me once. Not once. See the stuff I'm talking about now, Jose? I have to go back to 2016. Also, I'm not just talking to somebody over a casual conversation, a one-on-one. I got 5 or 10 people fucking coming against me on all sides, you know. And I understand from the very moment I open my mouth, I'm going to leave the mainstream flat earth point of view anyway.
I think it's just me and you, bud.
Yeah, it's just been one-on-one. We've been letting you talk, and you've been wasting our time. And it's too late for you to go back to 2016, Pete, because you never left it.
Well, how is it too late then if I never left, you clown?
Well, you can't go back to some place that you never left, you delusional moron.
Well, hang on. So what do? You stay there?
Yes, that's what it means when you don't leave something.
But where am I now then, man?
You're still stuck in 2016. You're making the same arguments you've been making for the past 4 years now, and they don't make any more sense today than they did in 2016.
But you're exactly sort of echoing my own point and my own frustration. I left all that shit behind in 2016.
No, you haven't. You're still making the same mirror water layer argument. Yeah. You're still making the spinning ball as a metaphor argument. You're still making all the objects you see in space are just material reflections of things argument. Those arguments have not changed for the past, I don't know, year and a half that I've been paying.
Well, you said 4 years initially, so definitely. But these are later developments to my thinking. Absolutely. I told you could write 5 books about all of this. But the answer is already known. Michael Jackson faked his death and came back as the 5 Alive Dodo.
Oh, Jesus.
Tom York was the Dodo, Jose. Tom York and Radiohead, the biggest band on earth, had the soundtrack to the 9/11 media and victim symbolic hoax, where 2 became 1.
So
right,
crazy.
Hang on, that's okay. Paul / Paul McCartney was the Dodo.
To do with the shape
There's some significance here, right?
No, there is no significance to anything that you say.
There's excellent significance. The other Beatles, biggest band in history, the most famous album, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Who comes into the flat earth scene? Mark Sargent, who turns out to be a prepper, right? He tells us specifically 8 years prior to the clues.
So what does Mark Sargent? What does Mark Sargent being a prepper have to do?
It's a game of clues. They're pointing to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
It's just you linking names.
Hang on, please. They're pointing to. He's pointing to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band and the 2 most.
Wait, how do you know he wasn't? How do you know he wasn't pointing to
significant books?
Sergeant Slaughter?
Hang on, please.
He could be a wrestler. He could be a professional.
If I don't get the end of the sentence out, you won't understand it.
Yeah, Pete Shea,
pointing you towards.
He's
pointing you towards Sergeant Pepper.
Who is he?
Listen, Sean. Mark Sargent. Yeah. Mark Sargent is he.
Mark Sargent. Yeah, but who is behind this whole conspiracy?
Right. Let me get my sentence out.
No, we've heard the story. And so who's behind the conspiracy? That's the part we haven't got to yet.
That comes later on, man. That comes later on. Maybe you are, Sean. Maybe you are. Maybe we are. Maybe this is a holodeck. Maybe this is a holodeck that we enter knowing that we have the ability to work it out.
Many times.
Let me finish for the person who asked. They didn't hear it. Right?
But I'm asking a clarifying question, which is the person behind all this.
Right. As I said, maybe you are, Sean. Maybe we're in a holodeck in like Star Trek scenario, and we just enter here for the experience with the ability inbuilt within us to work it out, put the pieces together. Where Mark Sargent comes into things, right? Mark Sargent was a prepper. That's a pointer towards Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, which would be detailed as the most significant, famous album in history, right? So that gives it a special significance. It's put in that place. This is a pointer towards Alice in Wonderland and Alice Through the Looking Glass, which are book for book the most significant books ever written. Ever written. I would say that with confidence. And I can go beyond that and tell you I found the last chapter or discarded chapter, which is most significant still. But that's all going back to 2016 as well. But you don't care about that, do you?
Yeah,
you don't care about that. Patricia Steere being a bloke, Antonio Subratz, right? Antonio Subratz said Patricia Steere was a bloke.
Let's go back.
Antonio Subratz, Jose Subratz backwards is star I B us, R-I star C-H us, R-I star. Come on, come on.
Again, so who is behind this whole thing?
You could be, Sean. Again, it could be something you consent to doing, right? To have an experience. The greater, higher power, the creator, whoever you decide might be. Is there someone greater than you on this planet, Sean? Would you consider your children greater than you? I would consider my children greater than me. I would. I would nearly consider all children greater than
you. Then you know you have issues. I mean, especially if you
Using
like dive in
I
the
would consider
sea
all
into a
children. I would consider
shark
my
or
child
something,
greater than me. I
maybe a
would. But
crocodile.
beyond that, I do consider a greater power
No.
as well. Whether
I
that
mean,
be
I
my
could
own
take one out
power
with a knife,
divided
probably,
or another power. But I'm just asking you, Sean.
but it'd probably be really tough.
Are you the
I don't know.
highest power in existence then, Sean?
Me? No.
Yeah.
No.
No?
Not at all.
What about the
Not at
lizard
all.
people, Sean? The lizard people have the ability to transform into
Wow, this
humankind.
is
And
amazing.
have you seen it?
What, lizard people? Yeah, yeah. I watched that TV show. I think it was like in the 80s. And
In real life, I saw.
yeah, yeah,
In
that
real
was
life, I saw
great.
someone's eyes turn to slits. Right, their pupils turn to slits.
Did you ever read the books?
Well, I've considered lots of things.
Yeah, did you ever read the books on lizard people and stuff?
Well, I've considered lots of things through the internet, but I haven't gone out of my way to overly dwell on it, I think, especially at this stage, because anything is possible at this stage, right?
Oh, well, I mean, they're fantastic books. You really should read them.
Sure.
They've got
Sure.
whole series on.
There's a different reality going on. That's what I know, you know, but you'd have to deny that as a spinning ball earther, right?
What? A different reality?
Yeah, of
Well,
course there is.
the possibility of other realities is still a theory, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but you talk about
there's
books
still a
there, and I know the
possibility
books
out
you're
there that,
alluding to.
I mean,
I know the books you're alluding
if you
to.
think in the fourth dimension, there are a lot of realities out there.
I've read Ethidorpia. Have you read Ethidorpia, which is Aphrodite in reverse? Anyone who hasn't read that, just go on. It's free on the internet. It's a very short book, but very revealing. Lots of things are revealing. Ethidorpia, Aphrodite in reverse.
Pretty interesting. I read quite a few books when I was younger, but right now I think I am on the Sniper's Guide and Penny Dreadful. That's what I'm reading right now.
Nice one. I don't read anymore, man. Can I ask you something genuinely? Before the word Aristarchus, you heard it from me, as you know, I talk about it often. Had you come across the name before?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. When I was younger, I had third degree burns, and so what happened was I spent a lot of time reading. I actually went through the encyclopedias when I was a kid, and read through those. So I had a lot of time on my hands, and that's what I spent time doing, was reading.
I was just about to ask you, Sean, honest to God, before you just answered in that way, I was just about to ask you the question, which was, what is time? What do you think time is? And you just sort of answered both questions in one. You had a lot of time in your hands. Sorry to hear about your third degree burns, but well, that's okay. You don't have to expand upon that. But do you agree there's a different reality in play? What science acknowledges and accepts as the sort of official story of our genesis, our evolution, and our current being is not comprehensive. There's definitely more to the story.
Well, we'll never exactly know what the Big Bang is. It could be many different things, but we can have a pretty good idea as to when it happened and what's happening now. Thanks to observations that have been taking place and experiments and all sorts of stuff. And science
You don't have to
proven
go.
to us,
Hang on, John.
over
Hang on,
and
John.
over again.
Hang on, John. You don't have to go into the infinite reaches of distance and time to appreciate what the Big Bang was or is or will be. It's metaphor. It's when the sperm meets the egg. It's the orgasm, right? It's the big fuck when our material universe came into being. That's the best you can do. That's what it's, you know what I mean? There's sort of a superficial layer. And then as you make your way through, as I'm sure you're a well advanced layer as well, there's a more, ever symbolic increasing of layers or rungs. And then I think you get to the core simplicity of the truth, where all heliocentrists are. They're like the Bible literalists. They're at the first layer or the first few layers. We take a literal approach and you externalize everything. Same with the Big Bang. Big Bang, it's always on our minds, right, as males. And I can expand upon that as well in terms of how we are actually literally divided, male from female. The pipes have been cut, right? The circuit has been broken. But, you know, it's truth is simple, I think. I'm not saying that I have the whole truth and nothing but the truth, but I think the more simple it is, the more it resonates, right? Like children must become. Glad to hear you have a very interesting story about Aristarchus and when I bumped into what I call a gaggle of Freemasons. I was absolutely certain that Freemasons would have been privy to like the secret knowledge, you know, that the earth is always flat and stationary and a greater story to it. But I'm just when I was walking my brother's dog, just briefly walking my brother's dog, by the castle, by the way, in Limerick here. And next minute, about 5 or 6 Freemasons were on their way to the local lodges where we were passing by. And I said I'd stop them on the off chance just to clarify, just, you know, have my sort of ears pricked and see what sort of signs I might get from them. I'm not a Freemason, I'm not affiliated to anybody. But I was certain that they all knew about flat and stationary because it was so predominant. And this particular guy, who seemed very senior, I have to say that about him, no idea, was very, very interested. And of course, I just give my usual spiel, Earth movement, people in Australia upside down, starts the initial questioning. And he was most fascinated, like, you know, you can tell. But anyway, I said I decided to probe a little bit further. I asked him, do you ever hear, like I asked you there, Sean, do you ever hear Aristarchus before? And I swear to you, the minute I said that, he said, he put his head down, he looked his head down, and he said yes. And he said, I have to go. His friends were sort of calling man as well. So we have to wonder what people know and what they don't know. All I know is that anything that I have garnered, it's been without outside influence, in the sense that I'm not a member of any, you know, just say with the dodo. Let me just say this. So that's what I started to say with Alice in Wonderland. Lisa's Alice in Wonderland, Alice, Through the Looking Glass, and most significantly, the discarded chapter, the Wasp and the Wig. When you sort of move beyond that, the different story, everything leads to Aristarchus. The dodo only came into existence, the dodo representing the changing face of the land as it juts out above the invading saline waters beyond, and the divided state of us, male from female, self from self. So making that connection, the dodo leads to Aristarchus, and as Paul/Fall from the Beatles, the most famous band in history with the most famous album, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, leads us to the dodo, Paul/Fall division, right? Transformation. Look at the words, lyrics from Yesterday, the song Yesterday, again with a new mind, thinking in terms of male, torn from female, literally, and self from self. And yeah, who are the other band members? Ringo Starr, right? Ringo Starr, or Richard Starkey. Would you believe it? Richard Starkey. And who's the other member? George Harrison, or Harrison. Come on, come on. Anyway, I know I've been talking. And that's the thing, right? Let me just say again, I know how frustrating it might be to people because there's no one else talking like this, right? But what can you do? I am that I am. So, yeah. Game of Clues, as I said. Simon Shack with his clues. Solved 9/11. Mark Sargent with his clues. Solved Flat Earth. Or did he? No, there's always more to it. Let me just say as well, Mark Sargent.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer. A steer is a castrated bull calf. Antonio Subras called Patricia Steer, well, castrated child, right? What are the odds? Subrat's backward star IBS.
Slick James Johnson, do you enjoy that, Shea? Rumbling around, just making shit up? belief?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, yeah. What do you think about Shea beliefs on how this works?
I'm just listening. I'm just sitting back listening.
I agree with you.
Brings one thing to mind for me, guys. Ancient civilizations, a lot of them believed in the flat Earth.
What do you guys think about that?
I wish to speak more. You can hear me, man. That audio at mic. I'm just listening.
Yeah, that's too bad, Jose. That is pretty bad, the mic. Damn. Is that your headphone thing? It can't be that, eh?
Part of it. Really bad Bluetooth.
So what's up, guys? Ancient civilizations, flat Earth believes. The Egyptians, the Greeks, the Israelis, the Jewish people, I mean, there was no Israelis back then. All believed the Earth was flat. What do you guys have to say about that?
They
Well,
were
that depends
wrong.
on
What else can you say?
that depends on what conspiracies you look into, where they say that they knew that if you drew a triangle out of Stonehenge and the Mayan temple and one of the pyramids, that it made a great triangle on the sphere.
No, it's known.
Even
It's
up to
known
the stars.
facts, Sean. Flat Earth model. Here, I'll read you something from the wiki. Flat Earth model is an archaic concept of Earth shape as a plane or disk. Many ancient cultures subscribed to the flat Earth cosmology, including Greece, until the Bronze Age period, Iron Age. Then we have the India, Gupta period, China until the 17th century. I can go on and on and on.
Well, yeah. I mean, science has refined itself throughout the years. There's nothing wrong with being wrong, as long as you can come to the right conclusion.
No, I'm not saying either way who's right or who's wrong. I heard many times people say, oh, no, everybody always thought the Earth was round. And we have guys like Slick, which I agree with his theory. The Earth presents itself and always has presented itself. When you walk outside, it presents itself as flat and motionless, unless somebody comes up with a story. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if you look at it another way, which is how far would you want to take a belief? I mean, you have to come to the conclusion at some point, and you have to accept certain things from observations and experiments. I mean, the things that we have in life are based off of science, and proving science wrong, it would be, I mean, it would be amazing if you could prove science wrong. That would be pretty amazing. But I mean, like the observations that we used to make back in the day were, based on what we knew. And ancient civilizations would, they were small and localized for the most part. But even traveling over land, by horse or something like that, it would still present itself that way, unless you're doing observations with the stars or the planets and using optics that enhance what you normally use.
So you mean like great mathematicians and the people that build the pyramids, they couldn't figure out that the Earth was a sphere back then?
Well, I mean, we're still deciphering things, but they could have believed that it was a flat Earth. But you know, observations over time have proved it to be false.
No, I just find it fascinating because I'm sure the Egyptians could have looked up in the sky and saw, like, you know, the crescent of the moon and stuff like that, but yet they still thought it was flat. I just find that curious. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you have a position based solely in one area of Earth. And then if you travel north, you have another position. And then if you're taking observations over distance, you see that you have different star patterns, everything, and you can actually map them out, which is kind of what they did while they were, you know, exploring.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying to them it should have appeared that the Earth was round just by looking at the moon and, you know, the way the shape and all that. But yet a lot of them, most of them, claim that it was flat, even as it being so obvious. That's what I'm saying.
I think they were relying on the best two arguments you guys have, Montreal. It looks flat, you can't see the curve, and you can't feel anything moving. It's still the best two arguments that flat Earth has.
Yeah, but I'm saying when you look up, you can see a curve, right? So all these ancient people, they didn't see the curve of the moon and say, well, wait a minute, this thing should be round. How come they still believed it was flat for thousands and thousands, all those civilizations?
Oh, they had all kinds of crazy ideas about where the sun went and what, you know, caused all of that sort of thing to happen. But Montreal, 250 years ago, we thought that bleeding people was a pretty good idea. In fact, we bled one of our presidents to death. George Washington died because of that. We don't do it anymore. We learn better.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
In 1985, we thought A36 structural steel was good to at least 800 degrees Fahrenheit. Then we found out a little nasty secret. It does a thing called thermal creep. We had to change the way we designed ductwork on the back end of boilers on account of that. We learned as time went on. Now, if you want to go back 3,000 years and pick up where the Egyptians left off, that's up to you. But
Lou,
the world
don't get
moved on.
condescending on me. I'm just saying back then, I just wanted to change the subject. That's all.
Yeah, okay.
I just find it funny how all those. Please go ahead, Slick.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to piggyback off of what Montreal was saying and what Sean was saying, because you guys are talking about you came a long way and you have clues and you use things like that. Well, what clues and what part of science did you use to know that planets formed by planetesimals bashing together and the gravity pulling them together? What science did you use to figure that out? And can you do any tests? And has anybody done that to verify that that happens?
Well, I think you know nobody's done any tests.
Okay, so why are people making that claim that that happened?
Well, it's simply a very plausible theory that explains what we see.
Yeah, but is it that simple? Yeah, but I'm just saying, is that what you're supposed to do when something seems like a plausible theory? Okay, well, just make that shit up. You don't have to actually do it. Just make it up and roll with it. Tell everybody it's reality, and then keep on going. And then if they question it, call them every name in the book like they're assholes.
If you want to couch it that way, Slick, I don't call it just making shit up. I mean, what's your alternative? You can throw your hands up and say, I don't fucking know. And I'm not even going to take a whack at it. How's that?
Yeah, but that's not, is that what science is? In other words, if I don't know how something happened, well, I'll just make up the best story I got and roll with it. And if you don't have a better story, then that's just too bad. Is that what science is?
That's the way everything starts, Slick. We see something, we observe something, and then we try to figure out a way to explain it. And then we try to figure out a way to prove it or disprove it.
But Slick, the game changes when you understand that the whole thing is rigged. The answers are there from the outset. This is my whole point.
No, but the thing that I want to stay on is that a lot of times you guys think flat earthers are so ignorant because they don't understand science and expect science. But then when you ask them, well, what science formed Earth from planetesimals? Well, we don't know. We just guess it. Well, wait a minute. You just called me a bunch of bitches and motherfuckers because I don't accept science. When you don't even use science, you just make guesses. And if you can't come up with another one, that's the one that you're rolling with. So you can't have it both ways. See, that's what doublespeak is.
Did you take that to heart, Slick? Were you upset and offended by me calling?
Amen to that, brother Slick. Amen. It's just like that.
You're aware, Slick, that we've been able to see, we've been able to watch things like the Shoemaker Levy 9 comet disintegrate under the gravitational pull of the planet Jupiter. And you have to come to the conclusion that the thing must have been made out of a bunch of little pieces of shit loosely tied together, right? I mean, that's a reasonable assumption.
Right? No, I hear you. Yeah, but so then keep it that way. You can't have it both ways. Either you're just going to come to an assumption, or you're going to use science. You can't just try to mix them together and say that what's real science is really just some assumption that you came up with. You can't do that to people because that's kind of like a trick. See, people pick up on those tricks because people ask questions. You're like, wait a minute, I thought they said they go by science. And then they say, no, not in this case, we just made a guess, and then that's cool. And then they say, well, wait a minute, you can't just go by making shit up, can you? No, you have to go by science. See, so what happens is you guys are just caught up in a revolving door of doublespeak. And then you use whatever argument that suits you at that particular time. You pick from this side of the doublespeak if it fits you one day, and then you pick from the other side of the doublespeak if it fits you another time. And you just go back and forth.
But who are these guys, right, Slick?
But the gravitational pull changed the trajectory, if I remember right, and that was one of the things about it.
Yeah, but that still doesn't answer the question. I mean, you can't have it. See, these arguments always come up too. You can't have it both ways. You guys want it both ways. You want to be able to do science and rely on science. And then when that doesn't work for you, you want to be able to make shit up and then say, I don't have nothing else. And if you don't have anything better, that's going to work too. So which way you going to pick?
What does do science mean to you?
In other words, like finding out that water boils at 212. That's something that's provable, that's scientific, right? You're not guessing, correct? Right.
Well,
now, hold on, Pete. Now, planetesimals forming from the planet forming from planetesimals coming together and crashing. Well, where was that scientifically proven?
You can't scientifically prove that the same way you can scientifically prove water boiling at 212 degrees at sea level pressure. Obviously,
what is 212? Who decides
you can't do a repeat. You can't do a repeatable test to get that water to boil at that same temperature. Is that what you're telling me now?
Yeah, no. Of course you can. That's exactly what I'm saying. Of course you can. That sort of thing we can demonstrate. We can demonstrate it twice or 5 billion times or however many times you want to. We can do the same thing with gravity. We can test acceleration of gravity time and time again. We can make sure that those sorts of things are right. Those are things we can test. How are you going to test how planetesimals form?
Okay, so if that's the case, this is the only point I'm making, Blue. If you can't test how planetesimals form into planets, then stop making the claim that that's what happened. Because people like us are going to sit back and look at you and go, wait a minute, you just making shit up. I'm not stupid. I'm not somebody that just took the blue pill and believe everything that you say. I took the red pill. So anything that you can't back up, I'm going to question. And when I start asking questions that you don't have no answers for, I'm going to take a whole big, long step back away from you and not know anything that you're talking about, because you're talking out of one side of your mouth in one instance and the other side in the other.
I resent the fuck out of that, Slick.
Yeah, you don't trust a stranger on the internet, Slick. How dare you?
I resent the fuck out of that. I personally don't give a flying
Sure,
fuck what
but
you think or
in other
what
words,
you believe, Slick.
I
It
understand
doesn't
that you
bother me
resent it,
one
but
way or the other.
listen, Blue, I understand that you resent it, but tell me where I said wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong. See, that's what you
You're
can't
accusing
do.
us. You're accusing all of science of being liars because we speculate about things that you can do nothing other than speculate
Do you
about.
speak for all of science, Big Blue?
That
Of
what
course
makes you
not.
a lot.
Do you speak for all of flat Earth?
Blue,
I
what makes
speak
him
for
a
nobody,
liar?
not
Blue,
myself.
hold on, Shay, come on, Pete, come on.
All
Blue,
right,
what makes
sorry.
him what makes him a liar is when they try to pass that off as fact. See, when they start talking about planets formed at planetesimals, they're not passing that off as something they just made up. If you don't ask the question, they're going to tell you that that's how it happened. That's where they're dishonest. So don't get mad at me because your scientists are dishonest.
It's the best explanation anybody has got. And if you've got a better one, bring it to the table. Everyone will listen to you. You'll be fucking famous.
It's not about best explanations. It's about being honest where you're coming from. You can't establish and say something as a fact because you can't say something as a fact because I don't have a better explanation. So since I don't have a better explanation, this is going to be, we're going to establish this as a fact.
Tell me one credible astrophysicist that says we can prove how planetesimals form.
My point is, why are you even saying it in the first place? You have no idea how a planet forms, so don't even make that statement. That's how you do that.
Oh, really?
Really?
So
in other words, if you don't
know every detail, then I can't know anything. Is that what
no?
you're
If
saying?
you don't know how a planet is formed, and you don't know, then don't say how it's formed, because then you won't have the red pill philosophers asking you all kinds of questions. Don't say how the Earth is formed. All you know is the Earth is here. We can't tell you how it got here. Stick to the facts and don't make shit up. That's all.
Nobody's making anything up.
You are making shit up when you say that you know that the Earth formed by planetesimals coming together, and you can't back that up. That is called making shit up 101.
That is not called making shit up.
The planet was called
It is
Theo.
Blue.
Well,
Got you there, my friend. It is absolutely making shit up.
No.
Well,
it is a theory. It is a hypothesis. It is not a proven fact. It is still a theory. It is still a hypothesis. That's all it is.
But it's being passed off as fact. When you pass that off, you're not saying,
"Oh, look, yes, you are." Look, I just linked it in the side chat. It is still a hypothesis.
Now, see, this is where we go with the double speak now. So now this hypothesis. Do you have any clue
There is a hypothesis.
Okay, so but so that's all you have at this point. In other words, you have not verified for a fact that this happens, correct?
It is an accepted theory.
Okay, and accepted. So what is that supposed to mean? Just because somebody accepts something,
accepted by certain people, other people disagree.
Right. So all you have to do is have all you have to have
is
all you have to have is a certain amount of people to agree with something. All of a sudden that can be passed off and taught as reality. That's what you're telling me.
As a hypothesis.
Yes, it can be.
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you have the red pill philosophers all up in your ass because we ain't playing that.
When you have educated people that know what they're talking about, yes, they can make intelligent assumptions about things and say this is what had to happen for that to have occurred. Yes, when educated people that are skilled in that science can look at things and make sense out of them and come to a unified conclusion, and that's what has happened, then yes, we can say those things. And we'll continue I'm not smart enough to be in this conversation, so I'll see you later.
Yeah, there you go.
Hang on, Blue. Don't go.
This is rough.
Before you end.
When I bring the heat. Listen, I bring the heat. I run some bitches up out of here. That's how it goes.
You don't mess around, bro. And Sean, you were wrong about the hypothesis and the theory, right? You can't, if you have a hypothesis and you don't test it, you ain't got no theory. Let's be straight with that.
There's no validity to it. It may be true, but you've not proven that it's true. Therefore, any thought becomes
is based upon an observation that was made. I linked it in the side chat. If you look at it, it still states that it is a theory and a hypothesis.
And what's your basic assumption? The Earth always moves, right? The Earth always has to move, Sean, right?
That this has nothing to do with that. Actually, we're beyond that.
No, it's a very starting question.
We are well beyond that.
Slick, did we? I won't say we, mostly you. Did you break Blue?
I'm telling you, man, that's how it is. See, when you hit them with that pressure, see how it breaks down. Now, here's a man that knows everything.
He'll be back tomorrow, SC.
He knows it. No, yeah, you know what I'm saying? He knows it all. But look how fast he ran when the heat was put to him. That's all I'm saying. You put the heat to them, they can't stand in the kitchen. They got to get the hell up out of there.
Right.
Well, the bigger question is
they ain't no answer.
Right, they don't have an answer. See what they're dependent on is for you.
No, I did give you an answer. I gave you an answer to
that. Your answer got so many damn holes.
You didn't want to accept the answer. That's what happened.
It's not
about. Why would you consider an alternative?
You didn't want to accept it. You didn't accept my answer. You didn't.
Dude, I accepted your answer. I accepted your answer. You had a hypothesis.
Then why are we having an argument?
And I'm telling you that because you're trying to take that hypothesis and pass it off as fact, and it ain't nothing but some bullshit. And it ain't nothing but some bullshit that you made up. Now you're trying to listen. Now you're trying to make it personal. You know I'm talking about your scientists. You know what I'm talking about. Don't try to slither out of this.
I'm not slithering out of anything. I gave you the information. And you're telling me something that I am not saying.
I know what the information is. You're making shit up.
I haven't made anything up.
Your scientists did.
They can make up whatever they feel like.
Exactly. That's why we all up in their ass, because they making shit up whenever they feel like. And we's in their ass.
I'm sorry, because you don't understand the math. That you can't
understand my ass. Listen, dude. I don't need to understand nothing. Listen. Only thing I need to understand is that you making shit up. Once you do that, I'm in your ass. I don't give a fuck what you say after that.
Okay, go ask them questions about anything else that is related to their field.
Yeah, because if all your answer is weak,
I could see that in the t-shirt.
Go ahead.
Way in your ass in the t-shirt.
Go ask them any other questions that brought them to that theory.
Listen, dude, it doesn't matter. So what you want to do is just roll right past that. So you want to go ahead and decide you could just make shit up.
I'm asking you why you're telling me that I'm arguing for something that you are arguing for.
Right.
What the hell is you talking about? Now you sound all confused. It sounds like
you're saying that you can't trust them because they are hypothesizing something that they came up with after studying mathematics for long enough.
Right, and there has to be an alternative hypothesis, right? There has to be an alternative hypothesis in some way.
They can't come up with another mechanic.
Dude, listen.
They can't do something that could possibly save lives in the future.
Listen, here we go. Look at this bullshit here. Now we're talking about going from planetesimals, forming on some shit that you made up. Now, how the hell is that going to save lives later? How the fuck you done turn that and planetesimals forming in the motherfucking planets? Now you're talking about how later on that's going to save lives. See, that's that bullshit. Dude, that ain't nothing but that double speak bullshit and you trying to be slick.
Today,
you can't be slick. There's only one
shit. You would have been better off if your ass ran out of here with Big Blue with that bullshit.
What about 20,000 years?
Dude, when is planetesimals? When the fuck is planetesimals gonna save your motherfucking life with some medicine or some shit?
You don't.
Damn, dude. See, that's that bullshit. Listen, dude. Listen. Long as red pill philosophy is here, y'all is gonna get your asses whooped.
Shit is flying tonight.
Man, y'all ain't got a prayer, man. All you can do is be like Big Blue. You should have been right on his motherfucking tail, right behind his ass. But you're gonna sit up here and try to fight with that bullshit. And now you're gonna try to stretch that bullshit as far as you can to make it mean something. As if the shit, the fuck medical advances. Motherfucker trying to tell me that at some point we're gonna use planetesimals that turn into planets and all of a sudden be able to heal. We're gonna be able to heal people.
I said save lives.
How the fuck you gonna save a life with a motherfucking planetesimal forming into a planet? How the fuck that work?
Understand what a theory, why theory?
Bitch, fucking busting a gun here, Slick.
Man, you better run your ass on up out of here with that bullshit.
Hang on, he can make it work. He can make it work. He can go into an old person's home, 2 dying people. He can tell them one about the planetary bullshit, and the other one he can give them the flat Earth story of which one dies quicker. You know?
Next, you'll be telling me you can raise the dead with this bullshit.
You come up with the math and you prove them wrong.
Prove my ass. Listen, motherfucker. Listen, when you make shit up, I ain't got to prove. How the fuck I'm gonna have to prove you making shit up wrong? Just the fact that you made the shit up is already wrong.
Scientists and other scientists
shit is shit.
Damn, next thing you know, motherfuckers
if you don't agree with it, then prove them wrong.
Listen, next thing you'll be telling, if you keep on talking, in about 5 minutes, Sean gonna be telling me that plantasimals can raise the dead. Man, get the fuck out of here, man! Come on with that bullshit, man. You better get on the same. Somebody tells Big Blue to hold the motherfucking bus door open. They forgot a passenger. You better get your ass on that bus with that bullshit. That shit ain't gonna fly in here. You think that you can keep on rattling that bullshit until it works?
The fact that you can't understand the math that it takes.
Math my ass. What the fuck does math have to do with making shit up, Sean? You don't need no motherfucking math to make shit up. That's some bullshit.
What?
Man, I'm gonna die. Math, is that what that motherfucker said? Math said, bitch, get the man, come on. Sean, you're killing yourself.
The only thing I see right now is you just pretending that you are debunking all of science at this point.
All of my ass. What I'm debunking is the part of that you make shit up. Now, why are you trying to stretch that into some bullshit? I ain't said a motherfucking thing about all of science. I'm talking about the part that you make shit up. That's the part I'm talking about.
Are the things that provide
Let's just address that part. Let's stick on the part that you make up.
With different things that they do.
Oh, I don't want to hear that shit. I'm talking about the part that you make up.
Now.
Yeah, I know.
The fact that you can still go to the gym and use the same weight.
Blue got the door held open for you, dude, because I'm not gonna let your ass off the hook. I don't know why the fuck you think that the more you talk, that the hook gonna get removed from your mouth and your ass gonna get thrown back in the lake. Motherfucker, once I got your ass hooked, I'm reeling your motherfucking ass in. I'ma skin your motherfucking ass, fillet you, fry your motherfucking ass up, and serve you to the motherfucking rest of the blue pill philosopher. You're in the wrong motherfucking game with that shit.
It's just blue and red pill for you, isn't it?
The fuck you talking about? Motherfucker on the damn hook, still trying to argue. Yeah, you see motherfucking fish on the hook, arguing and shit about he ain't caught. Motherfucker, I got your motherfucking ass reeled in, you hanging from the hook, and you think that you still out there swimming. Man, you better get your ass on up the fuck out of here.
This is hilarious, man.
I know it's hilarious, motherfucker. You better get your ass up on out of here.
Bro,
Shit, you that bullshit. Yeah, red pill philosophers is all up in this shit, man. You better go ahead. Yeah. That blue pill shit don't work no more. We done overtook y'all motherfuckers. See, y'all used to outnumber us, but we growing like a motherfucker. Everywhere you turn around, it's a red pill philosopher kicking you all up in your motherfucking ass. Wow. You trying to get all blue. You see what happened to Big Blue Pill? Big Blue Pill ran his motherfucking ass on the fuck up out of here.
We aren't even having a conversation about
a conversation about making shit up, and you trying to tell me that you okay to make shit up, and I'm telling you you can't make shit up, and he got offended. Big Blue got Sean. Big Blue got totally offended that I didn't accept that you can make shit up. He said, I'm rather offended. I'm rather offended at you that you don't allow me to make shit up. I'm going to leave. Well, you better take your ass on up out of here because it don't get no better. Motherfucker, this shit don't get better. Motherfucker, you think that the heat gets turned down on your ass? Shit, bitch,
it's pretty amazing.
Go on camera and say, go on camera, I love it.
I'm not into turning the heat down, motherfucker. When your ass don't cook fast enough, I turn the heat up on your ass. Bitch, I serve your motherfucking ass crispy.
At this point. I mean, if you want to cook me some bacon, that's cool.
John, I love you, man, but this is too funny, bro.
Shit, man, you in the wrong
crispy ass Sean, right?
Yeah, motherfucker be filleted, already served on the plate, and he still think he's swimming out in the pond. Man, come on. Shit, your ass is done. You would stick a fork in your grab a fork. Listen, Sean, take a fork, stick it in your ass because you done. If you don't have a fork, I got one you can borrow.
I'm still waiting for your counter argument.
You don't have an
counter argument, motherfucker. You got an argument, motherfucker. What counter argument? You making shit up? My counter argument is you can't make shit up on the red pill philosophy.
I'm not making anything up.
Your people is.
Have I made anything up?
Your people
No.
is. Okay, let me ask you this.
No,
Do you believe?
Then you
Okay,
have a problem with them. Go.
Okay, let me ask you a
prove them
question.
wrong. No. Listen, I've told you before. If you think they're wrong, go prove them wrong.
Wrong, my ass. Listen, do you think that planets form from motherfucking planetesimals?
I don't care. It's not part of my life.
Okay, so then why is you here trying to back that shit up?
No, what I'm saying is that if you have a problem with what they're presenting, then go prove them wrong.
I'm proving it wrong right now. I'm getting in your ass.
You haven't proved anything wrong.
Dick, I'm all up in your motherfucking ass.
You want to go there?
I ran your motherfucking ass up out of here.
Whether or not gravity works. Two, your red and blue pill philosophy. That's all it's done.
Listen, dude, you can't make shit up, dude. Red pill is here, man.
I have not made anything up.
Red pill philosophy is here to stay.
If you have a problem with the math that they are working on,
why you keep talking about math?
Then go out and prove them wrong.
Excuse me. Wait a minute. Why you keep talking about math?
Why? Because if you are truly interested in the truth of whether or not that they exist, then why don't you do the math? Why
then what exists? Wait a minute. Hold it. You're confusing.
Did gravity do it? Did gravity do it?
Did gravity do what? Cause planetesimals to smash together and form into planets?
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me? Okay, have you proven that?
No, I asked you.
Okay, so then why in the fuck is you passing it? No, listen. Then why is you passing that shit off as fact?
I just asked you a question, and you're trying to dodge it right now.
I'm not dodging shit. I just asked you, was it a fact?
Tell me, yes or no. Do they?
Yes, wait a minute. Yes or no what?
Yes or no.
No what?
Did gravity do it?
Did gravity do what? Cause you to make shit up?
No.
I don't listen. I don't know what. I don't know what caused you to make shit up,
back in the circle because you won't answer a simple question.
Shit, you telling me that? Listen, motherfucker, you talking about?
Presented to you.
Out of the way.
Still have not answered.
This motherfucker still flopping around on the damn sidewalk, gasping for air.
Do planetesimals?
Hey, he's like a turd that won't sing, right?
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Cause planets to form.
Does what now? Does planetesimals cause planets to form? You asking me now? Are you asking me?
You
asking me?
3 times.
Even if
you asking me, motherfucker? I'm the one that's here. Damn, I'm the one that just blew out of here with that bullshit, and you asking me?
Do they?
Do they what?
You asking me?
Do they?
Do what, motherfucker? What is you talking about?
Cause planets to form.
You tell me it's your blue pill story.
No, that's not what I asked you.
I know what you asking you, but motherfucker, I'm telling you, you made the shit up. So if you made the shit up, then how are you gonna ask me about the shit that you made up? Do you know? Listen, Sean, do you know how motherfucking dumb that sounds? Listen, you make shit up, and then you ask me.
It's made up, and I'm saying, I don't know. Prove it to me.
What? That you made the shit up?
I didn't make it up. I'm telling you to
so
prove
is it a
fact?
okay? So since you didn't make it up, okay. So since you didn't make it up, is it a fact?
I don't know. I'm asking
then what
you.
the fuck is your?
And what the fuck is you with me?
What is you talking about, dude? First of all, you've lost me totally whatsoever. I don't even know what the fuck happened. Your motherfucking ass is flopping on the ground.
Brought this up. I'm not flopping at all.
So it's like you can say anything, and you have to prove that it's not true.
Yeah, in other words,
that Sean is full of shit.
Yeah, this is what he said. He's saying that he can make shit up, and I got the
hypothesis. Didn't I? How many times did I say this? It's a theory. It is a hypothesis.
Then stop passing that shit. Then shut the fuck up.
Did I pass it off?
Listen,
did I just fucking pass this off?
Sean,
no, don't even.
This is why you're trying to be
You better bring it down right now. All right.
Listen, Sean. Listen.
I've told you numerous times.
He's trying to pass off my own high prostitute as the young virgin to us.
Right. He's just gonna keep. He just gonna keep talking. Let me get it out, Sean. Sean, just go ahead and get it all out because I can't answer you because you're gonna keep talking over me. Get it out.
You wouldn't answer anyway.
White Knight. White Knight. Here we go. Save his ass. Save his motherfucking ass, Lord. This bitch is drowning. Jump in, get this motherfucker. Come and get his ass off the bread.
Waiting for your answer.
What answer? Okay, what is your question?
That I asked you before.
Form the question. I'll tell you what.
I already did.
Okay, I didn't hear you.
If you don't remember it, that's fine.
Okay, well then shut the fuck up. If you ain't gonna form the question and ask me again, then shut the fuck up. What is you still talking for?
Gravity.
Shit, ain't no sense in talking, motherfucker. You gonna tell me what you did in the past? I don't even know what the fuck you talking about. Because the only thing that I hear you saying is that you can make shit up, and you asking me, can I back up the shit that you made up? That shit sounds dumb.
Hypothesis and a theory. I ask you, are they wrong?
I'm asking you, are they? Is it a fact? They're not facts, are they?
Did I just say they are a hypothesis and a theory?
I heard you the first 5 times. So what's your point?
So
how about answer
by everybody?
Let him make his point, White Knight.
No. Is it accepted by everybody?
So that's all it takes is for somebody to accept some made up bullshit and everything's fine. Is that what you're saying?
Now, there you go.
But that's what you just said. Listen, motherfucker, you just said accepted by everybody. Now, bitch, I'm not putting words in your mouth now.
No, I didn't.
It's like you said that you take a position. He doesn't. He doesn't.
I'm trying to find out what the
position. Right back in the same conversation, and I've said this numerous times.
It could be nonsense. It could be true, right?
And a hypothesis based on the knowledge that they have found coming from a background in the sciences that they are working in.
Yeah, they
but
have.
that knowledge,
official science channel.
Hold on.
Yeah, but when
you haven't even let me finish, have you?
My fault.
So, it is a theory based on the evidence that is presented to them.
What's your thought, Sean?
No, let him finish. Let him finish. Pete, let him finish. Let him have the floor.
So, it is accepted by certain scientists, and other scientists are saying it could be a possibility. They are the scientists that are outside of the realm. These are different sciences that are set up because they think differently.
Wind up.
Okay, but it is a theory and a hypothesis that they are not teaching to people as a fact. They are teaching it as a theory. Do you understand?
The only thing I don't understand is about the bullshit part that you made up. That's the part I don't understand.
Which part?
The part that they made up about planetesimals forming in the planets. Ain't they teaching that shit?
Yeah, as a theory.
Okay, so if they teach,
comes from an exploding star, right, Sean?
Why in the fuck are you teaching fucking ideas? The fuck is that supposed to be? Motherfucker, I can teach an idea. That don't mean shit.
That's all you can teach, Slick, is ideas. That's the only
your whole motherfucking hill. So Sean, hold on, Sean. So what you're telling me is that your whole okay, so now you're gonna overtalk me now. See how it goes? I sat back and let your ass talk. Now you're gonna make sure I don't get a word in. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you, Sean. Yeah, just keep talking. Yeah, keep talking, Sean. That's how it works.
Gentlemen, I'm trying to answer your question, but that's okay.
I was talking, motherfucker. I hadn't asked you nothing. I was talking, but you just kept on fucking rolling on.
That's how you act towards me.
Hi, Hannah. Hannah fancies
I
me.
just wanted to point that out. That's really why I wanted to
10 years ago.
Now, how much of this motherfucking heliocentric model that your motherfucking ass is running around here selling is just theory and hypothesis?
Aristarchus the Samus, Slick, gave us the heliocentric model.
Do I
motherfucker, I didn't ask you to stutter.
Do I go off of everything, or should I break out a spreadsheet or something?
No, what I'm asking you is, hold on, bitch. What I'm asking you is what part of your motherfucking theory and hypothesis is fact and what other part of is made up? Tell me which part is which, because we as red pill philosophers, we want to know where the bullshit ends and the real shit begins.
Well, probably about the point where it actually formed a certain part of the planet or something. I don't know. I really
I know you don't know, motherfucker. That's what I'm. Well, then what? Shut the fuck up. If you don't know, the best thing to do is just. Oh, then shut.
I wasn't under quarantine. I wouldn't be listening.
That's the damn thing, man. Shut the fuck up.
Let them go at it, man. Let them go at it.
Shit,
they can't even freaking have a conversation without yelling and screaming. It's insane.
You're really muffled as well, Sean. Sounds like you're talking through a sock or something. That wasn't meant as a joke. It's
just that you're trying to do that damn, trying to hit me with that double speak.
Come in here, Stingray, with your white knight and shit.
You think that if you just
hey,
talk
Lowry,
long,
you kicked me out today for money. You prostituted yourself, Lowry. The only way you can get the better of me is by paying somebody fake money to get rid of me. How you doing?
It was fun. It was fun, Pete.
It was. It was a good answer as well, though, wasn't it, Lowry?
In answer to your question, Slick, a scientific fact stands until it's proven false. It's that simple. If you've got a problem with scientific fact, simply prove it false, and you have won.
How's it
Okay,
established as a
so
scientific
that's the
fact,
same
Andy?
motherfucking argument that Blue got his ass ran out of here with. That same
Off we go,
bullshit.
Slick.
Fuck is you talking about, man? Let's get the hell out of here with that bull. What you trying to tell me is that you can make shit up, and if I can't make up some better shit, we got to go along with your shit. Red pill philosophers ain't into making shit up.
Incorrect.
What do you want for starters?
Incorrect.
What do you want
Incorrect
for
my
main
ass.
course?
What the fuck is
Nah,
you
That's all right.
talking about?
I'll tell you what, Slick. See if you can define another straw man. You can win against them, dickhead.
Take it easy. Don't get all hyped and shit, motherfucker, because I'm in your ass.
What's on the menu?
Oh,
Shit.
please stop with
Calm
the
your
ass shit, or
ass.
else I will. No,
Calm
stop
your
with it.
ass
No.
down.
You don't get
What type
in
of
my ass.
puppy have you?
Sit your ass down.
Yeah, let's
Shit, your
stop with
ass
the
just
ass.
entered. You
Stop
just
with
entered the
ass.
hot zone. This is the
I
hot zone.
fucked my wife that evening.
Shit,
I went to
motherfucker.
get on. It was shit.
I done preheated the oven up in this bitch, so you coming up in here is hot. Shit, you better come up in here ready.
Your
Motherfucker
shit better
make-
be ready,
Motherfuckers coming in here making shit up.
So in answer to your question, no, you just made it up. That is not my position, nor is that what I said.
Dude, what the fuck is you even talking about? You just come in here, motherfucker. Listen, you come in here sideways.
Scientific fact stands until you prove it false, and
Oh,
then
okay.
you went, and
So
then
if
you said
sideways thing,
and then you
Right, yeah,
said,
he come in sideways with that shit. So what you saying is that you can make shit up, call it a scientific fact, unless you can make up some better shit.
right? Can you tell me where
Yeah,
I said
right.
I make stuff up and it's shit? Because I
That
didn't.
shit
in that
that you-
sentence.
That when you said that motherfucking scientific fact shit, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh wait, did you mean to ask me how do we determine scientific fact? Was that your question?
No, bitch. What I'm trying to ask
Oh
you
well,
is how
then
did
stay
you?
ignorant.
Listen,
Stay
bitch,
ignorant then.
the motherfucking question at the day is how did the Earth form? That's the question, motherfucker.
Out your ass.
Yeah, there you
Ask
go.
him
See, that's
about
your
the
answer. Out
planetesimal,
your
Slick.
ass. Exactly. And unless I can do
Stingray, what's
something,
your planetesimal theory, bro?
yeah, well,
Anal Emma, anal am I, right?
yeah, man, you coming in here
Asteroid.
sideways, man. You're gonna get your
Sun
ass
is
handed to you.
anus, a sun.
Yeah, I'm motherfucking white nice, man. You better save your ass while you can. Shit, you better get
Black
on the
hole.
same. You better get on the same bus Big Blue on.
Well, hang on.
Slick. Does that mean you've
You're
got
in
an
it.
amazing
You're
theory
in it.
for how the Earth was formed? Please,
Dude, what?
Tell us, Jesus, tell us.
Tell you what,
Tell us how it was formed, then.
motherfucker. I'm not making shit up. What the fuck is your problem?
All right. So quite simply, you don't know.
No, motherfucker. And I'm not gonna make no shit up either.
Oh, sweet. Do you want to know?
So no, because is it anything? Okay, I want to know if it's anything besides some shit you made up.
I didn't make it up now.
Whoever, motherfucker. I don't give a damn who. Whether it's you, any of your motherfucking boys, all of y'all. As
Who
long
made
as the
the
shit
shit up
ain't
that you believe, Stingray?
yeah.
It's like as he switchblade out.
I told him it's hot.
Lubricating it and shit.
It's hot in these after shows. You can't come in up in these after shows playing. This ain't no damn joke. This ain't the regular show. This the after show. Should you come in here?
And
Should you
shit
come up in
goes.
here, motherfucker? You better be ready. You get your ass ran out. Shit, this the
It's
after
just
show.
normal shit for the main show. And
Shit,
your shit goes here.
Yeah, this the shit. This the real shit here. Hell, you got to be a member. You got to be a member to access this shit.
You gotta pay for this shit. You
Yeah,
gotta pay for the good shit,
motherfucker,
right?
this is pay-per-view, motherfucker. You in pay-per-view. This ain't motherfucking regular TV fight. Shit,
Holy
the fuck
God,
you think this is?
No,
You
leave
bring
it,
your
Laurie.
motherfucking
They're
ass
getting
up.
higher pitched. Pretty soon they'll be inaudible to human ears. This is awesome.
Hell, you bring your ass up in here, you better be trained. This is pay-per-view, man. Come on. We don't play it. Red pills don't play up in here.
I don't get red pill, me.
See, y'all can get away with that shit on the early shows with the blue pill because there's so many of you motherfuckers on one. All you do is laugh and giggle with each other and make that shit sound like you know what you're talking about. But see, right now, you ain't got nobody to help giggle with your ass because you get ran the fuck out of here one by one. See, then you be standing alone with your thumb up your ass wondering how the fuck you gonna survive this fucking heat.
I've actually been laughing with my microphone.
Yeah, I know you've been laughing. Motherfucker, you ain't got no
It's
chance.
funny as
Either you're
fucking
gonna
hell.
laugh or cry. You got two choices. You either gonna laugh or cry. So you
Wait a
better
minute.
laugh.
I know
but
my
you
jaw's
quit
already
crying.
been laughing,
We're just here to hear about your fantasies, and we're getting a full ear of them.
Dude, listen. What you got, Stingray? Because apparently you think you coming in with something. Let's hear your story.
My story?
Yeah, you came in sideways. What you got?
No, I just said a scientific fact is a fact until it's disproven, which is the aim of science.
Okay.
So if you've got a problem with the scientific fact, all you need to do is if you don't believe
okay,
it,
take it
brilliant,
easy.
disprove it.
So I got a question for you. Can you just make up a scientific fact?
The answer is no. You cannot just make up a scientific fact.
All right then. Okay. So the Earth, was it formed from planetesimals?
Oh, I've got no idea.
Okay, so then why in the fuck is people spread that bullshit?
Oh, I've got no idea of that.
Okay, well then shut the fuck up. You in the wrong house. That's what the whole motherfucking shit is about. You in the wrong place.
I just picked up my headset and heard you spamming shit about scientific fact.
You fucked up. You should have set your motherfucking ass down because what y'all passing off as scientific fact ain't nothing but some made up bullshit. And as long as you a blue pill,
wait a minute. How did we prove that it's made up bullshit? We didn't get to that yet.
Okay, well, get to it. Get the fuck to it, because you're getting on my fucking nerves.
No. Proving that it's made up shit. It's your duty to prove it. That
bitch, can't nobody disprove no made up shit.
Hang on.
It's your fucking claim.
How the fuck I'm supposed to disprove some made up shit? You know how asinine
it's your fucking claim. It's your fucking claim, Slick. So it's your problem if
it's
you
not my claim. You did. Listen, bitch, I'm not claiming you. I'm not claiming you actually made shit up. That's not a claim. You did.
Whoever said that, Slick?
Where did the story come from? I didn't shit the motherfucker out. I didn't came up with no motherfucking story talking about no fucking Earth formed from no planetesimals, and I'm spreading that shit around. So why the fuck you asking me?
That would have been a battle to shit that one out, Slick, right? That wouldn't be no diarrhea.
Yeah, shit, that's your story, and you asking me to explain
You said someone made it up. You said someone just made it up. Can you back it up? Back up your claim that it was just made up?
I'll defend Slick's honor here.
If you cannot, then you need to. If you cannot back up your claims, then you need to shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down.
Here's another one. Here's another motherfucker. So let me ask you this, Lori. Can you back up the claims?
It's your claim that it's made up, so it's your...
Shit. Okay, then let me ask you a question.
Are you a fucking moron?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is it made up, Lori? I'm asking you.
No, I have a question to you. Are you a fucking moron?
Okay. So you don't want to answer.
Are you a fucking moron?
Are you a fucking moron? Listen, dude, listen. You're going to get your ass ran out of here.
I asked you a question.
Listen, motherfucker, don't come in here and ask me no bullshit, you ignorant ass dumb motherfucker. How the fuck you think this is, motherfucker?
Are you going to
coming up here talking, are you a moron? Man, get your fucking dumb ass out of here with that fucking dumb ass bullshit. The fuck out of here with that weak shit. Motherfuckers don't got ran out of here. Are you a moron?
There is no need.
Are you a moron? Man, get your ass out of here. I told you this is paid per view, man. Don't come in here with that weak shit. Take your ass back to the early show.
Slick.
Shit,
are you calm at some point?
Fucking simple ass motherfucker.
Are you calm at some point?
Are you calm or something at some point? Are you calm at some fucking point? The fuck
this
is
you
so talking
funny,
about,
man?
The fuck is you talking about, dude?
Come on now, Slick. I don't talk shit.
You think that you can get me off your ass with that bullshit?
I not book my mother and shit.
Yeah,
Laurie, nice try, bro. Now try a question.
Get your ass out of here.
That shit ain't gonna work with Slick.
Yeah, that shit don't work here.
To be fair, Slick has nothing. He has nothing.
Oh, here we go.
He claims we have bullshit and it's made up, but then it's my duty to prove that it's made up. What the fuck?
This is not
you have to actually prove your own shit.
Fuck out of here. Listen,
if you claim that it's made up, it's your duty to prove it.
Your duty to prove my
is it
ass.
Also my duty to prove that it's flat because you claim it's flat? So apparently in Slick World, it's my duty to prove it because he makes claims, and then I have to back his claims up.
Okay.
Let me know. The primary claim, Lowry.
Let me.
Okay,
Lori.
So let me make a claim then, Slick.
Let me know when you finish.
Yeah. I will let you know when I'm done. So let me make a claim now. It's a fucking globe. Now in following your logic, that's my claim. So it's your duty to back it up. So can you prove that we live on a globe, Slick?
You hear this shit? Does any motherfucking body hear this shit?
Let me have this one,
Sleep,
please.
I ask you a question. Come on, Sleep, I'm waiting.
Hey, check it out.
Sleep.
Stingray came in here sideways. This bitch came in here backwards.
Blah, blah, Sleep, blah, blah. Can you answer the question? I asked you a question, Sleep.
You came in with your ass out to have it handed to you. The fuck is you doing?
Yeah.
You came in with your ass on a platter. He put his ass on a platter and he's handing it to me. Man, you better get your ass up out of here.
How did I give my ass on a platter? I asked you a question and you didn't answer.
He's Stephen Hawkins. He's been exposed.
Dude, do they got some shit? Do they got some shit with them or what? They can come up with some
my
shit,
ass on a platter is when you cannot answer my question.
Lori is a Swifty one.
Yeah.
Laurie, the question on the table is:
Slick, are you gonna answer the question?
From planetesimals. Laurie, please listen.
Slick, I see, but Slick didn't answer my question, so it's his turn.
But you're asking him a question before you answer the question. You answer, then he'll answer.
So what the fuck?
What
is Slick going to answer?
This is what
he didn't ask. He didn't ask me that question, so I'm not going to answer it.
Let me answer, Lord. This is what Laurie's asking me. Can I just take his ass to the cleaners, or can he just come and hand his ass to me? Now that's the motherfucking question that he's asking me. Which way do I want his ass? Do I want to take it, or do I want it handed to me? Now that's
he
the
wants his ass dry cleaned.
Right, yeah, that's what the fuck. You want it martinized? You want your ass ironed and martinized, motherfucker? Fuck is you talking about with that bullshit?
Have a Mexican fella do it.
Yeah. How you want me to serve my ass to you, Slick? Man, come on, man. I told you this is pay-per-view. That weak shit don't work.
Yeah, so it's pay-per-view, and I own the ass, so.
Oh, so you did. Oh, Laurie's got a victory. He's got a blue pill self-proclaimed victory.
I got my victory. Sure.
Go share it with Big Blue, because Big Blue could need some motherfucking sharing.
I have
because he ain't got
share.
Yeah, share it with him, because he's on the bus right now with the door open, waiting for your ass to get on it.
So Slick, let me ask my question again. Can you prove?
Yeah, ask it again. Go ahead.
Can you prove?
Can I what? Can I? So you asking me? Can I? So you asking me? Can I prove some bullshit?
Can you prove the globe?
I can't prove no bullshit. No, I can't prove any bullshit.
Okay, so
I can't prove no bullshit.
Okay, so I win then.
Yeah, if I can't prove no bullshit, then yes, you do win. Motherfucker, I'm not here to prove no bullshit. If that's what it takes for you to win, is that I can't prove some bullshit, then motherfucker, take your trophy and stick it in your ass.
Yeah.
He wins all day long, right?
The fuck is you talking? Yeah, this motherfucker can't lose. Shit, I can't make up no
I
bullshit.
won. Yeah,
you won. Yeah, you won, motherfucker. Hell, you won.
Of course I won. Like it's easy to win against you.
Yes, you did. You got the trophy.
Yeah,
you got to hand your ass. You got the trophy for handing me your ass the easiest. Ain't nobody else handed their ass up.
How did
easier
I?
than you.
Slick, I have a second question. May I ask it?
I don't know. I don't already got your ass handed to me. I don't know how much ass you got left. How much ass you got left?
Yeah.
You got another ass you can borrow?
Yeah.
You can borrow Sean's ass? Because you out of ass.
So can I answer can I ask the question, Slick, or not?
Dude,
well,
knock yourself out.
One thing or two things, Larry. I forgot.
Okay. So how did I give my ass to you? How?
I want to ask you a question.
What the fuck? You got a problem?
How did I hand my ass to you?
By asking me, can I prove some bullshit?
How was that handing my ass to you?
Because when you ask somebody, can they prove some bullshit, I don't even have to do any work to get your ass. You just handed it over with the dumbest shit.
That's just dumb rhetoric, Slick. Don't you realize that that's just dumb rhetoric, man?
Is that what it is? That's just rhetoric?
Yeah, that's rhetoric.
You asking me to prove some bullshit is just rhetoric?
Did you even follow what was the point of my question?
Bitch, what point? You handing your ass over with some dumb shit?
No, that's just rhetoric, man. So what was the point of my question?
Bitch, you tell me.
Okay, so you didn't even know. So you have been
Bitch, I
talking
just
about
told
this
you. I already
planet
just
boom.
told you.
Laurie,
The point.
let me allow here. Yeah, I'm about to boot Slick if he doesn't listen to me to this statement. I just want to make one statement. Wonderful how Pitch's bullshit wasn't shut down. People talk to him. People allow him to speak more than 5 seconds. We heard Pitch's bullshit for over an hour. Now anybody can speak without Slick James, the ghetto comedy motherfucker Johnson, cannot stop over fucking talking everybody. Slick, bad looks. Slick, bad looks.
Wow. I see you got triggered too. You must have got your ass handed to you. Don't, this is pay-per-view. You get your ass handed to you too. Hey, ain't nobody immune from getting their ass handed to them. You get
Yeah,
your
you
ass
handed
handed
your
to
ass.
you.
You
Bring
handed
your
your
ass
ass
on
to
up
me,
in here
though.
and try to
You
save it.
handed your
Hand
ass
you
to
your
me.
ass too. You
You
want to come in
handed
here
your
and
ass
white
to
knight?
me,
Bring
though,
your
Slick.
ass.
You handed
Hey,
your ass to
Jose,
me.
if you
You
want to get your
handed your
ass
ass
in
to
the
me,
oven,
Slick.
listen, dude, you sound like a fucking broken record.
Dude, listen to my audio. It's almost unaudible. I can't talk right now. I just wanted to say that.
Okay.
Thank
Well, you
you.
lucky. Yeah, you
You have
lucky.
to do
Because if you
it.
had, you lucky. Because if you had your audio fixed, you be having your ass handed to you too.
The two asses. The two.
Shit, you and Lori and Blue, all you motherfuckers will be on the same bus with your asses handed to you.
So how did I hand my ass?
I've never seen Pete act this much like a little girl for someone before. Are you and Slick in a relationship or
Oh,
something?
here we go. Here we go.
Listen.
By the way, white knight.
The ass and the shit words came up.
Oh yeah, no, it's all the keywords you've got there, Slick, for Pete. Jesus.
So here we go. Listen, when you get your
Yeah, and
ass handed
they
to
be
you, you
white
gotta learn.
knighting to each
Listen,
other.
you gotta learn how to just accept it,
Is
man.
it not black knighting? If we're
Yeah.
white knights, they're black knighting.
See, this is what happened. Let me tell you what happened. See, what happened is you took the blue pill, right? Now, what happened was when you took the blue pill, there were so many millions of you son bitches that took the blue pill, you thought you were safe. You didn't realize it was going to take a handful of red pill motherfuckers to come in here on a motherfucking rodeo and run your ass out of town. And see, and now that shit doesn't happen, all you motherfuckers backtracking, getting triggered, mad, slamming, leaving, cussing motherfuckers out and all that shit.
Well,
Red pill is here.
Lucky for us, the red pill was
Yeah.
a common sense inhibitor, and I'm glad you took it and not us.
No, it's not that.
We
Like
move
I
on
said,
with society and advancement.
Society.
You can stick in fucking caves and not having any beliefs and all that kind of stuff. Slick.
But it's
here.
common sense for the sheeple.
So are you telling me in order I need
You're
to
more of a sheeple than anybody, Pete.
So what you
Same
need-
script, no disciples.
So are you telling me that I'm not exercising my beliefs to believe that a planet is formed by planetesimals? I'm not using that belief, is what you're talking about, the belief that you use that's causing all you millions of motherfuckers to believe the same dumb shit. And then when a couple red people come along and run your ass out of here, you can't take it. That's the shit you're talking about?
No.
That is not what he said at all.
It's what I said.
Not at
See,
all.
fuck what he said. You
No.
didn't hear what I said.
The only way, Sean, that these guys can win arguments is they have to argue against themselves imitating you, or else their motherfucking asses get handed to them.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Answer Slick scientifically. Let's hear it, man. You and Slick. You think you can answer him scientifically? Answer how planetesimals form to create the Earth and show us proof how it's done. Because you guys are laughing at Slick, but Slick has a point here.
I've not made that. Wait a minute. Shut up. I've not made that claim. But if you're on about how can gravitational forces pull particles together to form micro planets or moons, then the answer is yes. And you can, wait a minute, let me finish. You can fucking observe it now. There are small moons formed in Saturn's fucking rings with the same metal.
You're serious, right? That's your answer, right?
What, point to something that you can observe to say, hey, look at that, and you can see the
That
break
is
apart.
not
Yes.
the question Slick asked. Slick asked Sean and Blue and everybody else,
how can
planetesimals, is it a fact that planetesimals formed to create the Earth? That's what he asked.
The answer is no, it's not a scientific fact. It's the best theory at the moment. And it's supported with a multitude of evidence, including the moons, which form and deform in Saturn's fucking rings. It's the same mechanism. And it's
Okay,
actually just uniform forces out of chaos, which
Okay,
is which you can simulate as well.
So if that's the case, then why don't you go ahead and declare that it's a fact then?
The Earth was formed that way because you can.
Hold on, see, that's the double speaking shit. Now you're telling me
No, it
one
isn't.
thing out of one side of your mouth, and the other side you're telling me something else. Is it a fact that the Earth
I've
formed
already
by?
said no. I've already
Okay,
said
so
no.
then what the fuck is you talking about then?
You asked. I'm telling you the mechanism by which the best theory of how the Earth formed. We can actually look at examples today.
Right.
That doesn't make it a fact. That makes it. No, that does not make it a fact. It makes
but you've already decided what Saturn and its rings are, right, Dean?
Aren't you teaching?
Yeah, we have.
Isn't it being taught, Stingray, that the
Based on
Earth
what?
was
Based on life
isn't
on
it-
Earth, right, Dean?
Wait a minute. There's too many people talking.
Isn't
Say
it
that again.
being taught? Isn't it being taught that the Earth was formed by planetesimals coming together?
Fucking no other fucker taught me that. I don't know. It's a long time since I've been to
all right.
school. So
That's okay.
fuck
Play
knows.
dumb. That's fine. Take the fifth, motherfucker. That's the best thing that's gonna help
Every
you.
time
right
you
now.
every time you spoke with me, Dean, you've been to school.
Yeah, all of a sudden he don't know.
School.
Yeah, any other time he talking
I
about all
wasn't-
his knowledge.
I wasn't
He
actually
got
taught about
He's got
planetary-
all this. He's got
planetary
all this.
formations and-
Any other time you got all this experience and knowledge. Now all of a sudden you dummying up. But that's a smart move.
No. There are things that I know a lot about. And there are things that I know fuck all about.
Hmm. And that's one of them. That's one of them that none of y'all know fuck all about. But yet you're out here pushing that shit. And if only the blue pill, only the blue pill people is the one that's believing that bullshit. But the red people here is to stick that shit up in your ass, and that's what's pissing everybody off. We ain't falling for that shit. You're just making shit up and expecting everybody to go along with it. That shit don't work no more. Those days are over.
I don't think anybody's made anything up. What has
You
someone made
did,
up? Like?
You made up that the Earth was formed by planetesimals coming together.
Who are you referring to then?
Motherfucker, where did the story come from? I didn't come up with the story. Where did it come from?
It's probably a scientific hypothesis for how the Earth formed based on logic, reason, and evidence. Not proof, evidence.
Okay, well then stop saying that the shit happened then, because you're just
I
making
did
the
not
shit up.
ever. Well done. I didn't. Hello. We didn't.
You did. Your blue pill people did. You one of the blue pill people. All you motherfuckers is blue pill.
Blue pill fucking people. What are you on about? Who are these blue pill people?
This is what, blue pill people are people that just make shit up, and all the other
Is
blue
that
pill.
band that goes, I'm blue?
Yeah. I'm telling you what the blue pill people are.
Hang on, Slick. Hang on one second.
I seriously don't know who the fuck you're on
Yeah,
about.
yeah, but hang on. Hear me out
Pete.
in this one, right? Because Slick is a very sort of philosophical type of mind. What is the difference between a blue and a red sort of bias or leaning? And I think this is significant. Let me just say my own initial thought. Blue, of course, is melancholy in the mind, right? When you're fiery in the belly, you're feeling red. But what do you think blue pill and red pill might really mean beyond the?
I can answer that. I can answer that. When you put blue
that's
and
everybody.
when you put blue and red together, you get purple. So it's a cat per pill. It's a cat pill. So that proves we are all cats, and the best pill you want to get is the blue and the red
Which
together.
came first then? Okay, Larry, which came first, right?
That's how you. That's how you.
Excellent answer.
Hey,
excellent
Lori, that's
answer.
how
Which
you
came
sound
first?
when you ain't got no ass.
1 second, Larry. Which came first then, the cat or the kitten? Which came first, the blue and the red, or the purple? What do you reckon, Larry?
Which came first? There is no first. There is no second. Everything is together all the time in the same unidimensional time capsule.
So you're saying the one is united with the zero? When we unite the one and the zero,
Exactly.
we get a specific
Exactly. You get
relationship.
it, Pete.
We get a specific relationship, which is the circumference of a circle to the diameter, which is, 3.14 to three significant figures. And when you look at mathematics, a dot is a mathematical instruction to multiply. When you multiply 3 by 1, 4, what do you get, Larry?
3 by, well, you tell me.
42, right? What you have done, Larry, is denied the zero. You've denied the zero.
I didn't deny. I just agreed with you in all
Yeah,
this. So
but
I
in
didn't deny the zero.
you deny the zero, you accept the one, and you
No,
accept the
no.
infinity. But you fail to realize that the one and the infinity come from the zero,
I kind of
i.e. the
I agree
immaterial.
that zero. Flat earthers are the zero.
Well,
in terms of IQ and in terms of intelligence.
We're all as intelligent as each other, Lowry. Don't fool yourselves, especially in this time.
So anyway, let me go back to this blue pill.
You are lying about.
This is what happens. You have a society, right? Okay, you have people that run that society. And what that society does is give you the information that you're to believe. So that's blue pill philosophy, because you take that information no matter what it is and you just go ahead and believe it. Just like when they say the planet is formed by planetesimals, you say, yes, no problem, I believe it. And what ends up happening is that you have this whole motherfucking lifetime full of beliefs. But now what happens is that you have red pill philosophers that come along and say, wait a minute, that's some bullshit. Because blue pill people are not expecting you to question it. The whole idea about being blue pill is just to accept what you're being told. See, so now you got these red people asking questions that the blue pill people ain't got no answers for. And what y'all think, hold on, let me finish. So now what the blue pill people think they can do is overwhelm you by their millions. They think that because it's only a handful of you that they can just wash over you, and then they're just going to drown you out and make you come to their side. But see, red pill philosophers realize that it only takes one to beat 1 billion of you some bitches. See, so we know. So I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I know you scared. I know this hurts. See, so now what y'all finding out? What y'all finding out is that y'all miscalculated. So y'all thought that y'all could run that blue pill shit on everybody, but the shit didn't happen. Now a handful of red pill people is handing you y'all asses on a platter, making you run out of here, making you quit, making you get mad, screaming, and all that kind of shit. That's what's happening.
They've been doing that shit for years, Slick. They've been doing that shit for years. But hang on, please. Once you leave the blue pill, you just take the red pill. If that's all there is, then Slick, then you're only half the story. And this is where purple comes in, right? This is where the blue pill. Hang on, please. The blue pill of the mind, right? Pandora's box. Any possibility is capable of being entertained, right? Whereas the red pill of the instinct, the gut. Einstein was always seeking for a grand unifying theory, the gut, right? What is our God? This is a different question. But yeah, we have to be a mixture of both, because that's what we are, a HU man. That's why we have to meet at the middle in the heart.
Jesus.
That's it.
I want to ask Slick a question. So then, Slick, it's really easy then for these red pill motherfuckers to come along and just say, hey, we're going to believe this shit. And I take it they do their own experiments and prove them wrong and correct the knowledge and stuff. Is that what they do? Or do they just come into bitch-ass fucking places like this, run them out with no fucking evidence, and acting all big from an armchair, fucking the other side of the planet?
Okay.
Yeah, big man.
Now this is
big man.
Okay, keep talking. I know you need to keep on running your damn mouth. Now what's happening is what the red people pill is doing is they stepping up to that bullshit that you talking and ain't falling for it. And that's what's causing y'all problems. Because you can see, it used to be a time you could pass that shit along and everybody said, yes, planets form that way. Yes, no problem. Big Bang happened. Yes. Now the red people pill is saying we ain't accepting any bullshit that you just made up. See, so
the red is fighting the blue, Slick. The red is fighting the blue, and like a glass of red and blue paint, right? They will mix it purple.
And the submitting corrections to all of this and proving that they are the superior, right? Or they're just running their fucking mouths from across the planet like an ass-obsessed motherfucker.
Well, I mean, you know,
I really tried to do a deep voice thing, then I just can't.
I mean, if that's what helps you, I mean, if you think that you still passing off that bullshit and there's people that's catching it and it still ain't dawning on you that you can stick a fork in your ass, well, then keep on rolling with it. Because you're done
what I
now,
find
man.
funny, Slick? You know what I find funny? Mr. Dean always comes up with his, his calculations and his computer model. But I don't see him coming up with any models tonight, Slick.
Yeah, he's just the word you're looking for is Slick as an alcoholic.
You're right. I forgot about that.
Wait a minute,
he always got his diagram. He always got a diagram ready.
I have actually done a simulation surrounding this, believe it or not. I did a particle simulation about order out of chaos that forms a galactic disk, and I did it with just a dynamic system inside of my my model builder Maya. But I'm not going to show it.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Yeah, right. Because any other time Stingray, you ready to whip them diagrams out and show me I don't know what I'm talking about. You ain't got no diagram now, do you?
Like a Swiss Army knife, Slick.
He's always quick to whip his shit out, right?
Why is a Swiss Army knife funny?
You know, you
Because
sit
you
back
can
and you
whip
talk
out
about
the
the
blades quickly. That's why.
Yeah, you're always talking about your education and what you got and your experience. How your experience gonna help you now that you're trying to prove some made up
Let's not
shit.
fool our fucking selves here. Dean is much wiser than any of us, and he's inside information on lots of things. Let's not piss around in these times. And tell us something true, Dean, but disguise it. Come on, you owe that, man. Come on, man. You owe
Tell
that.
you something true, but disguise it.
Yeah, but you know you can't. Come on, you know what I mean. Come on. I've spoken openly and honestly every encounter I ever have. I tried to do that. I know a lot of people I speak to are not doing the same. I'd like to speak to Slick about more in-depth thoughts as well.
I'll tell you something that I'm scared of. I found a way to have sunrise and sunset on a flat disc.
Mirror water layer, bud.
No, it isn't actually, and I'm scared to present it.
To eye level, simple as that.
I'm scared to present it. No, nothing works except the thing. Well, sorry.
Yeah, but
I
you wouldn't
found
go on
one
Skype
thing
for
to
2 weeks
work.
for us to present the model of the world, right?
I found one way
Make you
for it to
famous,
work.
man.
Are you switching sides, Dean? You shit,
No,
that shit
no,
done
no,
got
no,
hot,
no,
and
no.
you-
I had to
it sound like you ready to-
invent. I had
it sound like
to
you-
invent something, and I call it an unknown effect that we
It
haven't
just sound
identified
like you're
yet
ready to
do
turn
this.
red. We welcome you to the Red Pill family if you're ready to come on over.
No, those pills come out.
They
your
are
head. I'm not
afraid,
interested
Dean.
in
They
that.
are afraid. Slick and Piche are afraid to listen to an alternative. They are afraid. I hear you afraid, Slick. Keep interrupting. I hear you afraid, Piche. Keep laughing. I hear you
shitting
in
myself.
tears. You're fucking shivering in your fucking chairs.
Damn, Jose, you sound like you're really triggered over here. Take it
far
easy,
away,
man.
Dean. Far away. Go on, off you go.
Relax, man. Take it easy.
Okay,
Go on, Dean.
I mean, Dean, let us have it, bro. Give us your insight. We're
Yeah,
all
what you
waiting.
got? Yeah, letting you talk.
Well, the issue is you guys don't feel the need to have explanatory power over it. So why should I tell you a theory that I think would work on a flat Earth? And all it takes is one anomaly of light, and I can explain it on a flat Earth. But why should I do that when I ask flat earthers, how does a sunset? They make up all sorts of bullshit, Gis Gallop, perspective,
mirror water layer.
reflection, all this kind of
you're
shit.
dying to present it. Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on.
Now, Stingray, hold
I
on.
am, but I'm not gonna.
Stingray, now hold
I'm
on.
not gonna.
Stingray. Now the
Yeah.
story, the story before today is that it can't be modeled on a flat Earth. Now that's been the story that's been all before. They said it's impossible.
Yeah,
now you're coming, so now you've come along to say that it is possible.
I had to.
One magical.
No, it's not. No. It's not magical. It's in the realms of. One aspect of it is in the realms of a little bit of science fiction, but that's not to say that it couldn't be true.
The sun being a reflection of a
No.
watery body.
Give us straight answers, Stingray. You're double speaking.
Spit it out, Stingray.
No, I'm not. Like I say, I'm going to keep this for me for now. Thank you, and I'll use it. I'll use it in a debate when I'm debating a planet Earther.
Let me ask you this question now, Stingray. So now, is it your position that a flat Earth can't be modeled? Is that your position?
In its entirety, that's still my position. In isolation, I can solve a number of things. I can't.
I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. That's just double speak. Just keep it because you're double speaking. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Yeah,
so the answer is no.
No, thank you. There you go.
Yeah. But I can explain a sunset.
Yeah,
but it doesn't explain other things.
But but see, this is how you get caught up in double speak. See, you can't. Red pills is going to catch you when you're double speaking. So don't even try it. Those days is over, man. It's hot.
Red pills.
There's no way out.
Mm. Isn't red an evil color and blue is a righteous color? Is that not how it is?
Have mercy. Have mercy. Shit, somebody have mercy. Damn, dude, I feel so, man. Is this what it feels like to be caught on the hook, squirming, and you're on the sidewalk gasping for? Man.
Are you telling some more fantasy stories? Like, go for it.
Well, how is it a fantasy story, dude? Man, y'all just got backed into a corner today.
What corner was that?
The corner that y'all make shit up. and you got cold
hang on. These are serious considerations, right? We're trying to find out the true nature of our reality. So, Dean, what have you laid it out the flat Earth surface in a circular form?
Yes.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong then. Simple. You're wrong because everything travels in an elliptical fashion. Now, if the Earth is flat and still, well, the skylights travel in an elliptical fashion. If they're reflections off of something, well, maybe that something is an elliptical, oval, eye-shaped, track of some sort, contour of some sort. So you're wrong then, or at least you could be wrong.
Well, to be honest, my claim is not I've modeled the shape of what everybody thinks the flat Earth is, and it's brilliant, it's amazing. That's not my claim. My claim is, I've got loads of little claims, but one of the claims is I can explain a sunrise and a sunset on a flat land, let's call it. Doesn't actually matter whether it was a disc, whether it was an ellipsoid, whether it was a fucking triangle. Doesn't matter. That sun going round on a flat Earth, it never makes it to the fucking ground. I don't care what anybody ever says, but I can make it given one slight little kind of undiscovered effect of something.
So another question then. On a flat Earth, I asked it 3 or 4 times tonight. On a flat Earth, have you considered that the horizon rises to eye level? So when we're looking out over water at eye level, that the horizon rises to our eye level, in spite of the appearances that the visible horizon is below our eye level. Have you considered that?
The horizon.
Right, and extends into the span. Extends into distance.
That's another problem that I've not actually tried to solve yet.
Right, so you're hopeless then, Dean. You haven't got off the starting block.
Cheers.
I should be doing something else with my time instead of being stuck in here.
I got my good mic. I got my good mic now, so I can. Nice. I was shouting earlier. I don't know how bad because some people say like we can barely hear you, like it's really bad.
Yeah.
So I was like shouting
with
my mic. But I think I'm better now. So can just stay out? Everybody stay out. Let me have a word with Slick for like 2 minutes. Slick and Jose, red pill, blue pill. Slick, tell me what the red and blue pill is. Go ahead.
All right, you gotta hold on for 1 second because I'm doing something outside. I'll be right with you.
Okay.
He's just dealing with some shit outside. Excellent question, Jose, and I hope you will give your in-depth thoughts as well when Slick comes back.
Yeah, you know what? I can listen to you while I'm doing. So go ahead and take the floor, and then I'll let me know when you're done.
No. I like to have the real time interaction. I don't like talking too much. I just want a little back and forth. That's all I want.
Nice one, Slick. Jose is off air now, so he's a bit more relaxed. His belt is undone. So a lovely conversation. Excellent.
Yeah, my microphone is not fucked up, you know. So I mean, yeah, I know there's music in the background or whatever, but no, it's just at least the audio is better.
While he's not responding, Jose, I'll just fill in the time by saying that I did ask that question earlier on purposefully, right? The different distinction between blue and red, and we know the significance to it. So
Slick is busy. He's busy.
I know. I'm just filling time until he jumps in, but it is a very interesting question, and I think Slick would be able to delve very deeply into it as well.
Can you believe there's still 13 people in the call? 12, 11, if you don't count me.
That's cool. That's cool. These are excellent conversations. I told you. These are differing times, Jose. Which man here can stand up and say he's the answer? Actually, Sean, what's his name? Sean, whatever his name is, he said he was the highest authority, the greatest knower in the universe. So that's cool.
You can go ahead and start. I'm walking in. You just might hear a little wind noise, but that's it. 30 seconds, that'll be over.
It's all right. Slick,
I think Slick was having a shit. I go up here.
I want to have a minute or two with Slick on this red pill, blue pill. I heard a little something that I don't think I agree with. So I want to know, Slick, red pill, blue pill. What is this? I just want to understand you.
Okay. What the blue pill is that you come into the world, and then from being like, oh wait a minute, hang in there.
Slick is gonna tell me for the first time. I'm gonna wipe my mind of everything that I thought I knew, and I'm gonna learn what blue pill, red pill is now.
Oh,
Sounds
cool.
like this is going to be a good
And then
conversation.
Jose, Jose, give me the pleasure of giving you my answer.
Okay, I'm in now. Can you hear?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So this is what the blue pill is. When you come into the world, you come in with a free and open mind. And right away, you start being fed the blue pill. In other words, you're starting to have your beliefs pumped into you. You're starting to be told that you got your tooth fairy, you got your Santa Claus, these types of things. So the blue pill belief system starts right at that point. Then when you get to school, before you can think about anything, you start getting fed, well, this is the world. This is the earth that you live on. This is how this works. This is how that works. And as a little time goes on, you go second, third, fourth grade, you start learning about how the universe is. And what happens is you're not taught to question these things. You're taught to accept them. They're not telling you to think about it and see if it makes any sense or not. They're telling you this is how it is. You have to accept it. So the blue pill people, they don't know any better because from birth, that's how it's always been. So what happens is when you have that kind of system, all you have is a whole world full of blue pill people that do nothing but believe what they're told without ever even understanding how to question it. See?
And what is the red pill? Yeah.
Okay. What happens with the red pill? What red pill does to you is this: there are some people that go, you know what, something doesn't make any sense here. I can't make any sense out of this. And they start asking questions. So what happens is when they start asking questions, what happens is the blue pill people are all programmed from birth to start ganging up on anybody who questions what they've been taught. That's why you have what happens like on, the shows and stuff where somebody come up with something different, people all gang up on. Because in order for blue pill philosophy to work, everybody has to be joined in. You get a couple loose people out asking questions, it could bring the whole system down. See, so that's why the system runs itself. It doesn't need the leaders at the top to do anything because it's got all the gatekeepers at the bottom making sure that everybody stays locked in. So that's why when
I got a few questions on it.
Okay.
Which I think the last one I'm gonna leave to the last is how in the fuck do you know this? Did you make this up? Is this an original thought that you had, or you learned it from somewhere and you believe that this is the way it works? So I don't want to even touch that with a 10-foot pole because I brought the word belief. So I want to take that out still for now.
But
now
no.
you say something about the blue pill that when you say one part, then when you go to school, you start being fed information and you gotta learn it so you can learn it that way and regurgitate it. They don't let you do things. So what the way you phrase it, I don't want to paraphrase it, but that is incorrect because in school, in the education system, you have to learn things so you can test yourself. School encourages you to do the things that they teach you.
Okay. So based on what you just said, Jose, let me ask you a question. When you went to school, did they tell you how the world was, or did they tell you to go out and discover it for yourself?
They might have tell me how it was. It wasn't pushed to me because it was in Puerto Rico, and they don't push that. I might have learned and knew that the earth is round. But what happened is not only elementary school, we got secondary, high school, we got university. I call that school. Where any kind of place that you go. Now, if you were in high school, you are encouraged to do this. They say, I'm going to tell you that whatever, if you observe through this hole, you're going to see this. If you want to write it down, if you want to believe me, just write it down or go look at the hole, do the hole yourself and look at it. That's what the education is. You are encouraged to do it. You are taught how to do things.
Okay, I hear you. So now let me ask you this question. When they were teaching you in school, did they ever teach you to maybe go out and investigate that the world may be flat? Did they ever tell you to do that?
Not in Puerto Rico. So you're talking to the wrong person about that, about specifically that point.
Okay, well, reasonably, I mean, in most schools that I've experienced, they've never taught you to go out
So
and
then we
research.
can avoid that one because in Puerto Rico they don't taught me the earth is round, the earth is flat. You're gonna believe me that this is the way space works, or this is the Big Bang, or the stars, or the sun. No, we weren't taught nothing like that. That was if you wanted to take the school and do it. It was kind of a if you wanted to, or I could go and play me take the music or art class, which is what I did. You see what I mean?
Okay, no problem. Okay, so since you didn't come up in school that the earth was a globe, where did you ever get the idea?
Well, in TV, yeah, in movies and TV, and that's a belief. Yeah, that's different than school. I
Right, but
learned it myself because I saw TV, books, and movies. Yeah.
Right. So in other words, it was all around you. Everywhere you went, the globe was in your face, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And have you ever looked at TV and seen an episode where they tell you to research and see if the earth may be flat? You never seen any of that stuff. All you've ever seen. Right. See, so that's what blue pill philosophy is. See what
yes,
it is?
they tell us. Yeah. I learned. I heard of the flat Earth. Yeah. I read Christopher Columbus that believed the Earth was flat. That's why they explored. I believe that there was people back in the day that debated the flat Earth before I came into this topic.
Sure. But then doesn't the story go that they found out once and for all that the earth was a globe and a solar system? Right. And then they're teaching that to everybody, and that's the going story.
Not to me. Not to me. I'm different. Not to me. They didn't teach me that. I learned it on myself, on my own.
Okay, so what you probably did was had a little red pill in you then, right?
Well, but I believe what everybody said? Yes, I did. Until I did it on my own a year and a half ago, Slick. You see?
Okay,
and
that's no problem.
I discovered that flat Earth is bullshit. Until I
fine.
did it by myself, you know.
Yeah, that's fine. But my point is, why did you ever question what they taught you and what you heard on TV in the first place? What made you question that? What did you question it for?
Oh, the curiosity, and the same thing. That's what the way I learned watching TV, reading books that the Earth was round, on sucking in hours and hours of bullshit on YouTube. I indoctrinated myself believing the people that told me in YouTube that the Earth was flat. That's how I got into it.
Okay, but you did question it. Now notice that there's other people with the same access to information like you, like Stingray, Sean here, and these people on the panel. How come they didn't do what you did, took the red pill, and then at least went and investigated that the earth may be flat? They've never taken a red pill whatsoever.
They are in these topics every day. I think they do. They do question it. If they are in these topics, it's because they are interested in looking for that something that is going to bring them up to the top of the book of the history Nobel Prizes, because I know people is looking to discover something new. If anybody discovered that the earth is flat, or physics or anything that we are taught is different than it is, you believe me, a guy like Stingray, a guy like Barney, a guy like Big Blue, oh, they're going to fucking step up because they're going to want to be famous like I do.
Sure. So
that's bollocks, Jose.
So is what you're saying is that Big Blue and Barney and all these guys are open to the idea that the earth may be flat? You're saying they're open to it?
Well, they are in the topic. They are talking to people that believe the earth is flat. We're just looking for alternatives. I'm looking for an explanation of things, and I haven't found them, Slick. Now, you mentioned something about red pill and blue pill. So you say, like, do you imply that you think I'm red pilled? Is that what you imply?
No, I said that if you questioned what you've been taught and had some questions, that means you had a little red pill in you.
Oh, red pill. Yeah. So I'm confused which one it is. So do you think that I am all into believing everything the news and the TV says, right?
Well, no. So you actually told me what happened to you. You told me that you went in a flat earth, not because you was thinking for yourself, but you was following some people that you ran into.
Yep.
Right. See, so you went into flat earth for the whole wrong reasons. You didn't go in for yourself. You went in trying to belong with the crowd. You wasn't thinking with your own mind.
To belong. No. I believe them. And then I start thinking by myself. I said, they are right. And this is the way it works. And I understood all the arguments. I understood flat earth. I believed it 100%. But I was falsely educated, because everything that I learned on the globe, on the big scale, on the details, distances, sizes, the physics, everything. I learned it through the eyes of flat earthers. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
All the people put in place,
The
Jose.
point,
All the fucking people put in place.
Pete. Come on, Pete. You're making me lose my train of thought.
Worry
But
about
the thing is, Jose, is that when you went into flat Earth, you wasn't using your own mind. You was just believing what's other people's minds. You weren't using your own mind to think for yourself, correct?
Well, in the beginning, yes. And then every single claim, every single point that they did, I researched for myself exactly what they say, because if they say gravity is not a force, I say like, let me see, because all the Glovers say gravity is a force. And if I Google gravity is not a force, I'm going to find cherry pick in between a big document that if you read the whole thing, it tells you gravity is not a force on its own, is more than a force, is this and that and that. So if I want to quote that little thing, I say, holy shit, everywhere they say gravity is not a force. The flat earthers are right. If they say the horizon rises to eye level, and if I, for some mysterious reason, look for something, I look at videos, I say, look at that, it's true. This high thing balloon, it appears to be in high level, but that's to my eyes now. When people use tools, I say like, damn, there's something wrong in here. Let me not look at the people doing it right and doing the experiments using very fine tools to measure that the horizon is not too high level. So I was looking at the shit on my own, and I believed the earth was flat because I was researching the wrong things. I was looking at the wrong place.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Come on, Pete. So now here's my next question. Now, when you went to find out, when they were talking about like the earth was formed and how it was formed and all that, what did you find out when you investigated that?
Oh, I'm happy with long distance observations, with understanding all the ideas they say, how the earth formed from the Big Bang to the evolution to the billions of years. You know, Slick, I am really happy with saying if that's what everybody believes, I'm okay with it. Do I have to believe it? Not necessarily, but I don't have to tell you, you are telling me stories or you are full of shit. I don't feel like that. I am looking for an alternative. An alternative means if flat earth, concavers, stationary earthers tell me, well, this is the way the earth formed. This is 20K. Shut the fuck up, Pio, I put you ass. This is the way the earth formed. This is the way humans came. If they put very concise explanation alternatives, I will entertain it and I will look at them. But for right now, the only explain about everything that can be done is in the globe. Everything works perfectly, Slick. I am happy with what the globe explains, how it explains it, because there's no fucking anything else, Slick.
That's no problem. And what I'm trying to do is explain to you.
People to give you your truth.
Pete Shea, you must have a problem, dude.
No, I don't have a problem, Slick. This is a conversation, a general conversation. Off you go.
No, this is Jose Slick for a few minutes. Pete, stay out of it.
All right, now I'm kind of lost.
Like so you see, I don't have to jump on people because people tell the Big Bang happened billions of years ago. I say, you know what? It's all right. You know, it's okay. I understand it because you got your years and years of studies and you got the body of science, all the books, all the numbers. You know, I'm happy with that explanation. Do I have to tell people this is the way the universe works because the globe says so? Right. Not necessarily. Okay. I don't want to preach that. I don't want to teach that. But it works. It explains it. I'm happy with the story. I will adopt that. I don't have to push it forward. You know what I mean?
Okay, I hear you. I got my thought. Now I don't want to lose it again. Now, on your shows, Jose, what happens to a flat earther when he comes on the show and says he's a flat earther and you got 6 or 7 or 8 globers on there? What happens to that flat earther?
Well, right now, Slick and Jose are talking a quick talk about red pill, blue pill, and I know where we are. I know you kind of obfuscated. You kind of obfuscated.
I'm going somewhere with this.
No. Now you're talking and you're getting triggered because you're taking me places. You're obfuscating. You're trying to take me somewhere else so you can obfuscate somehow. But listen to me. The talk was about red pill, blue pill. Now we kind of talk about it. We were going somewhere else, and I want to go back to the beginning now. How in the fuck do you know about this red pill, blue pill? Where did you learn it and why do you regurgitate it? Slick?
Okay. You're good, Jose.
Listen, dude. I was going somewhere with my line of question. Now, if you want to have a conversation with me, are you telling me that you can control what I ask and what I don't ask? Are you like in charge of this talk?
Be more slick. Be more
No. I was very
more
specific on telling you. I wanted I have a few minutes talk about the blue pill, red pill, and this is a very key point. How are you preaching this red pill, blue pill analogy? You must have learned it from somewhere, read it somewhere, and you believe it because you are preaching it up ahead for more people.
Okay,
this is not for the sheeple. This is for the deeper
Jose,
level,
didn't you
right?
just say a little while ago, like a few minutes ago, that I'm coming in here hot and ghetto and hollering and yelling and all that shit? Now, did you not say that?
Yes, I did. You want to obfuscate and go somewhere else because you want to avoid my question about belief? Go ahead.
Dude, I'm trying to address it. That's what the point that I was trying to bring up when you cut me off and told me what I can't say. I'm trying to address all of your concerns. Now, the reason I was saying what I was saying, because we live in a world with the blue pill philosophy, you're not allowed to think different.
But what is that blue pill philosophy?
Dude,
Where
are
did
you
you
going
learn
to cut
that?
me off?
No,
I'll
the
tell you what,
point is,
I'll tell you what, cut
where
me
in the
off and
fuck
let-
did you learn that? If you
I'll tell you
rage
what,
quit,
take
it's
over-
because you're fucking,
Take over the
fucking smart.
conversation. I'll tell you what, Jose, why don't I just listen to you? I don't have to talk. I'll just listen
Come
to
on,
you.
Slick. It's a fair point.
You're
Why
obfuscating,
blue and
Slick.
why
You're
red? Where did you
obfuscating.
get the
Then
analogy?
you talk.
Where
Okay.
did you get that idea? Where did you learn it?
It came from me.
No. You didn't invent this analogy of red pill, blue pill. I hear it everywhere else. So everywhere else, everybody learned blue pill, red pill from Slick James fucking Johnson. Everybody did
That
learn it
question
from
goes
you.
back to you as
Or
well,
you learned it
Jose.
from
What does
somewhere.
blue and red
Would you
mean?
stop it? Now, I can't answer his question if you talking in the background. I can't even hear him. Now, where I came
Not
up with
answering anything, Slick, though. Answer him.
Where I came up with the blue pill, red pill, I use it as an analogy because it's something that everybody's familiar with, and it's
I'm
easy.
not asking you why do you
Oh,
use
what
it.
the
It's
fuck, dude?
where
Okay, I'll
in
tell
the
you
fuck
what.
did you
I'll
get it
listen to
from?
you.
Slick,
I'll listen to you.
I'm
I'll
not
just listen
asking
to you.
you.
Shit, you
This
get on my
you're
fucking nerves
full
with
of
that
shit.
fucking. Listen, if you want to have a
Obfuscation.
conversation,
You
motherfucker,
see?
have one.
Oh, Slick,
Fuck, I don't
man.
want to keep hearing you running
you
your
Come on,
cannot
motherfucking
guys.
mouth
Come
in the
on, guys.
background.
Chill,
What
man.
the fuck
Chill.
is your fucking problem?
Both
You
of
want to
you
have a
guys, chill,
conversation?
man. Come
Fucking
on.
have one.
10 seconds.
When
Slick,
you
go
gonna
ahead, let
shut
it
the
out.
fuck up? The fuck is that, man? When you're having a conversation, let me say my fucking piece without you running your fucking mouth over me. Now, you asked me a question where it came from. I'm telling you, I use it as an analogy because when you talk to people, you want to talk about things that they're familiar with. That's why I use it.
Where did you get familiarized with? Where did you learn it? Where did you hear this for the first time? This is what I want to learn. I want to know which kind of people, what kind of content do you believe and you preach it.
Okay,
That's all
I don't
want to
have
learn.
beliefs. I don't have beliefs. So stop asking me about what I believe. I don't have beliefs.
Why blue and red?
Well,
is the
you
question
believe this
Jose
red
is
pill, blue
asking.
pill analogy because you're preaching it, Slick.
Okay, is it not a good analogy to use to
Where in the
understand?
fuck did you get it? That's all about
There
it.
you go. Listen,
Where
motherfucker,
did
you
you
gonna
get
let
it?
me fucking talk or what? I don't give a fuck if this is your show. You either
No,
gonna
no,
shut
I
the
don't care.
fuck
You
up,
good.
but then don't talk to me then,
All we
motherfucker.
are
If you don't want to
witnessing
have
right
a
now
fucking conversation,
is
then don't fucking
Slick
talk to me.
cannot obfuscate,
Fuck is
cannot
your
have it
damn
his way.
bitch, you
So look,
obfuscating because
he's
you
losing
scared to let
his
me talk.
shit.
You
Wow,
obfuscating.
this is so
You
telling.
scared, motherfucker. Shit, if you ain't scared, shut the
Wow,
fuck
so
up.
telling, man.
Yeah,
You've
I
been
know it's
exposed by
telling.
the
What's telling
weakest
is that you
link.
having your
Jose,
motherfucking
the
ass handed to you.
non-debater, the non-English speaker, just
Fuck is your
exposed you
problem?
for the piece of
Oh yeah,
shit you
but
are,
then
Slick.
take your motherfucking
Wow,
trophy
weak,
and stick it in
man.
your
Very,
ass.
very
Hang
weak.
on, calm down.
Shit, motherfucker, you
Slick.
think you can sit up here and just over talk somebody with that bullshit?
Slick,
Fuck out of
hang
here.
on. Let me be the intermediary.
Fuck.
Asking you why you choose blue and red specifically.
And every time I keep
Slick,
trying to
if you
fucking
would like
answer,
to
the
stay,
motherfucker let me
you
get
fucking
2 or
talk
3
again, I'll boot
motherfucking
you, Slick.
words. Fuck
Piche,
you.
Blue and red have
Fuck
other
you.
connotations.
You
Shit,
want
boot
out?
this
Piche, do you
motherfucker.
want to
Kiss my
say?
motherfucking
Stay on
ass.
mute.
Listen,
you.
blue and red
I
have
give a
other
fuck about you.
connotations.
Shit, you can kiss my motherfucking ass.
I think
All right,
that's
Slick.
called
Let's go back.
handing
Wait,
his
let's go back.
task on a
Wait.
platter.
Slick, where did you hear this red pill, blue pill thing? I want to learn. Where did you learn it? So I get an idea. What kind of people? Where do you learn this? It's all I want to know.
No problem. You ever seen the movie The Matrix?
Yes, I have.
Okay, that's where the idea of the red pill, blue pill came from. The Matrix movie. I use that movie because it's a movie that everybody's familiar with.
Not everybody, but okay.
Okay, yeah, for the most part, most people have seen it. So it's easy to use an analogy that people have heard before. Now, in that Matrix movie, wasn't it about you had two groups of people? You had one group of people that was totally all system. Whatever the system said, that's what they went by. And then you had another handful of people that were trying to get out of that system. Those were the red pill people. So can you relate to that? How you got millions and millions of people in the system, and then you got a handful of people trying to get out of the system? That's why I use that analogy.
Bravo, Slick. Watch the movie. Learn a key phrase, and he's fighting. All the globe is fighting the reality with the red pill, blue pill. Shout out to the Matrix. Slick,
right? But
no, you're doing fucking awful, bro.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. You can have any opinion you want. That's a blue pill opinion. You think that because you say I'm doing awful, that's a fact because Jose said so. It don't work that way.
Slick, as you say, blue pill is people that believe the news, believe what they say, believe the Big Bang, believe this. I am not that people, Slick. I am none of that. So you are totally fucking wrong because I am more red pill than you are because I accept the reality for what it is. You just deny. You just shout. You're just a comedian, Slick.
Okay, so if you're more red pill than me, then why are you and I having a debate if we're both red pill?
Well, no, I'm using what the analogy that you use, that you believe the movie and you're preaching it. That's all.
Well, I don't say anything about I believe the movie. I said I'm using it as an analogy.
No, I see that. I see that you believe this, and it's my point of view, and I believe that everybody else believes that you believe this, and you're just in your belief system, Slick, which is awful because your belief system is denying reality.
Sure, but notice what you just said, Jose. Notice how you just talked about all the people that's on your side. Notice how you just brought that up,
including SC Montreal, which is not on our side. I know SC Montreal knows that you have a very interesting belief system as a non-believer, Slick.
Dude, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. How can I have a belief system and not a belief system? It doesn't make
your belief
sense.
System is I don't believe. I'm not a believer. That's
I don't listen.
System,
no,
Slick.
that's you talking out of both sides of your mouth. I don't have belief, so I can't have a belief system. That's impossible.
Thank you for proving me right.
See,
you know what? It's getting louder over here, the hot mic, so I'm gonna have to mute myself. Thank you for the talks.
No problem, anytime. See, the thing is with blue pill philosophy, what's important is that everybody must be on that same team. And see, now the problem that you people are having, and even people like Jose, he's part of that system. See, so when I come along and say I don't have beliefs, it's their job to get me back in the system. That's like the Agent Smith. Hey, we got a runner. We got to catch this guy. He's trying to get out. See, so everywhere I go and I say I don't have beliefs, I got 15, 20 people attacking me, trying to draw me back into the world of the belief system, because it's the belief system that ties your whole reality together, because your whole world is in your mind. It's just what you believe. You believe shit that ain't even happening, but it's because you believe it, you think it's happening. It's just like planetesimals forming into planets.
You believe is that I believe
Hold
stuff.
on, don't cut me off.
You're
Don't cut me
obfuscating.
off.
You say
Don't
you
cut me
believe this,
off.
you believe that. You don't say what I believe, Slick.
Why
you don't
you
speak
cut
for
me
me.
off?
I speak for fucking myself. You fucking
Okay,
idiot.
but you didn't have to cut me off. We're having a nice conversation. No need to
Yeah, I
get
had to
triggered.
cut you off because it was the only part that the radio was off. That's why I cut you off.
It's like you were monologuing as well for a very long time there.
Oh, but you said I was.
I want to.
Hold it.
I got to give you a point here.
The man told me that him and I was having a conversation, and you're telling me now I'm monologuing?
Yeah.
Okay, so what kind of sense does that make? Me and the man having a one-on-one, and now you're going to accuse me of monologuing.
And I thought and now it's a group talk again. A group,
it's
okay,
gone.
well then,
It went
so
on mute.
go ahead. Group talk. I'll go on mute too.
Well, you were just making an overgeneralization, like these blue people that you label myself and everybody else. Everybody that isn't you and your little niche of disbelievers. You think that we're all in unison and we're all together and it's all this nice big group and this lovely thing. And I fucking disagree with a lot of things these blue pill people say. A lot. Don't tell me what I believe.
Let me ask you this. Do you have beliefs at all?
Yes, I have to have beliefs.
Okay. Now I don't have beliefs and I don't need beliefs to function.
I don't care about you. You're asking about me.
Okay. So if you don't care about me, then why is it that every time I say I don't have beliefs, people say, yes, you do?
Who's people?
People. Every time. Look,
okay.
Listen, you don't mean to tell me that you don't ever hear me arguing with people and them telling me that I do have beliefs. You
Of
ain't
course I
never
do.
heard
I'm
that
just
before?
wondering why you're bringing it up now.
Because that's what we're talking about. That's what this whole conversation is about.
No, I just said to you that you are generalizing all what you call the blue pill fucking people as
with beliefs.
You're painting them with one brush. Yeah, but wait a minute. So red pill people are people without beliefs, and blue pill people are just people with beliefs.
No, I phrased that wrong. I take that.
You
back.
did, right?
Yeah, I just said so.
No. So what you're saying though, you've just painted us all with the same brush. I'd say, even in my field, I disagree with fucking the blue pill people, even though I'm a blue pill person, according to you. I can tell you fuck tons of shit that I disagree with. I can tell you definitions that I disagree with. It's not one tidy little group where there's one side and the other, Slick. It really is not.
Are you monologuing? I'm just curious.
No, I just had to get my point off, and that was it, and I'm done now.
No, okay. What the point that you don't understand is this. When I say I don't have beliefs, I don't know anybody else making that statement. Do you hear anybody else making that statement besides me?
I have made that statement.
Okay, so are you telling me, Lori, you have said that you don't have beliefs at all?
Yes.
Nihilists. They don't believe
you're just
in anything.
lying. You're just lying.
No, I have said that.
Okay, so I'm asking you, Lori, do you have beliefs or not?
No, I don't have beliefs.
Okay.
So I'm also in the same camp as you. I'm also red pill.
Okay, well, I'm just saying it's the first time I heard it, because every other time you've been telling me that I had beliefs. Now, all of a sudden, your story's changed, so I don't know what the fuck is going on.
No. The statement, I don't have beliefs, and the statement, you have, those are not in contradiction. So you might have beliefs when I don't.
Dude, listen, Lori, don't play games with me. If you want to play games and troll, do that shit somewhere else. I don't feel like playing games with you.
It's logical thinking.
I know, but I don't feel like playing with you. Shit, go take that dumbass shit somewhere else.
It's logical thinking. So if you have a problem with logical thinking, well,
control, man, get the fuck out of here.
You just didn't understand. So when I say I don't have beliefs, I'm not saying you do. And when I say you have beliefs, I'm not saying I don't. So
yeah, you're talking out of both sides of your ass.
No, I can easily say I don't have beliefs, and that is not in contradiction with.
So what's your point?
Me saying that's not in contradiction with me saying you do have beliefs.
What is your point?
The point is you try to make a contradiction there where there isn't.
Okay, well, I don't understand what you said, so your point didn't land.
I understand that because you seem to have a problem with logic.
Okay, you got another trophy.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I have a whole collection.
And then you got this metaphysical whatever it is, the spirit that you believe in. Slick, this is some ridiculous shit.
There you go with that you believe in shit. Why you keep trying to press that shit on me, Jose?
Well, what's a spirit? Because I want to know.
Then have it.
Have it what? Believe in the spirit?
So no, I said if
it's a belief.
I said if you want the spirit, then have it. Don't ask me
it's
about it.
It's like believing the fucking Saint Peter or Virgin Mary.
That's blue pill. See, that's blue pill talk right there. You're just talking blue pill philosophy.
This thing you say about the spirit is garbage. It's a belief.
Okay, dude, you can have any opinion you want. That's up to you. I'm not here to change your mind. People have free minds to do what works for them.
So you have the spirit. I have heard you saying you have the spirit.
Yes, I am spirit.
I respect your belief in the spirit. Thank you.
That's fine. Listen, you could do the same troll shit that Lori's doing. The shit don't work on me.
By the way,
it's not troll shit.
I'm
keeping it real. Not troll shit.
I know. I'm telling you I don't have beliefs, but you keep on telling me I do. I keep on telling you, notice that that's what y'all keep doing. You can't just, when I say I have beliefs, you say, okay, fine. Notice that you can't do that.
By the way, I don't have lungs either.
Damn, dude, you weak as fuck. When the fuck is you gonna get over yourself?
Why am I weak? I don't have lungs.
I don't know why you weak, but you are. Get over yourself.
So Slick, Do you have lungs or not?
Lori, please, man. I don't feel like no fucking dumbass games with you.
Yeah. I understand.
Why don't you argue facts with him? Plantesimals, other stuff.
Yeah.
Why are you arguing beliefs?
No, it's good. It's like lungs inside a human body. Lungs inside a human body. You couldn't get more real than lungs, bro. Go ahead.
Jose's on a roll today.
I can really answer that, SE. I didn't argue facts with him because he was over talking me, Peachy was over talking me, and you were over talking me. So you didn't really give me any chance. And actually, it's in the middle of the night, and I kind of have to shut up because it's 2 o'clock, and there are other people in the house, and I actually got more vocal than I should have at that point.
You know, if you just make your point, you know, everything will be a lot smoother.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have let me, so.
Of course, you're telling me what I wouldn't have done.
Yeah, I am telling you what you wouldn't have done, and everyone knows that's the case.
Yeah, I know. See, there we go. See, notice how the everyone knows. See how you keep on using that shit? Like you got a team of people with you against me.
It's true. When people know. You know, when everybody knows, everyone knows. And there's the people that knows and the people that deny. There's the 99.99 people that knows, and then there's 0.0001 of people that deny, like you, Slick. You are in that 0.0001, Slick. You just deny, and then there's the people like us that knows things. Thank you.
Okay, so are you telling me I'm denying plantesimals forming into Earth?
You just deny things. You're in the group of the denier, in the small percentage of the deniers.
I know, yeah, because I'm one of the people that's denying that plantesimals form into Earth. So I'm one of the deniers. Because everybody else,
you might be right in that. You might be right, 100% correct. But everything else, you're still one person. Your belief system puts you in the non-believer group of the 0.000%.
Is that a problem for you that I'm in this 0.0001%? Is that a problem for you?
Well, in some case, in a lot of sense, yes, because then you are controlling the discussion. You are obfuscating and not allowing people that know things to progress and go further in the discussion. You are keeping us down, dragging us down, and going nowhere. Like people like you are put in place, or you put yourself in place to not allow the discussion to progress. Human beings, human race, us, the discussion will never progress with people like you in it, Slick.
Right. So what you're saying is if there's somebody like me that has his own mind, the world could never progress because people can't have their own mind. It has to have this one mind. Is that what you're telling me, Jose? Because that's what it sounds like.
No. You don't say what I say. I already spoken very clearly.
I'm asking for clarity.
You don't interpret what I say, and you don't do the flutter data bullshit. You say, so you say this and that. No, you don't use that bullshit tactic with me, Slick. I spoke for myself. You speak for you.
I apologize.
I have spoken. People here heard me. That's all. I just say that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm listening to all of you very closely. You're always talking about the net. See, it's 99.999% of you against this 0.111% me. So you think that because I'm one by myself, all of a sudden I'm wrong. I'm automatically wrong because 99 have to be right. You have to be on the right side.
You are wrong. You are just wrong right now. That's why I'm putting you in that place, because you are misrepresenting what I say. It's not because you are the minority. It's because you are wrong in every fucking shit that comes out of your mouth, Slick. You got nothing. All you got is denialism. Actually, if you actually had something, an alternative, it would have been a totally different ballgame. But you got nothing, Slick. All you got is I don't believe you, and you deny it. And yes, I say you don't believe it because you fucking don't believe shit.
So you want me to make some shit up so I can have something?
Well, if you present the evidence, I'm happy with looking at your alternatives. Thank you.
Okay, so I just asked you if you want me to make some shit up. So you said, sure, I'm happy to look at the evidence.
He said no. I say you present the evidence. You can tell me whatever you want, but back it up with evidence.
You know what the problem is? Like you just had an opinion of me. My opinion of you is you talking out of both sides of your mouth right now. So I can't understand.
If you got an alternative, you got something different that disagrees with what everybody knows is true, you can present an alternative. You can present evidence to back it up. I am more than fucking happy to look at your evidence, not just your rhetoric.
Did I just hear you say knows is true? Did I just hear you say those words? You knows is true?
Slick, if your mind is so
come and
free,
save his ass.
why haven't you come up with anything apart from your rhetoric?
Okay, let me ask you this. Why do I have to come up with something to knock out your shit that you made up?
Because ours is supported by testable evidence. All you would need to do is test it and show the results to be false, but you do fuck all.
Okay, how can I test the planetesimals forming into the Earth to
You
show it to be
cannot.
false? Okay, so then why did you?
Wait a minute. Listen.
So then why did you just tell me that I could? You just told me that I could.
Let me finish.
Yeah,
it was
of course.
non-specific what we were talking about.
Okay, well, get specific.
If you're on, okay, testing the shape of the Earth.
Fucking boom.
I don't see the boom.
Have you tested it yet? Slick?
Tested how?
And that
Anyway, any fucking way you want. There's loads of ways.
Okay.
Have you not tested it?
Yes, I have tested it. I experienced it presenting itself as flat and motionless.
Oh, can you give me your results and
Yes, I can. Everywhere that I go, I'm always balanced, and no matter which way I turn, nothing ever changes. That's a flat and motionless.
You're welcome, guys.
okay.
You're welcome. You're welcome for exposing Slick.
Okay.
So, like I said,
so do you think?
You think that because you guys come by the numbers, Jose, that shit don't mean nothing. That's what I was pointing out to you about your show. You think that because 7 or 8 of you motherfuckers get together and agree, you think you won.
Slick,
you ain't won shit.
Slick.
So, man, stop acting like a bitch.
Based on your findings and your scientific method, then you concluding that it's flat.
No.
Do you think
Did I say that?
should?
Hold it. Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. Stop trying to put that bullshit on me.
You experience it as flat.
I experience what the Earth, the way it presents itself, which is flat and motionless. Now stop trying to twist
Do
my
you
words.
document anything? And then we can take a little look of any type of documents.
Yes, I
that you
can.
Any kind of data. Yeah, present it. You can share the screen or give me a website.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I could. Yeah, I don't even have to give you any data. I can give you your
Oh
experience.
no. You have to provide any evidence.
So now
I can
you're
look it up
telling
on
me what
myself.
I'm giving you the evidence.
Yes,
Okay,
you have
so
to
you're-
because it gotta be. I have to do it myself to see
I
if
can
it
do
adds
it.
up. Yes,
And I can do it.
I gotta do it myself, and at least 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,billion people are able to do it. You gotta present all the data so everybody can do it, and
I can do
then
it.
we can put the data together. Yeah, but can you present data, visual data right
Yes,
here, right now?
yes, fucking yes. I can produce data.
You're gonna share your screen, or you're gonna share a link?
I don't need a screen. I can produce.
Yes,
the
you
data
do.
without
Then
a
you're not presenting shit.
Okay,
You're
so
just
what
giving
you're telling
rhetoric.
me? Okay, so you're giving me the rules. You're telling me the rules I have to use my presentation
Yes.
by?
Yes.
Okay,
You have
well
to
then I
provide
can't help you.
evidence. Yes.
Well, I can't help you because
then you got shit.
I can't
Then
help you
ain't got
because
shit.
you
Just
can't tell
rhetoric.
me how to function. So sure, whatever you say.
Yes, all you got is rhetoric. That's
All
what
you-
I want. That's what I
Listen,
supposed to expose you.
That's great,
like
Jose.
the
So you
Nathan Oakley
expose me.
clown show that they don't
That's
provide
great.
shit. They
That's
just got
great.
rhetoric, bro.
Yeah, that's great. You've exposed me, Jose. That's awesome.
Slick, do you know the difference between just random thoughts and what you think is
Dude,
happening?
just listen.
And
If
evidence,
you got a point,
and
ask me a point.
evidence. I've asked
If
it.
you, if you got something that you want to
I've
ask,
asked
ask
it. Answer.
Ask me
He
again
can't
without
answer.
double speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't answer because he didn't
I'm
listen.
trying.
Do you
I'm listening.
know the value and the difference between something that is evidence for something versus what someone thinks? In other words, made up bullshit.
Yes, one of them is fact and the other is belief.
Yeah, the fact is the one that can be backed up by evidence, by providing evidence, and everybody else can do it. Thank you.
Because what you're actually telling, what you're telling people, Slick. Now, what you're telling people with the evidence bit is here. This is my evidence. I'm not going to draw. You might put conclusions with it, but this is my evidence. Everybody else, go out and test it. This is the evidence. Prove me wrong.
I can do that.
No, you do it because of an experience, don't you?
See,
and that's just
so
that's
you
a
just
story
tell
of
me-
made up bullshit.
Listen, you just tell me that I can't do it. I tell you that I can, and then you start running off at the mouth. Why don't you
Okay,
let
sorry.
me do it
I
instead of
apologize.
telling me what I can't
Go
do?
for it then. Yeah, I
Right.
apologize. Go for it.
Now, I told you that the earth presents itself as flat and motionless, and I can prove that for a fact to every son of a bitch that walks this earth.
No, I agree with
Yes,
No, I
now
agree
you-
with that. I agree with
Exactly. Well, thank you.
Yes.
So I'm not wrong.
No, it presents itself as stationary and flat. I agree with you.
Exactly. That's
It
all
fucking
I'm
isn't,
saying.
And the evidence is to the contrary. Have you got any evidence that it is that way rather than just what you think it is?
It's a fact that it presents itself that
It
way.
is. I agree with you 100%.
Okay,
It is
so
a
what is
fact
your
that it
problem?
presents that way if you do not look very hard. But I'm saying, can you give me evidence that that's what it actually is rather than just what you think it is?
I'm not trying to.
Oh, well, then what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah, what the fuck? What do you mean, what am I doing here? What is, use another one of them self-proclaimed victory ass some bitches?
Now we go
I'm
to
not
the
claiming
Slick start
victory.
swearing and calling names and
Dude,
going
because
all over
that's
the
how
place.
I am, Jose. That's my personality, swearing, calling, that's what I
When
do.
Slick is called out and exposed, he just loses his shit. He go like, ha ha, oh, you
Jose,
don't got
listen,
nothing. All you
dude,
got is this.
Jose, if you honestly think that you
Pull my ghetto
expose,
comedians card off
okay,
my
you can
ass
overtalk me.
because
You
all
can
I talk is
overtalk me.
ass.
You can
Slick.
overtalk me if you want, Jose. If you honestly think that you expose shit works on me, dude, you somebody's taking you for a long ride. That shit don't work on me.
We took you for a long ride. You handed your ass to us.
Fine, Lori, sure. If that helps you, sure.
It helps me. It doesn't help.
Don't forget to pay Slick's pimp, though.
Whatever, dude. Listen, dude, I don't give a fuck if it's 10 of y'all, 1,000, 1 billion.
Hey, God,
you
know
ain't.
your ghetto, Slick.
Listen, dude, that's me. If that's what your attitude of the way I carry myself is ghetto, that's fine. That's my background. I'm ghetto. So what? You better than me because you're not ghetto? Hell, you think you better than me?
I'm pretender on
Yeah, I
the
grew up
internet.
on the streets with gangs and drugs and pimps and hoes and all that. Yeah, that's where I'm from. You think you better than me?
Just because you were a hoe doesn't mean
Dude, do you
anything.
have an argument or you just running off at the side of your mouth? You got something you want to say, you just talking dumb shit.
Let's see how the bacon god will do with Slick.
Yeah,
now.
let's see what you got.
I expose Slick, Ding expose his Slick.
Dude, I heard.
Let's see how the
many times
bacon
you
god
keep,
will expose
Jose, how many
Slick
times
now.
you need to
Boom.
keep singing that exposed song? You gonna keep on singing that same song over and over
Yes,
till it fits?
yes, you've been exposed, Slick. I mean, he's comedian. Yeah, and he was.
Dude,
you know what
keep
the
doing.
most
Make a
magnificent
video.
thing is?
Dude,
No,
make a video.
I'm just gonna upload the one-on-one that we had. I don't have to say nothing. I don't have to
upload this
interpret
whole
it
thing
because I will for the member panel. So if you want to rewatch it again, you gotta pay me membership. Boom.
Oh man, listen, like you can upload anything you want. If you think you expose me, tell the whole world. I want you to broadcast it to everybody that you expose me. I want you to. I'm promoting you.
To be fair, even when Jose says he exposed Slick, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. It doesn't necessarily mean that happened. Like you can just proclaim that you won, and
exactly, I can say whatever I want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just like when Slick said that I handed my ass to him, that doesn't mean that actually happened.
Sure. Maybe that didn't happen. Maybe I was just imagining things.
Maybe you were.
I saw it. It happened.
Yeah, he know it happened. He's just
When
trying to
Slick
back
is talking on testimonials, I don't care what y'all say.
But
Slick
that
is right.
there is.
Now, SC Montreal also knows that I exposed Slick. That happens. SC Montreal, that happened.
Yeah, that happened.
Nice white knight in there, SE.
Yeah, see, and what happened is they got ran out the back door with this shit. So now they're trying to come up with a cover up. So now I'm exposed. So now what I did didn't happen because I'm exposed. They think they wiped the slate. They think they wiped the slate clean.
There is nothing to wipe clean.
Yeah. Everybody got pissed off, and instead of addressing his point, you guys went after his belief system.
He wouldn't really let me. He wouldn't really let me.
I love you.
Point anyway.
Even Montreal called you out on your shit and your belief system, Slick.
You hear that, Montreal? Go ahead, Bacon. Whatever you got, man. What you got? Shoot your best shot.
Let's keep this friendly, guys. Come on, man. Let's not turn this into.
I would love it.
I'll keep it friendly.
Sorry, Slick, go on.
No, what I'm saying, I'll keep it friendly. So shoot your best shot.
I had this idea, and I'll run it past the flat earthers here, or the globe deniers here. The people, the planet earthers have a panel where they try and they figure out what technology wouldn't work if the Earth was flat, because there's quite a lot. And you can, and if you can invalidate anything that is come up with from an engineer or something like that wouldn't work on a flat Earth, you'd be famous. You would have something. but there is a lot of technology that just patently would not work on a flat Earth.
When we find that Stingray lost his job and Stingray is not working, then we know that that Stingray found something good that is really an evidence of, like, denies the globe or a good evidence for flat Earth, and then he got fired just for it, you know.
So if you think that this helps you guys with your
I
plan,
think Sean
Cosmos,
is right, Jose. I think Stingray's going to turn into a flat earther. Sorry, Slick.
well, he seems like he's trying to slip his way into it. He's trying
No,
to,
oh, Jesus Christ! My God, you guys are delusional.
Well,
But
dude,
anyway,
listen, you just
what I
you
just
just
said.
came,
Just what I just said.
you said a little while ago that you had a flat Earth model that worked. Now, I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said. Or maybe worked or close
asked,
to it.
No, you asked me, do I have one that works? And I said no. And then I said at the end of that, I said I've answered the question of sunrise, sunset on a flat Earth. That doesn't mean the model works.
So certain aspects could work.
Yeah. Individually, I've solved a lot of things individually, but I can't solve them all as one. I just can't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you know that's great. So you check.
Stingray, I have a hunch. Does your secret? Sorry, Slick. I just want to ask you one question. You can do.
No, take the floor, Montreal. Go ahead.
Okay, go, Slick. Go. I'm cutting you. Go ahead.
You're not cutting me at all. I'm saying, go ahead. I got nothing.
We know.
What formula? Does it start with an R? Maybe.
It's not,
Did I catch you, bro?
No, it's not a.
Huh?
It's not a formula.
Does it start with an R? Come on now.
No.
Oh, damn. Okay. Sorry.
What
Go
the
ahead.
hell?
Slick.
No, I didn't. No, I was just in the conversation. I didn't have anything special.
But what do you think about what I said, Montreal? I'd be interested to get your opinion on that.
I thought he was gonna pull the refraction.
No. Oh no. No, refraction. If refraction could do that, it's a weak argument. If refraction could do that, it would do so much more and would just be able to see it. You know, would see clouds that are obviously distorted and elongated, and they'd all be shimmering, and it wouldn't work. It'd be like we'd be looking through water. So I did consider it. I ran the idea, and then I looked at it a little bit and thought, yeah, I'm never going to get this to work ever, because it just
you know what?
match reality.
Something clicked, Stingray, with the proposition you did with the instruments, right? Any kind of tool, technology, or instrument that can work on a flat Earth. But you know, in a slightly different thing, I hear always Jaden and Dirt saying like, "Oh, the things are either work on a flat Earth or on both models. You don't find something that only works on a globe." Then,
Jesus.
if that's the case that everything will work on a globe and a flat Earth, why in the fuck do theodolites exist if the theodolite will measure the dip, on the horizon?
It's not just that, Jose. There is so much technology that we are used to day in, day out that just would not work on a flat Earth. You'd have to re-engineer it somehow, and
that one is the one that just came to mind, because I know that will very easily, and to everybody, will measure an angle down. The horizon will be below that middle point, So that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Well, then why the flat Earth to say that there are nothing that could work only on a globe? If pretty much all the technology only work on a globe.
But see, that goes back to what SE was talking about earlier. If everything about the globe is so obvious, then how did anybody in ancient times, according to the stories, have any understanding whatsoever? Where did the flat Earth idea couldn't even had came up? So how did that happen with all of this in-your-face evidence?
They didn't have theodolites.
You can actually solve the shape of the planet, even in, they when you say where did the flat Earth come from, you can't prove that people thought it was flat or a sphere or a triangle or just this infinite realm. Really, there's only stories to go off. Now there are civilizations that absolutely thought that it was a sphere, they just didn't know how big. In very ancient times.
Stingray, what Jose says is interesting. Let's trace this back. The theodolite. Who invented it? What time?
I've got no idea. That wouldn't be a technology.
That was Laurie. That was Laurie that said that.
That'd be a George or a Blue thing. I'm into surveying. Oh, I have been into construction surveying, but not using theodolites. I use laser targeting and positioning and LiDAR and shit like that.
We got the story. We've heard it 1,000 times. That was Laurie that said that in Montreal.
Okay.
Laurie, that was you with the theodolites.
Actually, I was thinking of the astrolabe. I think I messed up on that one. I was thinking way back, with the horizon thing there. That's where my head went.
Yeah, like I said,
it'd be nice to see some flat Earth experiments done outside of the refraction layer. The extreme refraction layer. I'd like to see a planetesimal experiment done. That's what I want to see. I already said to you the concept of.
I didn't tell you anything about a concept. I can give you a concept. I ain't talking about concepts.
The theory of gravitational forces coalescing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about nothing about no theories. I ain't looking for theories.
That's what that is.
I'm looking for you doing it. Remember, just like Jose said, present it. Do like Jose said.
Yeah.
Do like Jose said. Present it.
Where shall I make the planet?
Present your evidence. Present your evidence.
See what you're doing, Slick.
Have you got 6 billion years?
See what you're doing, Slick.
Interrupting every other word. Oh, so now I'm interrupting him. Of course I am.
Yeah. It's talk and let talk. You say something, and then when Stingray started to speak, you kept talking. You took like a 20-second pause.
Yeah, I know. I've been doing that all day. I'm not letting nobody talk. You're right, Jose.
So if you want me to make you a planet, we can try, I guess. If you've got 6 billion years and a lot of fucking equipment, we could try. But my lifetime, I'm not willing to waste it on a fraction of that 6 billion years would need.
In other words, you can't. So
I cannot demonstrate that to you. I can, however, show you the theory behind it and show you it in practice, even within our solar system.
Yeah, see, that's double speak. I can't, but I can. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
I cannot demonstrate to you it happening. I can point to the evidence that shows you that it can.
Right, but I don't want to hear no sentences with I can and I can't, and I'm all in the same sentence. I'd rather you not even tell me that bullshit.
Then you're in the wrong field, then.
Bro.
No,
you gotta give him that. There's no way around that, man.
Can you show me the Earth being flat?
You can question him on his belief system.
Montreal, wait a minute, listen.
You can question him on his height.
I'm not.
But you can't question him on this, bro.
Listen to this, then. Both of you. Can you show me a flat disc supporting two fucking astral bodies, which we call the sun and the moon, levitating?
Can you show me that?
Can you show me that? Can you build it for me? Can you build it for me, please?
You're changing the story, bro.
Now, can you build it, though? Yes or no?
Tell him, Jose, he's obfuscating. Tell him, Jose. Tell him how he's obfuscating.
You're asking me to build a planet. I'm saying, can you build a flat Earth?
But that's not the point, Stingray, man.
Is it not?
Tell him how. Come on, Jose. Why don't you come up and tell him how he's obfuscating?
Is the question not ridiculous?
You tell him how he's obfuscating. I'm not a babysitter, bro.
Yeah. Is it not ridiculous? The question for me to say, build a flat Earth to prove that it can work.
But that's not what he's telling you, bro.
We're not talking about that.
He asked me to make the early formations of a fucking planet.
No, what I asked you was stop making statements where you say I can and I can't all in the same damn statement. That's what I said.
I said I cannot make a fucking planet for you. I can show you the concept.
Same shit. I can, but I can't. I can, but I can't.
Two different points. 2 different points, Slick. I'm not saying I can't build you a planet, but I can build you a planet. That would be fucking ridiculous. I'm saying I cannot build you a planet. The request is fucking ridiculous. What I can point you to is the rings of Saturn, where we can see gravitational forces forming clumps together out of the dust that form Saturn's moons, and they don't last. They are transient as well.
Now you're going to monologue the bullshit.
Is that bullshit, like what I just said? How so?
Yes, because when you talk about I can, but I can't, I'm not interested.
How is Saturn's moon?
Dude, you want to let me finish? Once you say that I can't do this, but I can do this, I don't even want to hear it. Either you can do something or you can't. I don't want to hear that mixed up double speak.
2 different things. There were 2 different things.
Double speak. Yeah, double speak. That's how double speak is. You're talking 2 different things in the same damn statement. Double speak. Yeah, double speak.
So I can point to you the evidence that it can occur.
Stingray?
Yeah.
Why can't you just say when Slick asks you, is it possible? Can you explain me how these planetesimals form the planet?
Yes,
Why
I
can't
can.
you just say I have no fucking idea?
No, I can explain it, and we can see it in our solar system. The concept. I cannot build a fucking planet for you.
But that's not what he's asking you to do. He didn't tell you, hey, Stingray, build me a planet, man.
He said, show me it.
He'd be deranged then. He would
said,
think
"Show
he
me
was
it."
God.
He said, can I show it to him? And they're like, well, I can't show you
Stingray, what you're doing is the
planetesimals
classic
building Earth. I can't.
What you're doing is classic double speak, where you say two things and you try to slip some bullshit past people. That's what red pill philosophy catches every time.
I'm not so sure it's double speak though. Let's
Well,
take
you're
an
blue pill.
example. Yeah, I don't really care about that. So let's take an example. I go to hitchhiking and I want to get to New York, and then a person comes along and I ask, "Oh, can you get me to New York?" And he says, "I can't get you to New York, but I can get you as far as this other place that's closer." And I think Slick James would be at that point. I don't want that bullshit. I don't deal with can and can't at the same sentence. You're double speaking, man. But it would be actually useful to me to get closer to my destination, even if I can't get all the way. But of course, the flat Earth dialectic goes either it's all the way or it's none of the way. So if you can't get me to New York, that has to mean you cannot get me anywhere. And if you don't realize that that's what's happening, then you're kind of, I don't know, I cannot help you.
I'd still like to address the technology thing. Is no one interested on what technology just wouldn't work on a flat Earth?
No, please, not again. Please, no more.
Yeah, actually, I really am.
I figured somebody would do it.
You don't count. You're not the red pill.
Stingray, stop being an H-Bay and tell us. You're dying to tell us. Come on.
Well,
Stop being a biatch. Tell us.
A biatch. Well, the biggest thing that wouldn't work is navigation in its current form. We wouldn't be able to use GPS. We wouldn't be able to use any positioning satellites, Galileo or GLONASS. They just would not work.
I just found out a little option really cool on my YouTube. I can create a community post, like I share the videos sometimes for different members. I can share it public for all the channel members or just specific tiers on the channel membership. Really cool. Hell yeah. So I can post my videos, unlisted videos here for my channel members. Beautiful. Sorry, excited. I figured that out now, just now.
Is that what? There's a.
Go ahead. In other words, go ahead, Stingray. Sean wants to hear you circle jerk.
Illuminati badge on the fucking. Who the fuck did that? That's not going to help. Yeah. So
go ahead. Sean wants to hear you circle jerk.
I'm not quite sure it's a circle jerk. So GPS just absolutely would not work without gravity. Your phone wouldn't really function in the way that it does. Would have to have some new mechanism to figure out the orientation and the forces acting upon your phone.
What about can you use the planetesimals? Can you focus in? Like, can you communicate with the planetesimals and like have them relay back and forth?
Come on, Stingray, man. Come on.
I don't know what you're on about, Slick. Even our understanding of electricity, and even in a capacitive touchscreen and the science surrounding it, just to deny all of this science and say that it can't exist, or it's just absolutely ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure. I mean, in my field, I could come up with a massive list that's dependent on all of this.
Did anybody understand anything, or was it just me?
I hear him, but it just
I only mentioned GPS. GPS wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
It's the same old. It's the same old story.
And guess what? This is brilliant for flat earthers, though. If you think the Earth is flat, and if you want to prove that it isn't, you could simply invalidate the GPS network because everything is there. All the tools
I can
are
do
there.
it in one sentence.
No, wait a minute. All the tools are there for you to invalidate the GPS
I can
system.
do it in one sentence.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me just finish, Montreal. But all you need to do is understand how it works to begin with. So you can't say Loran. You can't say this. That's not how it works. You have to understand how it works in order to be able to invalidate it. And once you understand how it works, you would be able to invalidate it if the Earth was flat. Really fucking easy. And no one's done it yet. That's quite telling.
One word. Well, two actually.
Okay, two.
Loran C. Look it up, Stingray. The new Loran C network.
Okay. And what's the point? How does this invalidate GPS?
The point is, they worked it out up to, I think it was 8 meters, if I'm not mistaken, accuracy.
Okay, brilliant, awesome.
It's better than GPS.
GPS for your information. Wait a minute. GPS for your information is 1 centimeter.
Cloud cover even. There you
Just so you're aware,
You asked me a
GPS
question, I answered
is
you.
1
Loran
centimeter.
C.
Yes. Now, you don't understand how GPS works. So Loran C has got nothing to do with GPS. Tell me how it's the same.
You asked me for an alternative, and I gave it
No,
to
I
you.
didn't.
You don't have to
No,
like
I
it.
didn't. No, I didn't ask you
There
for an
it is.
alternative. Now you're making stuff up. When did I ask you for an alternative?
But then I misunderstood you. My apologies.
You absolutely did. My question was as follows. If the Earth is flat, it would be very easy to invalidate one of the 3 commonly known global positioning satellite networks. One is the GPS system, one is the GLONASS system, and one is Galileo. Any of those are open to you fucking with. And you've got all the tools to be able to invalidate them and prove the Earth to be flat because they would not work on a flat Earth. You just have to identify. You just have to prove it, and it can, and no one ever has, and it only works on a globe, and it only works in a certain way. If the Earth was flat, it wouldn't work at all.
My apologies. I misunderstood you completely, Stinger.
Yes, and by the way, GPS is 1 to 2 centimeters accurate if you want it to be. My friend, my farming friend, has got one of these big latest generation.
Dude, do you have
John
a
Deere's.
short version, Stingray?
Wait a
Can you
minute,
give the short version to
listen
the
to this.
story?
Wait a minute, this is a short version. I'm just telling Montreal that it's like 2 centimeters accurate. He's got an agricultural version with a dish on top, and it's a self-steering tractor as well with fertilizer spreader and everything, just all automated, and it does it off GPS. And that's 2 centimeters accurate that he's got. But I'm pretty sure military can do like 1 centimeter accurate.
I wish you can come up with a nice story like that when it comes to planetesimals forming in the planets.
Yeah, I don't know enough about them.
He's got you there, bro.
I don't think.
I don't think he got us.
No. But yeah, so I've asked you this before, Montreal. It would be so easy for you to do this. And you know, when you say you might not think it's flat, but you think it's a lot bigger, you'd be able to tell that as well. If that was the case, it would also prove that to you, or you'll be able to demonstrate it. And all you need to do is spend like $30-$40.
I don't need that. I don't need that to prove the 3959. We have plenty of observation. Jose, Travis, Ranty. We have plenty of observations that cannot happen on the 3959. I'm about to have my own tune very soon. So, I mean, they're everywhere. You don't need no satellite.
I'm saying satellites that are up there for positioning, you would be able to prove whatever you want if you learn how it works. But unfortunately, you can't invalidate them. No one ever has. But if the Earth was flat and they didn't exist, or if the Earth was flat and they were balloons, or if the Earth was flat and they were hung from the fucking sky, you'd be able to invalidate that so easily. But you can't because they're
You
dependent.
mean as easy as like? Are you mean as easy as invalidate them like in planetesimals turning into planets? You can invalidate it that easy?
No, really fucking easy. Actually, you know, it's something you can experiment with.
Yeah, but how come I can't
here?
No, one.
You see the irony? You're trying to tell me about a satellite,
listen.
And Sleek is telling you you're like how a planet forms. You see the irony here?
Yeah, one, we can go out, measure, test, evaluate, collect data for. One would need billions of fucking years and the ability to make a planet. I am not on about that. I'm on about
so you can't talk shit about the planet part.
Which we
That's
use. No,
all we're saying,
I'm not.
bro.
Forget it. No, forget it. All right, fine. I don't care about them. I'm saying the GPS satellite network exists, and if any flat earther wanted to and had a really good case, they could invalidate it so easily if the Earth was flat and if they understood how it worked. It would be so simple to invalidate. If I believe the Earth was
could you
flat,
say that story again? Could you say that story just one more time? I just want to hear it one more. Just please tell us again. Please. What the fuck, man? You keep on saying that same dumbass story 5 times. We heard you. You can find out for yourself. We heard you. What the fuck?
Do your own research. It's awesome.
Damn, don't keep going on and on with the shit.
Gravity and the accelerometer on your phone. Jesus, just invalidate that. Piece of piss. Very easy. Oh, but you can't.
Like I said, you keep on saying very easy, but I'd like to see you very easily prove planetesimals forming in the planets.
I
that you claim
cannot.
that happened.
I
then,
didn't claim
then
that,
all
and I
then
cannot
nobody want to
prove
hear.
it.
Okay, well, save the rest of your bullshit then.
Oh, you mean the bullshit that we can observe and test? Yeah. Let's just disregard everything that we can test, Slick, and have evidence for. And let's just go on our experiences and what we feel. Shall we?
that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if you're going to claim fact in one area and then not have any damn clue whether that's a fact or not, then don't do it in any other areas because you've already lost trust.
I never claimed that. Straw man alert.
Listen, stop with the you claim. You know what I'm talking about.
Get rid of the bull. How about that?
I never claimed planetesimal shit. I came into that conversation and I just heard something about facts, and that was it. I did not claim that. I am now presenting you with a clear way to prove flat fucking Earth.
Oh man, listen, dude, ain't nobody want to hear that bullshit, man. It's that same old story.
I know you don't want to hear it, and I know you don't want to try it. And
it's just that I don't want to hear it. Stingray, what it is, I just don't want to hear it again. How many times you done sung that damn same song?
Until someone fucking steps up to the mark and says, "Hey, I can do this," and convince you.
Okay, well, when somebody steps up to the mark and shows how planetesimals form into planets, we'll all step up to the mark together. How's that?
That's a false equivalence, Slick. And if you don't know why, you're dumb as fuck.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, let me try another one. Let me try another one, Slick.
If he's not dumb as fuck, then he's dishonest as fuck.
Stop with that fucking. Come on, guys. Let me try another one.
Sorry, I apologize for swearing, by the way.
Stingray, how about this one? We all know the story of Thea, right? How supposedly a planet, Earth, in its early days was alone, didn't have a moon. Then this planet came along called Thea, right? Smashed into
I
the
don't,
Earth.
but okay. You're telling me
You
a
don't
story
know
at
this
the moment.
story.
I think I might have seen a part of a video because I saw. I didn't know that it was called Thea or whatever you said it was. And I saw a little bit of an animation, but I honestly looked at it because I liked the animation and the particle effects. I didn't really sit down and go, "Oh, I'm really interested in this." I didn't. And when we're talking
this is
about
not a
things
segue
like that,
for you to monologue. It's not a segue for you to monologue.
when we're talking about stuff like that, Slick.
I know, but
there's no
SC's
way we
trying
can
to
prove it. So why are we
trying to bring
talking
up
about
a
it?
point? It's not a segue for you to monologue. SC's trying to make a point.
I'm sorry, Slick. You moderate. Okay.
So yeah, like I was saying, Stingray. So the Earth was on its own. This is the story that I'm not making this up. This is what I was taught. This is what they teach in school, right?
I was never told
and even
this,
the ones that don't go to school, they learn about it on the internet and whatever. This is the common story. A planet called Thea came along, hit the Earth. They both became into molten lava, and then the remnants of what shot off Earth coalesced and became the moon. And then the Earth hardened, and then all kinds of water bombarded came magically from space, and we happened to be in the bacteria there somehow.
Wait a minute, just really quickly. Magically, what do you mean magically from space?
Well, take the word magically out. It came from space.
Oh, comets and things. Yeah, ice comets. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. Okay. All the water, and somehow, what became us, the bacteria was involved there somehow chemically, and it became the Earth. And here we are. Now, you tell me that's not a story. And even a bigger one than Slick said before, but yet this is what we believe.
So
this is what, don't get offended when he was saying blue pill, red pill. This is what we've been blue pilled to believe. It's just a term.
I honestly was never taught that essay at all at school.
Oh, come on.
Or if I was. No, honestly, I promise you. I promise you.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
I've got no
What
fucking
hell
idea.
school did you guys go to, man?
I just went to a normal school.
Yeah, I went to Pyhäjärvi Elementary School.
Okay, what did they teach you? I'll tell you what, take the shortcut. What did they teach you guys about from how the universe got to where we are now? What did they teach you?
I didn't have anything on astronomy at all. I had geology, but not astronomy.
Yeah, I didn't either. I had geology as well.
So now everybody's dummying up, and you've never heard any stories whatsoever about how the universe came to be.
How the universe came to be?
Yes, about how
the only thing I remember from even back then.
Hold on, let me clarify. Sean, I'm trying to clarify my question.
Okay, we'll let you monologue for a little bit.
I just want to clarify my question if you're not afraid. I'm just talking about the part that Montreal just brought up about how the planet smashed into the moon, Earth, formed the moon, and then the water coming into the Earth, and then all of a sudden that, the bacteria, and forming into all of that. That's what we're talking about. You didn't hear none of that?
No,
you didn't hear none of that whatsoever?
Honestly, no.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll caveat this.
Through grade school, through high school, never. They never taught us how the Earth was formed. They never taught us how the moon was formed. They taught us basic orbital mechanics.
How about evolution?
Evolution?
Yes, that's a different question.
That's biology.
No,
there's actually something I need to say about the whole moon story. For example, we got taught the Big Bang Theory and so on, but we didn't get taught the theory about the moon. And actually, if we actually study it right now and go to the internet or any other resource, it's one of the plausible theories that scientists give. So it's one open possibility. It's not like this story that they tell you and it's 100% like no, it's not even told like that. It's not double speak when I clearly point out that SE Montreal is misrepresenting the truth. How is that double speak?
Wait a minute, Laura, just really quickly, was this or essay if you've read into it, but is this a recent theory, or has this been around for hundreds of years? I don't know.
I think it's quite a recent theory, and it's one of the options, and it's really open. We don't know exactly how the moon came to be.
Name us another option.
That's one option.
Name us one of the other options.
Okay, so anyway, wait a minute, Essay, back to you.
Don't interrupt, Laurie. Name us one of the other options. How the moon and the Earth formed. Go ahead.
So is your argument if I cannot name other options right now, the other options don't exist? I can go and look at.
No, my argument is you guys, when we presented with facts, you don't accept them and you do what you're doing now.
SE Montreal, you
know I'm right, man.
I don't know you're right. I know you're wrong because you said there is only one model and it's the theory and there are other models.
That. I challenged you to present another model, and you couldn't
I will do that. I will
That's
do that.
What happened.
So you expect me, SE Montreal, you expect me to do it in this moment without going to any resources. You expect me to do this, and if I cannot, then that means that doesn't exist. Okay,
no,
can you show me?
I'm explaining you the current model, and you seem surprised. Everybody seems surprised.
I wasn't surprised. I know the theory, and I know it better than you do because I know that there are other options as well, and you didn't know that.
But wait a minute, just a quick question, Laura. You didn't get taught this at school either?
No.
All right, fair enough. Thank God. I thought my school must have been really crap if this was a decent theory and no one ever.
No. This is something I heard about in the flat Earth discussion.
Were you taught about the molten iron core in school? How they know every single layer down to the core?
Yeah, that was geology.
Yeah. I did have geology. And
there's another story. Do you believe that story? Since you were all taught that, do you believe that story?
Yes. Not like, it's not like it's just one ball of one thing or another. I mean,
did you catch the yes but no? Did you catch the yes but no?
What am I going to say? Is it made out of one specific item? I have no idea what it's made out of. Do you understand? Yes, it's going to be made up of multiple different things, but it's still the centrifuge for the Earth.
Sounds like they taught you double speak.
What? It sounds like you just didn't want to pay attention in school.
It's just that you keep on saying yes and no, all in the same sentence.
I'm sorry, but it just sounds like you just didn't want to pay attention or something. I don't know. What can I ask what the issue is? What's the issue with having a molten core?
The issue is very simple, bro. They have no clue what's down there. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You guys get pissed off when we tell you stuff and you say nah, right? But here we keep giving you facts. We keep giving you things that don't make sense, right?
What doesn't
Yesterday
make
we had this conversation, or the day before. They only dug 8 miles down, okay?
Okay.
And they were surprised every single mile down. They didn't think water would be there. Oh, by the way, Jose, I did some research on it, and they were wrong on the temperature by 100 degrees Celsius, stuff like that, where water levels is. And I have proof. I can bring it up tomorrow. So we keep giving you stuff that doesn't work, and you keep telling us, "Oh, you're not."
I think you missed the point there, Montreal.
Yeah,
it's proof.
No. Proof of what? What is it proof of?
Proof of you have no freaking clue what's at the core of the Earth.
I have no clue what is the core of the Earth. Correct. What is the point?
Nobody has. What do you mean? What is my point?
They have evidence that it is something, and they can derive that from PNS waves.
Did you hear that, Montreal?
I have no clue what is at the center of the Earth.
Did you hear that, Montreal? They don't, but they do. All in the same sentence.
No,
that was a rumpus right there.
That's not what he said at all.
My God, you guys don't actually listen. That's amazing. Jesus.
I don't think you're listening to yourself because you keep on double speaking.
I think you just like the word double speak at this point.
Yeah, when I hear you say I can and I can't all in the same sentence, that's what's called double speak.
He didn't say that.
I cannot play cricket, but I can.
He asked you about
go swimming.
He asked you about the molten iron core, and you said yes, it is, but no, it isn't. All in the same damn sentence.
Incorrect. I did not.
No.
That's what I mean. It's like you need to listen.
What did you say?
I said. He asked me, "Do I have any idea?" I said, "I have no idea how the center of the Earth is made up. I have no idea." And then I said, "However," that's what I said. "However, there are theories about what it is due to seismic P and S waves, and they, not me, I don't know, they have theories about it. And if you want to know this, go research. I haven't. But if you want to know how scientists derive what elements are there in their densities, go and research it."
Right. So what you're saying is you don't know how, but they know how. And if I go and research it from them, then I'll know how. And my question to you is, if you don't know how do you know I'm going to find out from them that they know what the fuck they're talking about if you don't know what the fuck they're talking about?
Because they are the highest authority in learning in that subject. Geology
right,
and seismology.
Yes, but this is the thing. You just told me out of one side of your mouth that you don't have a clue, but you're telling me that they do have a clue. If you don't have a clue, how do you know that they do?
because it's their job and they've been studying it for years.
So that's all it takes is for somebody to have the job. They can just make shit up, and then all of a sudden that's how it
Okay,
works.
so there you go again. Wait a minute, I've got to pull you up on this because now you've said it 4 fucking times.
Well,
they do
you don't
not
know.
wait. Listen. They do not make shit up. You dumb as fuck.
Okay.
They research. They hypothesize. They test. They evaluate, and it's done over fucking Jesus Christ.
How do
it's
you
done
know?
over tens of years.
How
Because
do
they
you
are
know?
professional fucking. Oh my god.
I know, but how do you? So you speaking for these?
And
other
what
people?
about the people before them?
So are you
Yeah.
speaking
Come on,
for
no,
these other people?
seriously,
Okay,
Slick.
so you speaking for these?
What about the professors? What about
so
the
you speaking
professors
for all
before
of them?
them?
So you
The
speaking for
people
all
that
of them?
experimented on the different rocks before them.
So
what
you
about
speaking for
the
all of
people
them?
that have been doing
I know you
working in
speak.
this field
I'm trying to get
for hundreds of years?
right. You speaking for all. Right. You speaking for all of them, right?
Yes.
You're damn right. You're
Exactly.
damn
So
right.
you don't. So right. You damn right. So you don't have a clue whatsoever. But you telling me that other people have a clue. How is it that you know somebody else have a clue, but you don't? That don't even
Why?
make any sense.
Because they actually studied it. They
How do
furthered
you
their
know?
study into it.
How
They
do you know? Were you
furthered.
there? Were you
Oh
there
my
with
God!
them?
Are you serious? Are you
Yes, I'm
serious right now?
serious.
Do you
Yes,
think
were you
colleges
there?
exist?
Oh my! I'm asking you. You're speaking
No,
for
I'm
these
asking
other
you.
people.
I'm asking you because I'm tired of this. You ask me if I'm there. Do
I'm
colleges
asking.
exist?
I've been to college. Of course, colleges exist.
So colleges exist. Do professors
Yes.
exist?
Yes, they do.
Did you learn anything from them?
Dude, listen. What's your point? You're starting to
Keep
sound
going.
stupid.
Keep going. Answer the question.
Come on, dude. Stop playing with me. What's your point?
No. Answer the question.
Dude, stop
No,
playing
I'm
with
not
me. What is
playing
your
with you.
point? Yes,
I'm not
I've heard
playing
the
with you.
story. I've heard. Yes, I've learned stories. Yes, I did.
Did it turn out to be true, Slick?
Now, what's your next question, motherfucker? You want to roll? What you got?
Did it turn out to be true what they
Why
told
you taking? Are you white knighting for him now? Where you at, Sean? You got quiet.
I'm interested. I'm interested. Sorry, Sean, but I am interested. Did it turn out to be true, Slick, or did
I
you
don't know.
invalidate their ass?
I don't know because I can't check it because in college they taught me that planetesimals formed in the planets. Motherfucker, I can't go verify it.
Did
That's
they teach
my
you anything
answer.
that you can test?
What the fuck? Well, let's start with that. Why we got to get off that? Why
Sean,
you
can I ask you anything that you
Why
can
you want to
test?
move away from that so fast? Why you want to
Because we
move
can't-
on to
because we
something?
can't test it.
Why you want
We
to
can't
move
test
on
it.
to something?
Because we
Okay,
can't
then
test
why did they teach me this shit in college then?
They won't have said this is an absolute fact, motherfucker.
Shit,
They'd
you
have
asked
said,
me a
this
question
is
and
the
I just
theory.
answered you. I know, but you asked me, did I go to school? Did I learn anything? And I'm telling you what I learned. And I'm telling you, now you're
That's
telling
the
me to go
only
test
thing
it.
that you learned.
Okay, well, let's start with that. Why you got to get away from that?
Did you
Why
learn
wanna-
anything
why do you-
that you
let's
can
start with
personally
that.
verify
Why
to
do
be
you
true?
want to go? Why do you want to go to something else? Why do you want to move away from
Because
that?
we can't test that. We can't
Okay,
test
well
it.
then,
Now
okay,
let's
well then,
figure out something
no,
that we can
let's
test.
not figure out anything. Once we get
Did
to,
you learn
once we
anything
get to, listen,
from
once we
someone
get
with
to a point,
experience
listen,
that you could test whether
Disclaimer:
it's
Slick
true?
learned anything in college.
listen, dude, don't ask me no dumbass questions. I learned that you can boil water at 212 degrees. I learned that, and I can test that. I learned that. You
And
got any
did
other questions?
Did it turn out to be true, Slick?
It turned out that I can boil water that boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, every time I put that temperature on at that exact same number, the water boils. So yes, I can test that.
Okay.
Now,
And it turned out to be true.
so how long you gonna keep on going with this? Asking me, did I learn anything else? Are you just gonna keep on doing this all night? Did you learn anything else? Did you learn anything else? So you're just trying to move away with that bullshit.
Did you learn about how electricity works?
I learned that planets form into from planetesimal. That's what I learned. Now, is that some bullshit that anybody knows what they're talking about, or is it just made up?
That's a theory.
Right. So, but I learned that at school. I learned that that's how the Earth formed.
You learned a theory, yes.
But they didn't. They said that's how the Earth formed. They didn't
It's a
say
theory. It is the theory of how the Earth formed. Yes.
Okay, so when you
deal with it.
okay, so when you make a statement that this is how the Earth formed, what you're telling me is that that's not really what they mean. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying this is the theory
Okay, so
of
you're
how the
double
Earth
speaking.
formed.
You know what, dude? Listen, I'm tired of your double speaking. There, somebody else can talk to you.
Okay, Slick.
By the way, I looked at the other theories for the moon formation. So there are two other options, at least that they know of. One would be co-formation theory, that the moon and the Earth formed of the same material, and then the other one is capture theory, that the moon was a random body passing by, and that then it happened to be caught on Earth's orbit. So I'm not sure if SE Montreal proved that proved a point by what he was going for.
Thank you, Laurie. How about if I tell you there's a fifth theory also?
It'd be fourth, but go on.
I'd be listening.
Okay, it's the double Earth, double Moon theory.
Okay.
So there was 2 planets and 2 other planets, and they all smashed together, and they halved and then halved again, and then those halves formed, and we have the moon and the Earth, what we have now.
Okay, sure, that's possible. I only looked at one side.
What would you say if I told you I completely made that up right now?
I can tell that you made that up. But what we're going to say, where did you read that about? Because half and half wouldn't make the current understanding of the planet Earth and the moon.
So what did we prove just now? We proved that SE Montreal is ready to make up shit on the fly.
No, I just proved to you that I bet you $100 if a white coat came up with that theory, that would be the fifth one.
No,
if it was one of these guys that had a white coat in university, you would have believed it as the fifth option, Laurie. I bet you anything.
Well, Montreal, hold on a second. Let's actually look at this, okay? So if you did do it, it would have to change the trajectory of the Earth and the Moon for the double split. So there is a possibility that it could form other planets, but you would have to work out the mechanics of that.
You see, you're already making up theories about it. You see?
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that.
No, without making fun.
It was your theory, and I'm entertaining your theory. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm opening my mind. You see that?
The SE double theory. You know, like
no, but
why not?
See, this is interesting because this shows that we are actually more open-minded to entertain new ideas than SE Montreal and Slick James. So they turn out to be the close-minded ones that are not ready to think up new options.
We're purple pill, Laurie Sean. Purple pill. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't steal Pete's line. That was Pete's line.
Yeah, we're
you
the ones
you need to open up your mind, SE Montreal, and stop being so close-minded.
Laurie, when you say open up our mind, like in other words, open up our mind and think that it may be something else other than a globe, you mean open our mind that way?
Sure, you can test that.
Okay, so then how come every time we open our mind another way, y'all get all upset and start laughing and giggling and ganging all up and trolling?
Yeah, we don't get upset unless you make points that are immediately stupid.
Lord, you're so full of shit, man. I'm surprised you ain't got shit coming out your eyes, man. You are full of bull.
Well, that may be just a statement that you make in order to soothe your ego.
Yeah, you just make this shit up. Boy, talk about make shit up. Just make shit up as you go along. Whatever it is.
Yeah, I can make shit up. You know,
Essie pulled the theory right out Essie pulled the theory out of the clouds, and Sean was ready to make shit up to make it work. That's how y'all will make shit up. Anything y'all can just. That's your whole motherfucking paradigm.
Hey, you know what? You're right. You're right. It is. You know what? We make shit up, and if it's right, then we win a Nobel Prize.
Also, I made shit up when I said that I don't.
Who won the Nobel Prize for
just
the
like you made shit up
that who won the prize for the planetesimals forming into the planets? Who won the prize for that idea?
I have no idea.
Well, you just said that they win Nobel prizes, so you don't even know what you.
No. That's
you
proving
still talking out the side of your head.
That's proving science to be right.
You still talking out of the side.
No, I'm not.
Just making
I'm
shit
not.
Up. You just said that you can get a Nobel Prize. You just said that you can. Okay,
if you prove your science right, you can get a Nobel Prize.
Oh, now he's changing it up. See how he did this
I did not.
move again?
How did I change anything up? What words did I say differently?
First, it was make shit up. Now you're talking about prove it right. Who's proved that planetesimals formed in the planets? Ain't nobody proved that shit.
So nobody's proved it, which is why it's a theory. Thank you.
Yep. We don't give
that you're
Nobel
going around
prizes for
teaching
mere
that that's
theories.
how it's done. Yeah, but you're going around teaching that that's how that shit done. Please don't tell me it's not me. I'm not teaching it. It's not me.
Theory.
Use a damn lie.
Teaching a theory.
Yeah,
you are
just like they
open to hypothesize and disprove it yourself, or come up with something better that has explanatory power and has a slight amount of evidence, or more evidence. Doesn't even need to have a certain amount, it's just more evidence.
Let me ask you this. How much evidence do I have to have more than the planetesimals forming in the planets? How much more evidence do I have to have than that y'all already got right now? How much more do I need to come up with?
I don't know. You'd have to research it to find out. There's a lot.
So you're saying that there's a lot of evidence for this happening, huh?
No.
Well, according to their theory.
Yes. See,
according to their theory, there is enough to make a theory out of this. No.
Y'all some
Stingray
saying no, the other guy saying yes. Man,
if you can do the mathematics, if you can do the mathematics, and
this is why I get all ghetto. This is why I get all ghetto, because after a while,
because you can't even listen to an answer.
You got one motherfucker saying yes, one saying no.
Exactly what
it's just double speak.
What you're doing right now is
wait a minute. Like, do you know why? Do you know why?
Amazing.
There might be amazing things that two purple pills don't agree on. Is that just different shades of purple pills that we are, I guess?
Oh, now we're talking about different shades of making shit up.
I'd never made shit up. You always want to go back to your little.
There you go. You're always trying to exclude yourself. You didn't have anything to do with the ideas that they came up with.
I don't know enough about on it to comment.
But you're always talking about you know this and you know that, and you can try it and you can test it for yourself. But when you get hit with hold on now. But when the real questions come out, then you want to go hide behind a motherfucking rock. So you just a two-faced, full of bullshit, some bitch. You're ready to step out in one instance and go hide in another. See, that's just some bullshit, man. Nobody feel like playing that dumbass game. If you're gonna hide. If you're gonna come out.
Honesty.
Stop hiding 1 second. Stop hiding 1 second, and then sticking your head out the next, and then the real shit come out, and then your ass go hiding again.
Or have a strong opinion.
Bullshit. You're full of bullshit.
Intellectual honesty means that I can say I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But I'm unwilling to look into it for you because you do fuck all for yourself.
So you're full of bullshit.
I'm not going to do it for you, Slick.
Hide 1 minute, you show your face the next, then you go hide. See, that's just some double speak bullshit, man. You just same shit, different day. Come on,
man. I'm glad to know that we're talking about the shape of the Earth and not fucking how the Earth was formed and loads of spurious theories. That
I know you're glad because then, I know you're glad because now then you'd have to hide. See, you want to show your motherfucking face, so you don't want to hide, so you want to change the subject because you know you got to do one or the other. You can't bring your face out and stand out full time. You got to duck and hide and shit and all that bullshit. That's just bullshit. That's what y'all do.
Do you know how to do time lapse on your phone?
Oh, here we go with them. Man, listen, if you got a point, make it. Don't ask me no dumbass questions.
Okay, do time lapse on your phone and point it to the stars on.
I said, don't ask me no dumbass questions. If you got a point, make it.
You'll see a axial rotation of the stars.
Okay, can I point my phone? Okay, so can I point my phone in the stars and see planetesimals forming in the planets? Can I point my phone at the stars and do that?
You got hard on for this shit.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm not letting you off the hook. See, that's what you want. You want to get off the hook.
You're afraid. You're afraid. You're not letting Dave tell you something. You're afraid, Slick. Man, you're afraid.
It's like it's a theory. It's not a fact. What problem have you got with the theory? I'll entertain it now. What problem have you got with the theory?
Dude, listen, it's already been laid out. You got some bitches, the people that the giant shoulders that you believe in so much is out here making shit up and passing it along as fact. Now that's what's going on. I done told you that shit about 4 or 5, 10 motherfucking times. I done told you this shit about 60 times in this damn 8-hour call. Fuck is you talking about?
All right, can you tell me one scientific fact, please? Then, if they're shoving it as fact.
Dude, listen, don't ask me about your motherfucking reality. You tell me.
There is none. Well done.
Okay. Well, then stop pushing bullshit out there as fact.
No, it's theory with strong
No,
evidence.
no,
There
my
is a
ass.
difference.
Listen. There is no. See, that's that hide your head, stick it back out again. You're full of bullshit. Either you have it or you don't. Stop saying in one word, "Yes, I have it," but I don't. See, that's
We have
bullshit, dude.
incredibly strong evidence
Yeah,
for
but you
scientific
don't.
theories
Right,
that are published.
Right. You have plenty of. In other words, I have plenty of evidence, but I don't have a clue how this shit works. It's all. That's what you're saying.
I have not looked into the personal. I have personally not.
I don't
looked
care.
into
Listen,
how
I don't care about
planets
you.
form.
I don't listen. I don't care about
I
you
actually
trying
know
to
how planets
escape.
form. Actually,
I don't care
I'll tell you
about you
something that I
hiding your
looked into.
face.
I'll tell you something that I looked into. I looked into why we have disks as galaxies, and why we have, why does Saturn have rings? How the fuck do you get a ring? Why is it like a flat Earth? The entire galaxy spinning round. I looked into that, and then I thought, there's interesting theories surrounding this. I'm going to test it myself with maths. So I did, and I was able to replicate it based on what they said happens.
Could you do that with the planetesimals?
Order from chaos. Yes, I could. If I put a lot of effort into it, yes, I could. I just haven't. I was looking at disks, how disks.
So in other
form.
words, you can, but in other words, you can, but you could. You kind of confusing me. Can you do it or not?
I would be able to, yes.
Okay, so you're telling me that you would be able to. Now you haven't done it, but you know that you can. How does that work?
The same way that I did the galaxy rotation disks.
Okay, so hold on. So what you're telling me is that you don't know how planetesimals form into planets, but you know that you can do it.
I know that particles come together due to gravitation.
There we go. There we go. Here we go.
Yes.
Here we go.
Sorry. Yes. There you go.
Obfuscate.
Yes.
Stop with the fucking bullshit, man.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes,
Just give a straight answer.
Yes.
Okay, so you can do it.
Oh my God. Yes, I could do it.
Okay, how do you know that you could do it?
Because I've done something similar with how the disks form.
I'm not asking you about anything about similar. I'm asking you, how do you know?
It's the same principle, Slick.
Okay, tell me how you know that it's the same principle?
Because the way that all right, so the question that I wanted to answer myself is, how does a galaxy form in a disk? How can that be? And the way that it is you have a lot of matter, loads of particles, and in some point of all of that mass, there is a center that everything's trying to get to, and everything's affected by everything. Now, all of these create reactions, kinetic reactions, and bounce into each other. Now, there are some that don't. There's some that miss these motherfuckers completely, but there are some that collide and create bigger particles. But the ones that miss, they go round the biggest masses. And now this.
Okay, can you put this on screen? Can you present this while you're talking about it?
Oh yeah, actually, wait a minute. I might be able to actually. Give me a second. And and the reason why, when you describe what a planetesimal was,
sure, no problem. Now I got a
ring.
question for you. Now, in this presentation that you are about to do right now, is this going to be gravity pulling this shit together?
Yes.
Okay.
Every particle has.
Every time he interrupts you, is because he is afraid. Dean Slick is afraid.
If that helps you, Jose, sure.
Wait a minute,
That's what we all see when Stingray is going to the crescendo. I'm trying to make a point. You interrupt him. You cut him off. That's being afraid, Slick.
I know. So you got 5 times you've exposed me. Keep counting them.
Aha. Right. Okay. So I shall share this. So I want to know why we have rotation either on Saturn's rings.
I didn't ask you nothing about rotation. So don't change the subject already.
Rotation is very important.
I'm not looking for rotation. I'm looking for planetesimals or little things. Hold on. Let me tell you what I'm looking for, because I want you to show me, because you said you could replicate it like it's like planetesimals forming into planets. I want to see you do that with gravity in your presentation.
No, this is, like I said to you, this is about.
Okay, so this is some other shit. So in other words, this ain't what I asked you for.
Stingray, just think, how can you teach something college level to a 3-year-older? Maybe in 3 words, maybe that way Slick will get it. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're breaking up, man.
What I did here is these particles all affect each other and miss, and then because there's always going to be a singular bias over billions of years, they form and have a single axis of rotation, which, surprisingly, you end up with something with spiral arms and a galaxy.
Okay, I hear you. Now, you're showing me a diagram now, but can this happen in a lab?
I've never thought about replicating it in a lab. I'm not
In other
really
words, is this just something that can only something that can only happen in your computer diagram right here, or is this something that can actually happen in physical reality? That's what I'm looking for.
We see the effect of this. We can see the effect of this in physical reality. Yes.
That's not okay. So I'm asking you to give me a presentation that shows the same thing that happens in physical reality. I'm not looking for what you can do virtually.
Okay. So have you got a telescope? Can you look at galaxies?
Dude, can I look with a telescope and see planetesimals forming into planets?
No.
Okay, so then why are you talking about some other shit?
Well, have you got a billion years to waste?
Dude, then what the fuck had you just told me that you can do this, and now you're talking about a billion years away? See how you double speak? You say you can, but you can't. Why don't you just say that you can't and let it go?
You said, based on what I did, could I have particles colliding and forming planetesimals to clump together for planets? And the answer would be yes if I did it. But that presentation was about answering another fucking question.
No, it was because I'm only asking one question. You're the one deflecting.
I've told you like 20 times. No, I can't show you in reality.
Exactly. So let it go. So then
you're the one that keeps fascinating on it. Slick. You brought it up 30 fucking times.
You say that you can't, and then you keep on talking with some old other shit that make it sound like you can. You say you can't, and just cut it. Don't you know how to cut?
I do not have a billion years to waste with you, Slick.
Oh, dude, stop with the "I don't have a billion years" bullshit.
All right, I cannot build a planet, and I don't have a billion years. How's that?
Okay, dude, I'll tell you what. You know what? It was nice talking to y'all. I'm tired. Y'all take it easy. Montreal, take it easy. Sean, whoever else in the car, easy, guys. I can't take no more.
Take it easy, bro. Good to see you.
A billion fucking years. Jesus Christ. That was amusing, ladies and gentlemen.
Very amusing indeed.
But I actually didn't know why, even as a 3D artist, I should have actually figured it out. But I didn't know why, like, Saturn has its rings, and the only reason why the planets forming is that we've witnessed, and you can see it in the rings of Saturn, purely because it's banded rings. Those bands are actually from gravitational moons that are formed through gravity on that particular track, and that is actually the banding of Saturn's rings is actually exactly that mechanism, which is pretty stunning. But the transient as well, they sometimes don't last long, and I found that fascinating.
Yeah, I actually find it fascinating that we can accurately model in computers, for example, the rings of Saturn, how they formed, and how the red dot. I always keep forgetting where it is in one of these planets, but we can actually simulate how that forms from a completely chaotic weather pattern.
Oh no, absolutely. I'll say something, Laurie. In Maya, I have N dynamic systems coupled with Navier-Stokes fluid simulations. So I've got heat, gas. I've got heat, pressure, resistance. All the things that you would need to then create. To encapsulate a system to make it evolve into something else. So I can simulate creating fire just with pressure. There's all these things that you can do with the simulations, and some of them are just fucking fantastic. I don't, because I left 3D graphics a while ago, but I could if I wanted to. And it's pretty decent.
Yeah.
But I don't know what Slick's fascination with these plant things are, really. It's just every single time is, can you show me it? Can you show me it? Can you show me it? It's like, fucking hell, dude. How do you...
You don't get it, man. You still don't get it, man.
How would I show it, Essie?
This was such a funny show, man. Hey, Sean,
how?
Nothing personal, bro, but Slick was funny, man, as hell. You gotta admit.
Essie, how would someone show that?
You're missing the point here, man.
Are
The
you
whole
missing
point
the
Slick was trying to make is there's facts and there's bullshit. And
There
he
are
was
no
using
facts. There are no facts.
Yeah, well,
There are no
let's not go down that road right now. I'm just telling you the
So is he
situation.
saying that the theory of planetesimals is bullshit? Is that what you're saying? Was that his point, his entire point?
That's how all this started, believe it or not.
Well, I can't prove it either way, but has he read the evidence? Which bits does he not agree with?
No, he's saying stuff like that is being taught as fact.
No,
and it's not
scientific
and
theory.
they
I
shouldn't teach
promise.
it as fact. That's all he. But then all hell broke loose.
But Slick, do you get? Sorry, Essie, do you get that we can see gravitational forces in the rings of Saturn creating moons? Do you understand that we can observe this?
I understand that it's been observed. It's been claimed to be observed, but that's not the point. We were talking about Earth.
Yes, but the thing there is the same mechanics that cause that are the same mechanics of the theory of these planetesimals, then, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I understand the theory, but that's the whole point. It's just a theory.
If you replace Saturn,
you cannot prove this.
But listen to this.
This is the point Slick was trying to make.
Listen to this. Oh, well, yeah, no, if you want absolute proof, then yes, you are correct. You can. It's just strong, compelling evidence. The two are very fucking different. But if you replace Saturn with the center of the galaxy, and you replace Saturn's rings with the spiral arms that stretch out from our galaxy that we are on, and then you look at those rings and the banding and see that moons are created from kinetic force, resistance, friction, and then gravitational clumpings of that just form greater gravitational pulls over hundreds of thousands of years, and you can see moons that have formed, and you can trace that. Then isn't that strong evidence that that theory of how the Earth was formed from this could be true?
You can deduce that, yes.
Yes.
You
Okay.
can
That's
say,
that's
well,
all.
look, I look out, I see this happening, and maybe it could have happened here. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
Now I've got a question though. Do you think it's fair to say no, that's bullshit, without presenting a compelling reason why you think it is, or coming up with another explanation which has, more compelling evidence? There's no proof. There's just evidence. There's evidence that you go towards collecting a strong theory of something. You don't say, I'm going to go out and prove something. You don't say, I'm going to go and get proofs. You get evidence. I've never seen Slick present any evidence of anything. And that's a weakest argument.
No, but the point here is that's just it. There is no evidence for this. This is the whole thing that you're not seeing, Stingray.
So you don't believe
You
that
cannot
the moons
provide evidence for this.
You don't
for
believe
this
that you don't believe that the moons of Saturn are compelling evidence which support the theory.
No.
Why not?
No, because you're just making an observation out there, and you're bringing it in here. Like you're trying to. You can't. There's no way to make that.
In here, what do you mean in
You
here?
can make a correlation. You can make an assumption.
Can you tell me what the difference is between the two?
What are you talking about, Stingray?
You said, when I look at the rings of Saturn and I see moons forming based on kinetic interactions and clumping and higher gravitational forces, no matter how transient, and I think, well, if we've got a lot of dust, could that be how planets form? But then you say you can't bring that in here. What is your argument for me not using inference and connecting the two?
You can use it. You can use it. You can say a story like remember the story that I came up with the double planet formation of Thera?
Let's just stick with this. Why can't I do that?
My theory could be just as good as yours. This is the whole point I'm trying to make.
We can see.
You look out, you see something, and you come up with a story. I came up with a story as well.
I say it's not my theory, nor is it my story. It's observable science in the fucking night sky. Buy a telescope and have a look. My question still remains: why can I not use inference based on the understanding of physics to bring that here to explain or to support the theory of planet formation. Do you have any strong reason why I cannot?
You can, as long as you say it's not a fact.
Science doesn't deal with facts, so there you go. Nothing in
Yeah,
science.
okay. Let's not go the car popper crap. Okay, let's not start that. You know what I'm talking about. You can say it's. You can't even say it's a theory. You can say it's a hypothesis if you want to really get down to the nitty gritty, which I don't really want to, but I believe you understand my point, Stingray.
So the answer is I can use it, and there's no reason why I wouldn't be able to use it as evidence. Is that what you just said? Just to be clear.
Correct. As long as you don't state it as a fact.
No, I never will state something as a fact. The only facts that exist are mathematical facts to me.
Then we're good.
I'm still waiting for my GPS invalidation, SE. You said you'd look into it.
Yeah, well, look, GPS is not my specialty, my theory, but I gave you an alternative, Laurent C.
Yeah,
it's
but
accurate up to 24 feet.
Yeah,
and as a matter of fact, Stingray, it's so good, this new system, I read up on it, they want to make it like incorporated with the current GPS tower system, because like I told you before, unlike GPS, this can penetrate bad weather. So it could be accurate even on a wicked storm. Look into it.
Yeah, but the point is, the two are false equivalents. One requires orbital mechanics and orbiting paths of satellites moving at quite a tremendous fucking rate, I'll add. And one is ground-based. So the two is like comparing, a fucking bike to an aeroplane. The two, yeah, you can use them to get about, but they are not. There's more differences than there are similarities. And to invalidate aircraft and flight and aerodynamics, you wouldn't look at a bike. It's nothing to do with it. So they are false
but I never
equivalents.
made any claims about GPS satellites. So.
Oh yeah, but what I'm saying is, as a globe denier, it would be very. If you looked into GPS, you would, and if you understand it, and if you don't, I'm willing to spend like 30 minutes explaining things. Explaining the concept of it and how you can test it.
Well, no, I don't need that. If you tell me GPS, all I have to do is tell you this: open, close, isolated, and I shut you down right away. See, where you say those GPS things are, they can't be there. So end of story. I don't have to explain GPS. Like I told you, GPS ain't my thing. I can go open, close, isolated. I can go gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum if you want. GPS is not my story. But if you go there, I'll go open, close, and isolated on you, and your game is over right there.
No, it really isn't. Open, close, relating to fucking what? Satellites. It's open.
Oh, you haven't heard? You live in a closed system. Oh, now you're claiming the system is open?
No, I'm saying the system. No, I'm saying the system's contextual.
What's contextual? Like a story?
Contextual is I fill a balloon with fucking water. Is it closed if I'm evaluating it over a short period of time and it's water? Yes, it's closed. Is it close to a fucking pin? No, it isn't.
This is where the double speak comes in. It's getting late, Stingray. I really
double speak. You mean concise arguments with no way to get back? SE, you are talking bullshit, my friend. I'm really sorry.
You're the one talking bullshit, my friend.
Can you give me any citation about that gas pressure and atmospheric pressure are interchangeable? Please, just one.
Or now you're changing the thing. You don't want to go open, close, isolated because
let's stick with that then. Right? Let's stick with that then.
Okay. How does mass exit a closed system? Go. Bingo.
How does mass exit a closed system?
Correct, sir. Your satellites and your ISS are mass, correct?
They are mass, yes.
Yes. So how does mass exit a closed system? Go.
It simply has enough force to override the gravitational forces to get into orbit. End of story. Go.
Really?
Yeah, really. We do it all the time.
Do you know what a closed system is?
Yes. In relation to what? Sorry. To what are you relating it to? What aspect of study?
We're talking about the place where we live, Earth.
Yes, but what aspect are you studying to define that it is a closed system?
I'm not studying anything. I'm asking you,
That, my friend,
Do
is
you know
apparent.
what a closed system is? Yes or no?
Yes. Closed,
Okay,
isolated,
so are you
open.
familiar that you cannot, mass cannot exit a closed system? Yes or no?
That is contextual, my friend.
It's not contextual, my friend.
It is.
Like I told you, it's late right now, and I don't want to go and open my computer.
Let me just ask you one question.
Next time Jose is on in the morning, if you want to have this argument, I'll be more than glad to have it with you.
Listen to this, Montreal. Just bear with me 2 seconds. If I've got a balloon and I blow it up with air, that air has mass. It's inside the balloon. Is that an open or a closed system? That balloon?
We're not talking balloons.
No.
We're talking the definition of a closed system.
Listen.
As defined in thermodynamics.
I'm going
to
show you that it's
mass
contextual.
cannot exit. Only
please follow me.
Energy
give me some respect
can
here,
exit
please.
and enter.
Give me some
This
respect
is
here.
Montreal being afraid now.
Give me some respect here, Montreal. Let's go with my balloon 2 seconds. Is it open or closed if I'm studying the air that is inside it?
Technically, your balloon is not closed because eventually it will leak out.
Right.
So
What about if my study only involved 1 second, as in 100 milliseconds? What if?
How about when I?
No, please just answer me first.
Don't make me go down this trip with you. I want to keep it respectful. Don't talk stupidities.
No. I'm just saying. Let's say I was to study the ambient temperature of expelled air inside a balloon over the course of 1 second. Would I care if that's an open or a closed system right now?
Oh, Stingray, you're really something. For 1 second, you want to do a 1 second experiment? Okay, you win. Hands up.
Okay, so. But what about if I was to study it over a week? Would I have to think now? Well, this is actually an open system because air can leak through the membrane of the surface.
Try as you may, I know where you're going. You're not going to make time an issue here. It's either open, closed, or isolated.
Okay.
Now, isolated,
so wait a minute. Stop. Are you saying? Is it your belief that it doesn't matter what you're studying, it has to be an absolute of all of them? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you're going into La La Land. We are talking about the Earth.
So if I'm talking about the
open,
Earth,
closed, or isolated, say whatever you want. Start your blah blah blah.
Okay.
It's
if we were to get down to it, it's completely open. It's completely open. There we go.
It's not gonna work, Stingray.
It's completely open.
You understand? You're talking with me now.
It's open.
Your shit ain't gonna work, bro.
It's open.
It's open.
It's open, yes.
So you're claiming now live on air that Earth is an open system.
For the context of this, yes, absolutely, it is open.
No context. Is it
mass?
Open, closed, or isolated?
No. We have to have context, or else it's a dumb fucking discussion. Mass can leave and enter. Yes, it's open.
Okay, so then the whole atmosphere of the Earth would be gone.
No,
and me and you would
gravity.
not be able to
No. We do lose atmosphere, but gravity holds it to the planet.
Gravity is not a force. Have you not heard?
Gravity, the gravitational force, is a force. It's demonstrated every day in your fucking mobile phone.
Sorry, my friend. You're referring to this thing that we see when we throw a ball up and it goes down, right?
Yes, an accelerating force. Yes, an accelerating force. Yes.
Right. Well, that cannot hold the atmosphere into the Earth. I'm sorry.
Brilliant. Do you have any evidence?
You haven't heard because that's been replaced. First of all, that's not enough. Number one, it cannot.
Wait a minute, stop. Let's just deal with that claim. Let's deal with that claim.
And number two, your fantasy force has been replaced by the conceptual bending of space-time. So, bye bye.
I'm talking about the effect of gravity here. The effect of gravity.
It doesn't work, buddy.
The effect.
It doesn't work. So now
the effect. Just to make it clear, the effect. That 9.8 meters per second squared, the effect. That's what I'm claiming. That acts on every bit of matter that there is. Every bit of mass, it acts on. That is what is pulling downwards with the atmosphere. Do you have evidence to say that that's false?
Does it work on helium? How about helium?
Absolutely. It works on helium. 100% works on helium. Yes. 100%.
Does it work on helium?
Yep, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, right.
100%.
Your theory is gone.
It works on boats too. It works on boats too. Do you know that?
Bye-bye.
Works on boats. But they float on water. Why? Why?
Keep
Displacement
dreaming.
and buoyancy, motherfucker.
You're dreaming, motherfucker. You're living in fantasy.
And buoyancy.
But by the way, you know that all your other comrades...
Can you tell me what buoyancy is? I say, can you tell me what buoyancy is?
We had this argument a long time.
Please, you're arguing with me at the moment and saying buoyancy is not a thing.
They think it's a closed system, by the way. Your professor, Phil Bell, ask him. I had this conversation with him the other day. He thinks it's a closed system. So you might want to go and ask your comrades, which is it?
You asked me. I answered you. You think, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fucking Pete Shea thinks you live on a decapitated tree. Have you gone and asked him about that?
We're not talking about Pete Shea.
No, we're not talking about Professor Phil fucking Bell. You're talking to me.
Open,
you're talking
closed,
to me.
And isolated, my
and I've
friend.
just said it's open. What's your problem?
You live in fantasy. That's my problem.
You live in delusional land, my friend.
And it's getting late, and I don't want to go round and round and round.
Buoyancy,
like I said, next time I'm
Learn
up in the morning. On Jose's, I'm there all the time. We can continue
Bring
this.
Bring the A game, and you better be able to show me evidence.
My friend, anytime. You know how many times I've had this conversation with people?
Wait a minute. So very simply, I'm going to give you a heads up here.
Right now it's getting late.
No, I'll let you go in a sec. But I'm going to give you a heads up. All you need to do, and I'm going to bring it as strong, compelling evidence, the MEMS accelerometer demonstrates gravity and cannot work any other fucking way. Now you...
Bring your best game, my friend, because I'm going to humiliate you. Have a good night, guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Later, Montreal.
It's been a pleasure. Good night, Jose. It's been good, man. This was a great show. Sean, sorry, I want to apologize for the laughter before, but you gotta admit, Slick was funny, bro.
Oh, I was laughing my ass off. It was hilarious.
No disrespect, though, right?
Oh, I didn't feel disrespected. I mean, up until a certain point when he did disrespect me, and then after that,
all
it was all on. But it's all good.
All right. In these hard times, we had some laughs today. That's all, Okay, peace out, everybody.
Later, Montreal.
Peace out.
Bye-bye. Oh, my goodness.
Well, that was fun, huh?
Yeah. No, I want Jose and Sean back to being fucking flat earthers so that there's a little bit more intelligence among them.
I mean, literally, my argument wasn't even. There was no argument. So what? That's the theory. That's a good. I don't know. I just don't know what he was arguing. He was trying to make me argue a point.
It's the only way that they can win, Sean, is they lay out the argument. For the purposes and the contextual fucking discussion that I was having with SE when we're talking about satellites, of course it's fucking open. And yes, we do lose mass.
Yeah.
It is that fucking simple.
Mm-hmm.
It is contextual, motherfucker. And if you don't think it is, please don't enter civilization in my society because everything is contextual.
Yeah.
Damn these people.
Oh man. In Montreal saying, "Oh, you're just back there. Slick James took you all to school and everything," and I'm like, "What is he talking about?"
Yeah, Slick James doesn't have beliefs and he doesn't present evidence. How does he take anybody to task?
Yeah.
Do you like my red pill thing? Oh, and all these red pill people correct the misinformation with demonstrable fucking facts, right? Or do they just sit there in the fucking?
Yeah.
I tried putting on a sort of like an in the hood voice, but it just came out of me laughing at the end of it. Damn it.
Well, as soon as he was like, "Well, they presented it as a fact," and I said, "No, it was a theory." again for the fifth fucking time. Oh man! As soon as you turn the argument around on him, then it's he dodges and he tries to get all big.
Oh well. I need to stop doing this. It's a fucking waste of my time. But it's just so funny. It's so funny sometimes.
I was just I wasn't even gonna get into it with him. I was just sitting back and listening and stuff. And
bunch of masochists.
Jose, you got triggered. You took your aggression out on Slick there, Jose. But that was funny, actually.